on it.
Well, she sent one this morning too with a new link.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
This morning?
I sent it this morning because some people said they didn't get it. So I
Yeah.
resent it again. So I don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I didn't receive it, so.
I didn't receive Lisa's either, but I just got it off the website.
Yeah, I have 5 links.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's on the Lone Ranger on that.
Yeah.
That's right.
So, okay, I'm good. All right.
I'll just give Mike a chance. And it, is Mr. Osborne, is Rick joining us? Have we heard from him?
No, haven't heard from them.
Okay,
And Teresa, the one on the website only goes to case 13.
okay, so I will.
But there's 3 links in there.
Yeah.
There's another
Yeah.
link below it.
I was gonna say, yeah, I got them all.
I do
You
too.
did?
Yeah, I
Okay.
did.
Okay, she must have put it, the rest of it on the website too then. Okay.
All right, I've got us live on YouTube and we're recording, so I think on my end, we're ready to go.
Okay.
I'm as ready as I'm gonna get.
All right, so I think we don't have Mr. Osborne, but I think we have a quorum. So we have myself, Mr. Evans, Mr. Kelleher. Yeah, so we'll go ahead and we might have some issues. We'll just have to figure that out, okay? All right,
Lisa, would you email the docket to me? I still didn't get an email with it.
Lisa, can you try that, do that again?
Lisa,
Yes,
you might try, I had a couple customers say the same thing, so you might try sending them a link to the web page. Or I'm sorry, planning commissioners say the same thing. You might just send them straight to the web page to see if that helps.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't get out of this. We'll just give him one more minute. Folks, bear with us in the public.
Teresa and Joe, this is
Yep.
Sarah. I sent you two and Lisa and Nicole the rule change that I'm proposing.
I have that.
So it's at the end of the agenda, but I would recommend we take that up first.
Okay, I agree with you. We'll do that first.
Okay, great.
And I did forward it to the board members too.
Great, thank you.
Mike, did it come through to you, Mike?
Mike, I sent it to you as well if you don't have it.
Did you get it?
Go ahead, I'll figure something out. I'm not getting any email from anybody.
Oh, that's not good. Hey, Mark, send it to me and see if I can send it from here.
Okay, done?
Mike, if you just Google KCMO BZA or something like that, you should be able to find the board's webpage and get to it there. Actually, I guess the webpage is just kcmo.gov/BZA.
And I just sent it to you again. See if you got it says link to website.
Otto, you see mine yet?
Hold on. Nope.
Mike, are you able to send emails? Maybe somebody could reply.
I just responded to Lisa's and told her to check the email address, but I've got my phone, my desktop, and my laptop gone, and I'm not getting email from any of you.
Hmm.
I'm gonna try and see.
Mike, I was having a similar issue and Lisa had to send it to my Gmail account and then I was able to receive it. You have an alternate email?
And I just replied to your email and sent it that way too.
Maybe it's so big, you're not able to get it.
It's just, all I sent was one link to the website.
Oh, okay.
You should have an answer, so that it's. I just
Yeah, I
want
don't,
80,
I,
right?
I still don't have yours either. So maybe there's something going on weird.
Hmm.
Okay, I've got the link now.
Okay, all right.
Oh,
Good.
success.
We'll let you open that and we'll get started here. Joe, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. And if board members would keep your microphones muted while others are talking, it would help, I think, for the recording purposes. It would also help our court reporter. So thank you for that. All right, let's get started. So good morning. Welcome to the Board of Zoning Adjustments May 18th meeting. We know it's been a while since we've been able to have this, and we thank you all for joining us this morning. We appreciate your patience that you will have to have with us today. And it's been sort of an unprecedented time here in the city and around the country and the world. We're committed to community engagement and keeping the development of the community moving forward. And thus we have agreed to try to do this by video conferencing. This is new to all of us. So I'm going to let Joe kind of give you some ground rules because he has the understanding of how this technology works, and they've done a couple other city commission meetings on this platform. So he's comfortable with it. So Joe, would you please explain today's procedures?
Sure. Thanks, Madam Chair. So we're using Zoom as our video conferencing platform today. This platform, like all video conferencing platforms, is not designed for public hearings, which are a unique kind of meeting. For this reason, we have some basic ground rules that we'd like all people to follow. These are, first and foremost, unmute yourself to speak and then mute yourself when you're done speaking. As Teresa mentioned, this does help keep the meeting clear and help the court reporter. Number two, if your device has a camera, you will appear on screen while you speak. We prefer to see you to confirm your identity as we're taking recorded legal testimony. If you do not have video, we will still accept your testimony. Number three, use your first and last names for your screen name. You should be able to right click on your screen name and change it if it is not your first and last name. Some of you may have existing Zoom profiles, and if you do and your screen name is not your first and last name, please change it so that we know who you are. Finally, because we cannot rely on the same visual cues we normally would rely on in a normal meeting, we need all participants to pay close attention to the order of the case and that they're prepared to speak when they're called. The order of the hearing will occur as it does typically. It will begin with announcing the case, followed by identification of the applicant and interested parties. The applicant and attorney will be sworn in. We will also have the staff presentation, followed by applicant presentation, then by public testimony, and followed by an applicant response if the applicant desires. We will conclude with questions from the board and then vote on each request. When we call the case, we will announce the applicants by name so that they are prepared to participate. We will also announce a time for public testimony. Any citizen who wishes to offer testimony on any case should use the raised hand feature available in the Zoom toolbar to notify us that you would like to speak. Your name will be called when testimony opens. So we've also collected those of you who are participating as attendees. We know that most of you have probably registered already. We've done our best to assign your names to the cases you identified in registration, so we know you wish to speak on that case. However, if we miss your name, please use the raised hand feature. Anyone who wishes to speak on any case, whether you're an applicant or a citizen, please use that. That way we know to move you over to a panelist position temporarily. That allows us to share your screen, or I'm sorry, share your video with the board. That's all I have, Teresa. Thank you.
Before we take the first case on our docket, we do need to address our rules because we need permission to have this meeting today via video conference. So we need to amend our rules, and our council has created a new article, Article 7, that's entitled Conduct of a Hearing. And it basically is giving the board the authority to act via video conferencing today. I believe, Ms. Baxter, that I will need a motion for the approval of this article. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Chair, that is correct. That's correct. And so I don't know if you want to see it on the screen, but I think you all have a copy of it. I added it to Article 6 at the end. So it's Article 6P. And it's simply just giving you the authority to hold a meeting via video conference during a state of emergency as declared by the mayor. And it's also stating that any requirement to appear in person under the rules, because there are several references to that, is satisfied by appearing via video conference.
Thank you, Ms. Baxter. Do I have a motion from a board member to approve this amendment to our rules?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second,
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
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 The motion carries with all affirmative ayes. Okay, thank you. Let's move on then to the first case we have on our docket. Before that, typically I would issue the oath to all staff members who are going to provide testimony today in any of our cases. I don't remember, so which staff people will be presenting today, Joe?
All of us.
Okay,
All
all right.
of us will be speaking at some point.
Okay, so let me, so that will be yourself. So for the court reporter, that will be Joseph Rexwinkle, Jamie Hickey, Nicole Washington, Christopher Huey, Zach Nelson, Sue Wood, and Oluflu Abaji. Am I missing someone?
No, that's everyone.
Okay. To those staff members, would you please raise your right hands and take the oath for me?
Would you like us to turn on our video? Yeah.
That would be great. Okay. I don't see Olafud yet, or Nicole.
And I don't think we have
Oh, there's
Patty
Nicole.
yet.
Okay,
Missing Patty
Well.
still, yeah.
We'll just have to swear her in when she joins.
we'll do it later. Okay, if you all would
Yeah.
raise your right hands.
Actually, I don't have a case today, so I don't have to.
Okay, then we don't need to swear you in, Olafud. Okay, everyone else, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yeah.
All right, Jane, I think you got all that. All right.
Yes.
Thank you. Let's move then to the first case on the board's docket, which is docket number 1, case number case number 11457. Is the applicant present? If you are, please raise your hand so that Joe can find you.
All right, Phil Clavoon, I've just promoted you to panelist. You should be able to speak.
Mr. Clavoon, your microphone is muted. You might need to unmute that. Joe, can you unmute him?
Yes, I've unmuted him from my end.
Okay. Mr. Colboon, could you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Madam Chairwoman, Philip Clovoon, appearing on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Frank Hosel, Hosel Rock Crushing.
And is Mr. Hosel with you today, sir?
He is not, would be appearing by counsel this morning.
Okay. Is there anyone else who is participating on the hearing this morning that's here that has an interest in this case? If so, please raise your hand so that Mr. Rexwinkle can identify you.
There's someone named Linda Moriali who has raised their hand.
Okay.
I'm going to allow her to speak. I have her down for another case, but Linda, would you like to speak on this one? Linda, you're muted. Linda, you're muted. Would you like to speak on this case? Madam Chair, she registered for to speak on a different case. I'm wondering if she just accidentally raised her hand.
Okay. All right.
Well, hold on now. Hold on. She's appearing twice to me. Linda, you're muted. Do you want to speak?
Am I unmuted now?
Yes, you are.
Yes, ma'am. We can.
I didn't want to speak on this case.
Okay.
I was just trying to figure out how this works earlier. I wasn't sure if I was supposed to introduce myself or.
No, we don't need you until the case you're interested on. So you can.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
you're
you.
fine. No problem.
No problem, Linda.
All right. So
Thank you.
Mr. Clovoon, could you raise your hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. And I understand you are asking for a continuance on this case this morning. Is that correct?
Yes, we are. Regrettably, Madam Chairwoman, but we do need one. The pandemic and the stay-at-home order has complicated things for us, but we're still on track to get this done. And we're asking till August 11. We have two parts. One, we have to complete the excavation of laying the new sewer line. And secondly, we have to meet with the city staff, which we have been staying in contact with them since the last meeting. And I do believe they support the request for continuance. But we have to meet with them and work out what the actual rezoning would be once the excavation is complete.
And Mr. Hugh, you're the staff person assigned to this case. Is that correct? The staff is supporting this continuance based on the situation?
We do. We believe this is a reasonable continuance request.
Okay. Does the board have any questions for Mr. Clovoon? Hearing no questions, I would entertain a motion. I believe the continuance request is until August 11th, 2020.
Madam Chair, I have a motion. Mark Ebbets here.
Go ahead, sir.
In case number 11457, I move this case be continued to the August 11 docket with no fee.
I have a motion from Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second?
Second.
And who was that? I'm sorry.
Oh, Tony Vanucci.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Oh, you know what? I think I need, hold on a second. Mr. Ebbets, I believe we have a required quorum on this case, and Mr. Ebbets, you're not on it. So I'm going to have that withdrawn. Can I have a motion from someone on the quorum, which would be myself, Mr. Osborne, Mr. Stiller, or Mr. Vanucci?
I would offer the same motion that Mr. Ebbets offered.
Well, now I have a question because Mr. Osborne, he's not joined us, has he? Do we even have a quorum to hear this case?
Oh.
Automatically.
Is it going to automatically be continued then for 2 weeks? That's all we can do, right?
You would have to.
I've been on this case before. Let's see here.
Yeah, it would automatically continue to your next meeting, or you can just, maybe we can just wait and see if he joins, because as far as I know, he was going to.
My only concern is I think Mr. Ebbets did hear this case. Are we sure this quorum is correct?
Lisa?
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
I'm looking it up right now.
Okay, hold on a second. Let's just see. Yeah, let's give her a second.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Stiller.
Also, I'm showing case number 11470, and it's related to a previous case, I think, of 11450.
Yeah, but you're in the wrong case.
You're in the wrong case, Mr. Stiller. The case is 11457. That's the next case is the one you've just, the other number.
So I got to scroll down to the next case.
Sorry, Mr. Colon, bear with us.
Oh, no, certainly.
The first case might be the hardest case all day. We'll see how this goes.
Well, but going first does sometimes have advantages, so. Unfortunately, I don't have the whole file here in front of me. I could check that too.
Well, for some reason, I think that you didn't want to go forward with a 4-member panel, but
Well, that would be correct, yes, because then, obviously we then would have to have all 4 votes to overturn the preliminary decision.
Mark Ebbets is included.
Mark is, okay.
The quorum is Banuki, Ebbets, Osborne, Otto, and Stiller.
Okay, so we actually do have a quorum, and Mr. Ebbets, your motion does stand. Do I have a second to Mr. Ebbets' motion?
Anthony Banuki, second.
I have a second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor, who's on the quorum, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued to August 11th without a fee. Thank you, Mr. Colon.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, let's move to the next case, which is docket number 2, case number 11470 with an address of 1601 Prospect Avenue. Is the applicant online? Please raise your hand.
The applicant is Patricia Jensen, and I do not see her online. Zach, can you speak to that? Do you know if she's joining us?
She should be joining us. I don't see her either. I'll try to reach out to her.
This is a request for continuance, correct, Zach?
Yes, it is.
Can we address it without her being present?
That's fine with me.
I believe so.
I think let's just keep moving. If it's a continuance and staff is not opposed to this continuance, are you?
No, staff is supportive of the continuance.
Okay, so Zach, why don't you tell us what this case is, please?
Sure. This is a request for rehearing that's been continued several times. And the applicant has, just a moment, trying to pull up the staff report. They're working with FEMA to transfer a storm shelter to the adjacent KIPP Academy. And they just received approval of the transfer from FEMA, but due to the extension of the KCMO stay-at-home order, the closing date for that transfer has been scheduled for June 15th. And so as a result, the applicant is requesting that this case be continued to the July 14th BZA meeting without fee.
Is there anyone in the audience online that is interested in this case that is not the applicant? Please raise your hand. Joe, are you seeing any hands raised?
I'm not seeing any hands raising.
Okay, having no input from the public on this request, do I have a motion from a board member? And again, we have a required quorum on this case of myself, Mr. Kelleher, Mr. Osborne, Mr. Stiller, or Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a motion to continue this matter to July 14th without fee?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second? Mr. Kelleher or Mr. Stiller?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And the chair votes with the motion that that matter has been continued to July 14th.
Madam Chair, we have a few continuance requests. Would you like to move through those first, given the length of the docket?
And that would be fine. I have those highlighted on my docket, so I can move to those next.
Yeah, the very next one is docket item 5, I believe.
It is. I agree with you. Okay. So let's call docket number 5, case number 139 with an address of 4000 Northeast 100th Street. Is the applicant present? Please raise your hand.
I do not see the applicant in the participants list.
Was he aware that this was going to be a continuance request today?
I believe it's his request. Shu, can you provide us with some background on that? Please. You're muted, Shu.
Yes, this case, the applicant is aware that it will be continued because it has an open violation investigation on this property still, and due to the stay-at-home order, staff cannot close that investigation. Therefore, we're continuing it to June.
Is there anyone in the public that is online that is here of interest on this case?
We did have someone who registered to speak on it named David Dobbins, and I do not see him in the participant list.
Okay.
So I'm thinking he hasn't joined. He registered but hasn't joined, it sounds like.
Okay. And Shu, is there a recommendation that this matter be continued until June 9th? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. There is no quorum on this case, so the board members hear this case would be Mr. Ebbets, Mr. Kelleher, Mr. Stiller, Mr. Banuki. Do I have a motion to continue this matter to June 9th?
So moved.
So moves.
I have a motion from Mr. Banuki. And do I have a second?
Kelleher seconds.
I have a second from Mr. Kelleher. All in favor, please say aye.
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 And chair votes with the motion. This matter's been continued until June 9th. All right, the next continuance I see on the docket is docket 11. Is that correct, Joe?
That's correct.
So let's call docket 11, and that's case number 21 with an address of 4720 Jefferson Street. Is the applicant online? If so, please raise your hand.
Do not see the applicant online. Roxanne Koch is the applicant, but Jamie is the planner and she might be able to provide background.
Okay, Jamie, would you please tell us about this request?
Yes, this is a request for a sign variance. They are requesting continuance because they would like to try to appear in person. However, their companies, Nordstrom and I think Todman, have placed travel restrictions through the end of June due to health concerns. So they'd like to try to make it into an in-person meeting once those are beginning. So they're requesting a continuance to July.
Okay. Is there anyone in the audience who has an interest in this case or this docket number?
Madam Chair, no one has registered to speak on it and there's no one who's raised their hand either.
Okay, thank you. Hearing that, and the request is till July 14th at this point, I believe. Do I have a motion from a board member to continue this until July 14th without fee?
Madam Chair, in case number 21, I move this case be continued to July 14 with no fee.
I have a motion from Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second?
Kelleher seconds.
I have a second from Mr. Kelleher. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The matter has been continued to July 14. The next continuance I see is docket number 14.
That's correct.
Okay, this is docket number 5. Let's call that case. The address is 6700 Elmwood Avenue. Is the applicant present?
It does not appear that the applicant is present, Madam Chair.
And which staff person do we have on this case?
This is Olufu, which we didn't swear in.
Okay,
yet.
Is he still online?
He is, yes.
Okay.
Olufu, can you speak to this?
And I'll swear you in. But there he is.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Okay, Olufu, would you raise your hand and take the oath with me? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Jane, did you get that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Olfu, would you tell us what's the basis for this continuance, please?
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Olafo Agbaji, City Planning and Development. This case is being requested for continuance to allow the applicant to meet with staff and resolve some of the conditions prior to coming to the BZA meeting. There are conditions that relate to road improvement that the applicant would like to meet with staff and resolve. I think road improvement and also our building code issues.
And has that been complicated because of the pandemic?
Yes, and this is also a historic structure, so they are trying to make sure that they can meet the building code and also meet the retain the historic integrity of the property.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone online that is that someone from the public that has an interest in this case and wishes to speak on this continuance request?
Madam Chair, no one has raised their hand.
Thank you, Joe. Hearing that, I would entertain a motion from the board on this continuance request until June 9th. Is that correct, Olfu?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Kelleher so moves.
I have a motion from Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second? Do I have a second?
Second, Madam Chair, Ebbets.
I have a second from Mr. Ebbets. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued to June 9th. The next continuance, I see on the docket is docket number 18. And that would be case number 10 with an address of 503 Berry Road. Is the applicant online with us? Please raise your hand.
Madam Chair, I do not see the applicant online. The planner is Shu Wood.
Shu, can you tell us what the status of this request is, please?
This case is a special use permit. It has went through the City Planning Commission. And the applicant is in argument with some of the conditions after the City Planning Commission has recommended approval with conditions. So they want to work with staff on some of the conditions prior to the Board of Zoning Adjustment hearing. So they request a continuance to June 9th. And staff recommended continuance without fee.
Okay. Is there anyone in the from the public online that's interested in this request for continuance or this case that wishes to speak?
Madam Chair, no one has registered and no one has raised their hand either.
Okay. Hearing that, do I have a motion from a board member to continue this matter without fee to June 9th?
Kelleher so moves.
I have a motion from Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Banuki, second.
I have a second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with this motion. This matter is continued till June 9th. The next continuance on the board's docket is docket number 19, case number 95, with an address of 9615 Grandview Road. Is the applicant online? Please raise your hand.
Madam Chair, someone has raised their hand. They're not listed as the applicant, but they've raised their hand. Would you like me to allow them to speak?
Yeah, let's see. Yes, please. Let's see who it is.
Okay. It's Jennifer Garbos. I'm going to promote her to a panelist so you can see her if she has video.
Okay.
Ms. Garbos, you should be able to speak shortly.
Ms. Garbos, I see a black square, but you're muted. So if you can unmute yourself. Good morning. Are you here on this case?
What's up, Kansas City, Missouri? What's up?
This is Greg Garbos.
Okay. Good morning. Are you interested in this case at 9615 Grandview Road?
We would love to feed our community. Absolutely.
Are you the applicant on this case?
I don't know what that term means, but that's our property. It's our farm.
Okay. Then, so who is Michael Doring and what is his relationship to this case?
There are two individuals who have been trying to help us. Michael Doring is our lawyer.
Okay.
He was the gentleman that met with Joe and company at City Hall in our last meeting together.
Okay.
The other gentleman who's going to be entering this this equation is Tim Dugan of Pronesis Architecture, to try to help us with some of the logistics, I guess.
Okay. And Mr. and Mrs. Garbos, I understand from what I have in front of me today is that this matter needs to be continued. I think your lawyer asked that we continue it till June 9th. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
My first question is, can this just get dropped? And if the answer to that question is no, then I do want to talk about other options.
Okay. Let me do that. Joe, hold on a second. Yeah, I need to pull up the docket sheet on this one because I was thinking it was a continuance. Is this, hold on.
This is an appeal that the applicant filed, so it would be up to, yes, they can dismiss it if they request it.
Okay, so if that's something you want to do, Mr. and Mrs. Garbos, I probably need to swear you in. So let's do that. And if this is something you want to dismiss, then I'll do that after I swear you in.
So can I ask a question first to Joe?
You may.
Joe, is that even an option? If there's any risk of this not going well right now, we need to, both the lawyer and Tim Dugan have offered to help us through this process. So I just want to know if this, we don't know anything, right? So we don't know anything about the process. We're ignorant. If you've read my emails, we're asking for help. We really need help, right? Is there any risk of us getting this more complicated by trying to get this dropped right now?
I think that's hard for me to answer. It's your guys' request to appeal the decision. Typically, when people do that, it's because the purpose of it is because you disagree with the decision staff made. So it's really your call. I can't really provide you with that advice, in my opinion. I don't know what the basis of the appeal is.
Mr. Garbos, Mr. Garbos, let me say this, please. Are you still being represented by Mr. Doring?
Yes.
Okay. Why is he not online with us today?
Both Tim and Michael said that they were going to try to attend this meeting. I can't speak to why they're not on the call right now.
Okay. Is Mr. Doring or Mr. Dugan online? Please raise your hand. Joe, do you see them?
They're not listed as an attendee online and they didn't register.
Okay. Mr. Garbos, I think that since they're still working for you, representing your interest, it probably is in your best interest to continue this matter so that they can attend a meeting with you before you make a decision.
I hear you, and that I understand, and that makes sense. Well, I do want to just say that the community really needs people like us doing good work right now. And this has been a frustrating process, and any kind of help we can get or advice we can get from anybody, from our professionals to anybody, we're all ears, right? It's someone got murdered in my property 2 doors down from our property on Wednesday, and we're talking about whether the vegetables in our neighborhood are an issue. And this has been tough for us. And I just want to take this opportunity to anybody who's willing to listen, that this community really needs people like us and farms like ours. So yes, let's go ahead and do a continuance, and thank you for giving me the chance to say that. This is really near and dear to our hearts and our willingness and ability to try to make our community a better place. So Joe, if you can reach out to me and tell me maybe some advice on how to proceed going forward, maybe you and I can talk offline. I'd sure appreciate it. We don't really know.
You can file your MPD plan that we discussed 9 months ago. Go ahead and file your application. That's what we need you to do.
Okay, so let's again, Mr. Garbos, Ms. Garbos, again, consult with your lawyer and Mr. Dugan. They need to give you advice on what to do here. So let's continue this case so that you have a chance to do that. That being said, do I have a motion from a board member to continue this matter until June 9th?
Fanucchi, so moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Fanucchi. Do I have a second?
Second. And is that without a fee?
Yes, without fee. Yes.
Very good.
And I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued to June 9th. Thank you, folks, and hopefully you'll be able to consult with your attorney and we'll see you in about a month's time, okay?
Thank you, ma'am.
Any help we can get, we'd appreciate.
Stay safe. All right, let's move to the next case. So Joe, I think that's the last continuance I see. I do see.
That's correct.
I do see some dismissals. Do you want to handle?
That's right.
Do you want to handle those first?
Sure.
Okay. The first dismissal I see is docket number 27, case number 55. The address is 8701 Troost Avenue. Is the applicant present?
The applicant is not present. The applicant has requested dismissal.
Okay. Now I see that the applicant is the same. It appears on dockets 27, 28, 29, and 30. These are all
companion cases,
Okay.
special use permits.
Okay, so let's call all of them so that the court reporter has this and we can do one motion for dismissal, correct? Okay, so I am calling dockets 27, 28, 29, and 30. And those are case numbers 55, case number 1, case number 2, and case number 3. Who is the staff member on these cases?
That would be me.
Okay. Is there anyone, before we have to hear from you, Joe, is there anyone in the audience who's listening in with us today that has an interest in these 4 cases that are proposed to be dismissed?
If anyone's interested in this, it's 8701 Troost. Please raise your hand. Madam Chair, no one's raising their hand.
Having heard no other interest, Joe, tell us about this case and why the board should dismiss these cases.
These are 4 companion special use permits, one specific request has been extremely controversial, and the applicant has now requested that they all be dismissed from your docket.
Does the board have any concerns or questions? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to dismiss these 4 items.
Madam Chair, Stiller so moves.
Thank you, Mr. Stiller. I have a motion to dismiss these matters. Do I have a second?
Second from Ebbets.
I have a second from Mr. Ebbets. All in favor of dismissal, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. These matters will be dismissed. Okay. Now I think we need to go back to the beginning then, and I think we stopped at docket number 3. Is that correct, Joe?
That is correct.
Okay. So going back to docket number 3, which is case number 138 with an address of 5841 McGee. Is the applicant present?
Yes, I believe the applicant, bear with me, I'm trying to get to the agenda.
Okay.
We have the applicant listed as Cole Davis and Doc Burns and Renee Hall, and it looks like Cole Davis is online, so I'm going to go ahead and promote him to panelist. Mr. Davis, you should be able to speak.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Davis.
Good morning, everyone.
Would you state your name for the record, please?
Name is George Cole Davis.
Okay. Mr. Davis, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Davis, what is your relationship to this address 5841 McGee Street?
I'm an owner.
Okay. And you wish to proceed to the board to hear this case today, correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay. This case has a required quorum of myself, Mr. Stiller, Mr. Banuki, and Ms. Mixdorf. Okay, and so we have a quorum so we can proceed. Is there anyone in anyone else online who is interested in this case, either to support it or oppose it, please raise your hand. So Mr. Rexwinkle can see.
Yeah, Madam Chair, we've received registration from Dominic Dasta and Emily Miller. I see Dominic online, so I'm going to go ahead and promote him to panelist.
Okay.
Dominic, you should be able to speak soon. There's also someone named Ted Palmer who's raised their hand. I'm going to promote him. So they should, Dominic and Ted, you should both be able to speak and be seen.
And Joe, I do see Emily Miller. I will promote her as well if that's what she's wishing to do.
Yeah, she just hasn't raised her hand, but go ahead. Yeah, thank you, Jamie. So Madam Chair, they should all be on and as panelists if you would like to hear from them.
Okay.
Whenever you'd like to hear from them.
So is Mr. Dasta or
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can. Are you an interested? I'm just trying to figure out who everyone is. Are you an interested neighbor?
Yeah, I'm the person at 5837 McGee, and so is Ted Palmer. Both of us are.
Okay. All right. We'll give you a chance to speak as soon as we hear from the applicant.
Well, we were wanting to request a continuance. We had a meeting with the neighbors the other day. Based on that, we think we need to get legal counsel.
Okay, hold on just a second. And so Dominic and Ted, you live in the house that is adjacent to this home or across the street in some way?
We share the driveway and the garage and that sort of thing.
Okay, fair enough. And Ms. Miller, how are you associated with this case? Can you unmute yourself?
She's a relative of mine.
Hello.
Yes, I'm sorry. She's a relative of who? I'm sorry.
Mine. I'm
Oh, okay. So you're all together. Okay. So Mr. Davis, you're the only person online today for the applicant, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You've heard your neighbor's request for continuance. Are you opposing that?
I would like to oppose that.
Okay. Mr. Dasta, I need to swear you in. I can't see you, but I'm going to ask you to take this oath. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. And the basis for your request for continuance is that you need to obtain legal counsel. And why is that?
When we started talking about this, one of the things about basically, saying, hey, if you guys are going to tear your side down, we didn't expect them to build a 882 square foot garage. So, and what's left over is not what I would call an appropriate garage. So at this point, I feel like it would make sense for me to have legal counsel engage with their legal counsel. When we had the meeting, I didn't, I didn't feel like that was necessary, but now I kind of feel like it's necessary.
Okay. Has this case been continued?
Yes, it has.
How many times?
This is the first continuance of it.
Okay. Was it continued before because of the pandemic, or was it a continuance at your request, Mr. Davis?
It was our request. It was kind of right when everything began, and I believe the board was missing a few members, and per your recommendation, Madam Chair, that we do so.
Okay.
I did want to note something, Teresa. I don't know how this stuff is being promoted out to the general public as far as meeting times and whatnot, but I mean, I just found out Friday that this meeting happening on the 18th. Is there something, like email or something we can sign up for? Is there some way to know this ahead of time, or what's going on there? I think that's why a lot of people aren't on their hearings.
Well, I'll have to defer to Joe on how this is being publicized, but I do believe people are being notified of it if they.
I didn't see anything in the yard. I didn't see any. I mean, this
is a continued case, Madam Chair and Mr. Desta. So a continued case, we don't send new notification of that out. The applicant would have been, or the adjacent property owners would have been made aware by the city prior to the first hearing.
Okay.
Would that include me or Ted or?
If you own property within 300 feet of Mr. Davis's property, yes, you should have received notice.
How, like in the mail, or how does it?
Yes, a public we mail notice for all variance requests to all property owners within 300 feet of the subject property.
Yeah, what I'm getting at is there one sent after the first hearing, or is this that do those?
Yes, we mail it prior to the first hearing, and then if the board continues a case, which they've previously done on this one, we do not mail it again afterwards.
I was not aware of that. Sorry.
Yep.
All right, Mr. Dasta, I'm gonna, the applicant opposes this, but I will let the board make this decision on any continuance because we take continuance requests from all interested parties. So let me ask board members, do you have any questions of Mr. Dasta or Mr. Davis as it relates to this request for continuance? I hear no questions. So then board members Stiller, Banuki, and Mixdorf, I will need a motion to address this request for continuance.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Banuki.
I might have missed it, so I'm sorry if I did. But there's only 4 of us here on this one. Have we told the applicant of that?
Yeah, I mean, that was established at the last hearing.
Okay. Okay, so he's ready to go forward with just 4.
Right, because that was already established when we had it the last time.
Sorry, thank you.
So what I need to understand is if the board members that are on the quorum of this case want to grant a continuance based on the neighbor's request.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Stiller.
I'm struggling with my staff reports. I'm not able to find it, so I don't know the case number.
The case number is 138.
So case number 138, I would move for a continuance to the next hearing for the purpose of ensuring that everyone that wants to have a voice gets to have a voice and review what's happening. It sounds like there's been some confusion on notifications, so that's the essence of my motion.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second to that motion? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, Ms. Baxter.
I think I heard board member Stiller say to the next meeting, and I just want to make sure we're real clear on what we mean by that. So are you referring to the May 26th date that we set aside? Or are you referring to the next regular meeting in June, which would be June 9th? I just want everybody to be clear on the date.
That point of clarification. Yeah, that point of clarification does need, because we do have another special meeting set that date, and we created it in case we can't finish all the cases today, but it is out there if we need it. So
what is the next one?
We were going to, if any case we couldn't hear today, we scheduled 2 hearings, one for today and one for May 26th, which is Tuesday, I believe, of next week. And then our next meeting will be on June 9th after that.
I would offer up June 9th, the next hearing, not a lot of time.
Okay, so your motion, Mr. Stiller, is to continue this matter until June 9th.
Yes.
Do I have a second to that motion?
Second, Mixdorf.
I have a second from Ms. Mixdorf. All in favor on the quorum. Can I hear an aye?
Aye.
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 And chair will vote with this motion, and this matter will be continued until June 9th. Mr. Davis, I understand this is not what you were hoping for today, but we're dealing with a lot of different things. So hopefully we will be able to solve this for you on the 9th of June. Okay?
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the next case I have is docket number 4, case number 103, with an address of 9215 North Kirkwood Avenue. Is the applicant present and online?
Staff just received an email from the applicant stating that they're not able to participate. So they're wondering if they can reschedule for a specific time. So I don't really understand what they meant, but I would say probably move forward to the next case and just see if this applicant can get back on this case today.
Okay, all right, I will hold docket number 4 then.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're gonna then move ahead. The next case that we need to address is docket number 6, case number 3, with an address of 3828 Charlotte Street. Would the applicant please raise their hand if they're online?
Madam Chair, Alex Perry has raised their hand. Shu, is that the applicant?
Yes, he is.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and promote Alex. Alex, momentarily, you should be able to be heard and seen by the board.
Hello, this is Alex Perry.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you.
And I can't see you, but I need to swear you in. Would you please raise your hand and be sworn? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online with us today from the public that has an interest in this case, either in support or opposition? It's a request for variance to the height of a structure. Hearing no other interested parties. Joe, is that correct?
No one else has raised their hand. That's right.
All right. Mr. Perry, there is a report, a staff report that has been created on your case. And I believe staff will have provided you a copy of this, I think, in anticipation of today's hearing. At the end of that document, we have 9 exhibits that are administrative in nature that are connected to your case. Do you have any objection to my admitting those for the board to review today as we take into account what you're asking us to approve?
I'm not sure that I have the exhibits myself, but I don't see any reason not to share them.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Perry. I will admit exhibits 1 through 9. And I think among those is a PowerPoint and a video. So I think, Shu, you're the staff person on this case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And I'll share my screen
Okay.
with you to see the PowerPoint and the video.
If you would share, do your presentation for the board and the applicant and the public, please.
One moment, please. Can you see my shared screen now?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So this case in front of you is a variance located at 3828 Charlotte Street. Here's the general location of the subject site. More specifically, it is located on the northwest corner of Charlotte Street and Campbell Street. It is zone R5 and R5 all the way around. They're all single family uses around. It has a front yard facing Charlotte Street. So here's a view looking northwest from Charlotte Street. The subject site on this screenshot is the house with the grain train. It has some posts, as you can see, located on the south side of the structure. And this is a view looking southeast from Charlotte Street at the neighborhood. So the applicant proposed an accessory structure to be located in the to the southwest of the principal building. It is shown as this picture. It is created for recreational use, and the applicant can explain a little bit more about how they use this structure. And there are more pictures of how the posts and frames has been built. So there are 2 22 code that an accessory structure, the permissible height, the permissible side yard setback for an accessory structure is 1.5 feet. At this case, the applicant is proposing 0.5 foot, So a variance amount of 1 foot is requested. And the second request is for the separation of the accessory structure from the principal building. The minimum separation needs to be 10 feet. The applicant is proposing a half foot from the principal structure. So a variance amount of 9.5 feet is requested. And I know this is not a regular accessory building that we see, so I put some of the definitions for accessory structures here on the slide. A structure that is subject to 88-810-020. An accessory structure is a structure that is subordinate in area, extent, and purpose to the principal use in building on the zoning lot, and that is customarily used in conjunction with permitted accessory use. So this is how we define this is an accessory structure. And I believe there is a pending case at the court for this accessory structure. Therefore, that concludes my presentation. I do have a video showing the surrounding.
Okay, if you could show that to us, please.
And here's a look on Charlotte Street at the subject side and looking north, looking east, looking south, and back to the subject side. And I'm open to questions.
All right, thank you, Shu. Mr. Perry, what is this structure?
Yes, thank you. My daughters are involved in the aerial arts. My company is a theatrical company, and we do a lot of very weird things. And so this structure was put up so that my daughters could basically have a extremely tall swing set. When I started this project, I did not realize I do not specialize in any sort of construction. I do only temporary things for event use and that sort of thing. So I definitely got into a world that I did not understand when I started building something that was not going to be, taken down a week later. I met with Joseph Rexwinkle as well as Sue Wood to talk about what I had done and why it was wrong. And at this point, what we're looking at is a fence that I have built where 3 of the posts are excessively tall so that I can hold up a beam that would hold my aerialist daughters to be able to play on. I did read kind of definitions and regulations for playhouse structures, things built specifically for recreation, but there isn't a lot there. Those rulings were not, necessarily intended for something of this nature.
Mr. Perry, did I understand that there is some sort of lawsuit over this structure?
Yes, I guess lawsuit would be the right terminology. Again, I'm not completely sure. The judge has basically said I built something without getting the proper variance beforehand, and I am guilty for that. The case is delayed for sentencing on what sort of fine I will pay, and partly that will be in relation to the decision here today, whether I'm allowed to keep this thing or whether I have to take it down.
And so just so that I can understand this, how do your daughters use this apparatus to do aerial movements, actions? I don't know how you want to describe them.
Yeah, so aerial silks and lyra are the 2 things that they participate in, and it basically just needs a point that is high up to hang that apparatus from. So aerial silks or aerial lyra, which is a metal circle, would just hang from the middle there. It's about 17 feet across and has plenty of room for them to do their acrobatic acts, whatever that may be, at home as opposed to in a gym or otherwise.
Okay, board members, do you have questions for Mr. Perry?
Mr. Perry, is your neighbor, are they the ones that brought up the concerns over this?
The woman that owned the house before I bought it 8 years ago is who filed the complaint. All of our neighbors are very much on board. I got a letter signed by the neighbor that shares the driveway there that we're looking at in that picture, saying that they were good with it. And I had offered to get letters from other neighbors, but I wasn't sure exactly where that process, how that works. But I've talked to a lot of the neighbors, and it's not our neighbors or the people that live here that have the issue. The lady I bought the house with is not, or from, has not been thrilled with our living in her house, it seems. But we've been there for 8 years.
Who filed the lawsuit against you in circuit court?
The previous owner of the house.
Okay.
And I don't think she filed it. She turned us into the city for construction or something.
Yeah,
to that
Madam
effect.
Chair, there's a permit compliance case on this with the city.
Okay. Thank you, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
All right, any other board members have questions of the applicant?
I have a question for Mr. Perry.
Yes, Mr. Stiller?
Mr. Perry, I see the 3 posts that support, the beams up above that they'll hang from.
Yes.
And so are you saying, there we go. So the post in between, there you'll have like a wood fence or some sort of a fence screening?
Correct. Yeah, our intention was to put up a boxed wood fence, a horizontal slat boxed wood fence with the standard 6-foot height. And there's a gate. The 2 posts closer together next to the house would be where the gate would be.
Okay, I see that. But other than that, there's no other screening or siding, cloth or canvas. It's just an open frame that they'll suspend and do the acrobatics.
Correct. Other than the fence, you were looking at a completed structure.
Okay, thank you.
To staff, is a 6-foot fence allowed at this location on this house?
I'm sorry?
It's for staff, Mr. Perry. I have a question. You said that you intend to put a 6-foot fence at that location. I'm just questioning if you can have a 6-foot fence at that location.
We had taken down a 6-foot fence and I was told that we could, I'm sorry, you asked the staff. My
Right.
apologies.
Right.
We can have a 6-foot tall fence as far as it's not located in the front yard.
Okay, just checking because, that seems to be on the side of the house and not quite at the rear. So I know there's some interpretation issue with that. So,
And there are 2 items I want to add in to this case. A while ago, staff did received a phone call that was a while ago, and it's an anonymous phone call about a neighbor being object for this structure to be visible from the front yard. So their suggestion was if they can move this to the backyard, it would be great. But of course, I'm sure they have their physical limitation to this structure in their rear yard as well. And another thing I want to add is no height has been provided to this structure about the finishing height. I just want to make sure Mr. Perry is aware that an accessory structure like this can now go over 10 feet tall. So those are the 2 items I want to add to this case.
all right. So Mr. Perry, how tall are the tallest members of this structure that we're looking at?
15 feet.
Okay, so it would have to be lowered anyway.
Right.
So if it has to be lowered, Mr. Perry, is it still usable for your daughters?
They would enjoy having something as opposed to nothing, but it is not as useful for the purpose it was built for. I did not realize that the height, even without a roof or a shell, as we look at the definition of accessory structure and versus the definition of a play structure, there isn't an option for the 15-foot height being kept.
I don't believe so under staff's understanding of an application of the code.
Shu, isn't that one of the variances? I see a variance in the staff request in the staff report for height.
I believe so. They did request one before. We were just not provided by exact height of this structure at that time, so we can't define what's the variance if there is one. That's
So
why
they would need a 5-foot height variance because I think Mr. Perry just testified that it's a 10-foot tall or 15-foot tall structure.
correct. So we'll have to rewrite the staff report, and we'll have to add one variance to the existing 2 variance requests.
Okay, Shu, the report I'm looking at has that in it as I go down.
Oh, I'm sorry, because I only have 2 variants on this PowerPoint. Maybe I just missed one.
Yeah, so what I see in the staff report, as I'm going down, that's why I didn't hear this. And so, but as I go down another page, there's the 0.5 foot variance you talked about. There's 10-foot separation, the separation, and then there's the maximum height 10, and then they do ask for 15. So I think it's in your report.
Okay, so I'm sorry for the confusion. Then we'll go with the report. It was just the PowerPoint doesn't include it.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
And there's been a determination that this fence can be 6 foot in height at this location on this property.
Yes,
In the
as far
side
as-
yard?
Yeah,
Sorry,
in the
go ahead.
side yard. Go ahead, Joe, it's fine.
It looks like this structure's in the side yard, Madam Chair, and as long that any portion of the fence in the side yard behind the front of the building can exceed 4 feet in height.
All right. Is there, the board members have any other questions? I think I heard from Mr. Stiller and Ms. Mixdorf. Any other board members have questions of the applicant? Hearing no other questions, is there anyone in the online who wishes to speak in either support or opposition of this case that is not the applicant? Please raise your hand.
Madam Chair, I don't see anyone raising their hand.
Okay. Then if I have no other questions, does the board understand this request? And if so, do I have a motion on this case?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Stiller.
There, I was muting myself over and over. This is case number 6, correct?
This case number, it's docket number 6, case number 3, 3828 Charlotte.
In case number 3, given the most unique nature of this, I would recommend that the board approve the requests consistent with the site plan and staff report.
I have a motion to approve the 3 requests for variance for Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Ebbets. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Opposed, Kelleher.
Okay.
Opposed, Banuki.
Okay. And chair votes in opposition as well. So the request for the request has been denied. Thank you, Mr. Perry.
Is there any other? I'm sorry, I had not anticipated that. What is the next step for me?
Mr. Perry, you'll need to talk offline with Mr. Rexwinkle.
Okay, thank you.
Alex,
for your time
can you send me an email? I think you know my email address.
Yeah, I have your email. I will send that to you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, everyone.
Thank you. Board members, anyone need a brief rest break at this point? Everyone still good, okay to go for a little bit? Okay, let's go then to the next case, which is docket number 7, case number 6 with the address of 1101 Northwest 108th Street. Is the applicant online? Please raise your hand.
Madam Chair, I believe Vincent Walker is with the applicants group. I'm going to go ahead and promote him.
Okay.
Vincent, you should be able to speak and be seen. Are you the applicant for this case?
Mr. Walker, you're still muted. If you can unmute. I can hear you. Oh, nope. Now you're still muted.
How about now?
Now I can hear you. Yes, Mr. Walker. What is your relationship to this case, please?
I'm employed by Summit Homes, and we are needing a variance for a monument in our Holly Farms community.
Okay, Mr. Walker, what is your position with Summit Homes?
Director of Land and Entitlements.
Okay, and do we had I guess we had an affidavit from Tiffany Ford with Clayton Property Group Inc. or Kyle Jones of Summit Homes.
Correct.
Okay.
Kyle is the project manager on the project. Tiffany's one of our administrators here in the office.
Okay. Joe and Sarah, will we need an affidavit from Mr. Walker?
Kyle is here with me as well.
Oh, he is? Okay, that'd be
Yeah.
great. Can Kyle come on so I can swear you both in, and then that would be, and then Mr. Walker, we can take. Thank
Sure.
you. Good
Can you
morning.
see us?
Good, I can. Good morning, gentlemen. It's really nice to have the video, so it's a little easier for me and the court reporter. So gentlemen, would you raise your right hands to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. And would each of you state your name for the record so the court reporter can get that down?
Vincent Walker.
Thank you, sir.
Kyle Jones.
Okay. All right. And give us a second here. Gentlemen, is there anyone else online that are interested in this case, either to support it or oppose it?
Jason Meyer may be online. He's the designer of the monument, but I don't know if he is.
Okay.
We have, sorry, Madam Chair, we do have someone joining by phone with an area code of 913. I'm not sure if that's Jason, but I don't see anyone listed under the name Jason Meyer.
I believe that is him, but I can double check here real quick.
Well, we can he hear us? Yeah, Mr.
Whoever's calling in from a 913 area code, are you Jason Meyer? All I can do, Madam Chair, is unmute them. I can't tell who they are.
Yeah.
I've unmuted them to see if they can tell us. Okay, thank you.
I am not, but thanks for checking.
Okay. This is an interesting process today, folks. Thank you for your patience.
I'm sending him a text real quick.
Okay.
It's not absolutely pertinent that he is. He just was going to participate.
Okay, well, we can sort of get started. If he calls in, staff will watch for him.
Okay.
I'll watch for him.
Okay, all right. So Mr. Walker, Mr. Jones, have you had a chance to review the staff report that was connected with this application?
No.
Okay.
I was not aware that a staff report was out.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the original one that when it was being denied? So
You should have received a report. You should have received a report on Friday or a link to one. Or someone, whoever we have as the applicant would have received it. We have Tiffany Ford is who's listed as our contact with you guys. So Tiffany would have received it.
Well, that's too bad. Yeah, I did not get it.
Mr. Walker, if you go to the Kansas City, Missouri website,
Okay.
anyone else that's listening, you can go to the Kansas City, Missouri website and you can click under departments and it says planning and development. You can click there and then you'll get a screen, and then over to the side, there will be on the left side of the screen, a little thing that says boards and commissions. If you click there, you will be able to go to a link to see all the staff reports for today's hearings.
Okay.
I'm going to give you a second to get there, and anybody else online so you can see your report, because I'm going to ask questions about those reports throughout the hearings today.
And on the Kansas City website, where was it? I'm sorry.
If you go to the front page, there should be a drop down for departments, I believe. Isn't that correct, staff?
Yeah, Madam Chair, the quickest way to get there is kcmo.gov/BZA.
Did you get
And
it?
then on that page, there should be a link to get to the staff reports.
Okay.
And if you go down, it's probably about middle, maybe not quite to the middle of the page.
If you click at the very top, there's a link called Boards and Commissions at the very top, the first sentence.
Yep.
Go to that and then scroll down there, and that's in the middle of that page is where the link is that the Madam Chair is referring to.
Okay.
And it's the Board of Zoning Adjustment final docket with staff reports.
And there's 216 pages and you'll be, down your docket number, your item number 7. So you'll have to go down. It's, I don't know what page this is on, page 31 of the 216 pages.
Okay.
Did you get it?
Yep. Yes.
Okay, all right. So this is the staff report I was asking you about. So this is what has been created. At the end of that staff report, Mr. Walker and Mr. Jones, there is a listing of items that are administrative items that number 1 through 9. Those are administrative exhibits. Any objection to my admitting those so the board members can look at those today and address your case?
No, none.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. And Shu, this is your case, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so would you walk us through your PowerPoint and your video, and then Mr. Walker and Mr. Jones will have questions for you, okay?
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Okay, one moment. All right, you should be able to see my PowerPoint now.
There we go.
Can you see that, Mr. Walker, Mr.
Yes.
Jones? Okay, all right, go ahead, Shu.
So this case in front of you is a variance request for a subdivision entrance sign. It is located at 1101 Northwest 108th Street. The general location is shown on the map here. It is in the Northland. More specifically, it is located on the south side of Northwest Shoal Creek Parkway. And the Northwest Shoal Creek Parkway is a parkway defined in the major street plan. And it is in between the North Platte Purchase Drive to the west and Highway 169 to its east. It is one of the subdivisions that's the newer subdivisions located in the Northland. And this is the view looking south from Shoal Creek Parkway, and you can see the subdivision is under construction. And the monument sign that they propose will be located behind where this trash can is, where this portable potty is. And then here's the view looking north from Shoal Creek Parkway at an established subdivision just on the other side of the street. This is the proposed monument sign. It is more of an ornamental monument sign with a tile in the middle and a brickstone extended wall with signs on both sides. The applicant did provide sufficient landscape around it. And there are a few variances based off the code that they requested. The first one is the height of the residential entrance sign. For residential entrance sign, the maximum height, allowable height is 6 feet. And the proposed height where staff calculate is the entire tower, that's 23 feet. So therefore, a variance amount of 17 feet is requested. And the second variance is for the size of the residential entrance sign. The maximum size for a residential entrance sign is 32 square feet, and the proposed one is 523 square feet. The way staff calculated the size is wherever they could have signs on, so that does include the facade of the tower and all the walls where they could potentially install signs. So the variance amount here is 491 square feet. And I do have a video showing the surroundings. Here's a view looking at the subject site. This is the Holly Street that they're proposing. The monument site will be located on your right hand of that street. and the view looking north slowly on Shoal Creek Parkway of another subdivision, and looking east and back to the subject site. That shall conclude my presentation. I'm open to questions.
Thank you, Shu. Mr. Walker, Mr. Jones, how tall is the fence, just the fence itself? So the fence, not taking into account the tower, how tall is the fence?
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm trying to, so the section that the Holly Farms letters are to the top of what would be the pillar on like the end cap.
Yes.
That's 6'9" Let's see. It's right at 7 foot, and then the sign itself is 6 foot. So we tried to stay in compliance with what would be actually the signage portion of it. The thing that throws it out, obviously, is the tower.
And what is the purpose of the tower?
So if you were to, and first of all, I'd like to say thank you to Shu. She's been a tremendous help in trying to get this moved forward. You know, we've kind of struggled with the development, has streets and curbs in, and we're ready to go. So I just want to say thank you to her because she's helped immensely. If you'll, that upper, that overview on the upper left of our screen, if we, and I don't know, Shu, do you have the PowerPoint that I sent you that you could put up on the screen?
We probably need to mark that as an exhibit, Shu.
I don't believe I have a PowerPoint got from you.
Do you have access to your email?
Yes, I do.
It's in your email box then. I sent it again this morning.
You sent it to me this morning?
Yeah, if it's too late for the hearing, I was just going to pull up something that shows a little bit clearer of the relationship between the monument location and Shoal Creek.
I believe we have a full-size site plan that says part of the package of the staff report, and I can show that, and that is just part of the staff report, and that's not a new exhibit. Will that work?
It can. Is it on? Can you pull it up on the screen?
Yeah, give me one moment.
I can actually pull the PowerPoint up on mine as well. I don't know if I can, if I'm allowed to do that or not.
All right, bear with me one moment.
This PowerPoint shows it so much better. If you have access to your email, the PowerPoint is there, and we kind of highlighted what we thought the discussion would be about today.
Okay.
And I can certainly pull it up on my screen, but I don't know if I can or not.
So Vincent, I don't think I received a PowerPoint from you early this morning. I just don't see that in my email.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I could promote Mr. Walker to a panelist temporarily to allow him to share that if you'd like.
I'm okay with that. We'll just need to mark the entire thing as an exhibit. I will have to admit it. And we will need a copy of it so that it can be a part of the file. So Shu doesn't have it, so someone will have to get a copy of it. So this will be exhibit number 10. Is that correct, Sarah?
Yes.
Okay. So Mr. Walker, this is just a PowerPoint presentation of the sign and the sign, correct? Okay, I'm going to admit that as exhibit number 10. You may share it with the board as soon as Mr. Rexwinkle gives you that power. And then I'll need you to make sure that we get a copy of it in electronic form given to some staff person that they actually can get it so we can keep it as a part of the file.
Okay.
And Mr. Walker, I just promoted you to a co-host. You should be able to share your screen now. It's on the toolbar in the bottom middle. Please email that to me when you're done. Email that to my email address. Maybe it's Shoes might be blocking it.
Okay. Can you all see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay. So again, this addresses some of the height and width that we discussed earlier. Let's see here. So this is the critical part from ours. From our standpoint is the distance that it sets off of North Shoal Creek Parkway. There's a right-of-way that goes through here. So we're prohibited, along with the utility easements, from moving this monument any closer to the parkway. This side over here is a slope up, and there's no room to put any type of monument. So, and then of course this island sits back, and if you see the utility easements that go through here, so that if we were to do a monument in the island, it would sit back here. So we felt to get some visibility for the subdivision. This is a community that will be anywhere from probably 350 to 550,000 in price. And we just needed visibility. And we were afraid that if we put more of a traditional monument and set it back, that we wouldn't get the visibility we needed. So we kind of designed this with the tower to be somewhat eye-catching as you're coming across Shoal Creek Parkway. So that was our main driver for asking for this, because it's just kind of a unique, awkward area. There's just no good spot for a monument, quite honestly, closer to the parkway.
And Mr. Walker, other than trying to get height added to this structure with the tower, does the tower serve any other purpose?
No.
So
No, I mean,
there's no storage in it. There's nothing like that.
No, it's open air, matter of fact. If let me get the one with the whole one on it. This center section here, you just walk through. So it's
okay.
Purely for show.
I see. Okay. All right. Board members, questions for the applicant?
I have a question of staff.
Okay, Mr. Stiller.
Aren't the residential developments required to have a monument sign or some sort of an entrance sign?
They're not required, but yes, they can have a entrance sign. And this is a residential entrance sign for residential subdivisions.
Okay, but not required.
They're not required.
But they're allowed.
Yes, they're allowed.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from board members?
Shu, Mark Ebbets here. Could you go back to your video and let's look across the street from where this proposed development was? I thought I saw a monument sign over there.
There was one, Mr. Ebbets. It was a lower one with the name on it.
Yeah, I can show the video again. So Vincent, if you stop sharing your screen,
sure.
You can go share the video. That monument sign, a lower monument sign that you mentioned, Mr. Ebbets, it's across the street from Shoal Creek. It belongs to another subdivision.
Right.
Hold on one second, guys. I'm struggling with how to unshare here.
You should have a button if you hover over to the top and that says stop sharing.
Oh, okay. Got her.
Thanks.
Sorry.
We're learning as we go, folks.
Well, there's too many of them, the Zooms and the Teams and the, so my bad.
You're fine. Okay. Mr. Ebbets, I believe this is the monument sign you're
Yes.
referred to.
Thank you, Shu.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions from board members? And I don't believe, hearing no other questions. I'm sorry, yes, Mr. Stiller? Yes, Mr. Stiller.
This is Mr. Walker. And I was sure on your PowerPoint, I don't think it showed right of ways or easements on the north side of Shoal Creek there, but are you aware of right of ways or easements on the north side as opposed to what you have on your south side?
No, I'm not aware of anything over there. We've not put any effort or done any surveying or construction work on that side. We've got about, to the edge of that sign, it's about 73 feet is how far back it'll have to set.
73 feet. Okay. All right, thank you.
Shu, do we know how far this other monument sign that's on the screen, how far back that is from the road?
I believe we don't know exactly how far it is from the road, but based off my rough measuring, I'm using my parcel viewer tool. So the other monument sign, I believe, again, this is just my rough measuring. I believe it is probably less than 30 feet from the right of way, from Shoal Creek Parkway. That's just a rough measuring again.
Right. Okay. I guess my general concern is I understand wanting to set this further back from the road and making it something eye-catching, but it is extremely large. I know you're set back from the road, but I didn't know if there's maybe other options to do something, keep the length that you have, but reduce the height to still kind of get you that entry feature. I'm just worried that we're going to start getting really large kind of subdivision entry monument signs throughout the city.
So Mr. Walker, Mr. Jones, I had the same concern of Ms. Mixdorf. And I appreciate that you cut a hole in the tower so it's not as imposing, it's not as solid. But the height of the fence is pretty tall, and the height of the monument sign across the street does not seem to be that tall in height. So
I think one of the things that is a challenge is that the video doesn't do a good job or doesn't serve the purpose of showing the sight lines. So if you're coming, I guess it would be from the east to the west on Shoal Creek, there's actually a hill somewhat on the east side. And so, yeah, it would be just, if you can you go to the left on your video?
Yeah, it's certainly.
Vincent?
Yes.
Jason Meyer here. I'm the landscape architect. I apologize that I'm late to the meeting.
That's okay. It was our fault. We gave you a wrong time.
Okay. Well, can I make a few comments after I was able to listen for about 5 minutes?
Okay, Jason,
A little bit more.
Jason, this is
Yes, ma'am.
this is Teresa Otto, the chair. I need to swear you in if you wish to speak. So do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And Mr. Meyer, could you spell your name first and last for the court reporter since we can't see you on the screen?
Sure, it's
Oh,
Jason.
actually, now we can see you. I apologize.
Okay, good.
Okay, but spell it again for her.
Jason, Jasonmeier.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Go ahead.
Yeah, the one thing that is really difficult, and I'm sure that maybe Vincent already talked about this, is the underground utilities. And so the way the road swings, it actually has a curve to it. And so that sign that we're talking about on the north side of the road does not have those utilities between the road and that monument sign. That's why they were able to put it up close. And if we were able to get closer to the road with our monument sign, then we wouldn't need the height for visibility. And so that's honestly the only reason we're really looking at having these issues, is because of the realignment of the road that runs in front of our development. The right of way is just extremely wide, and those utilities just push it way back off the road. And so I'm sure that was already discussed. I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood that that's the reason why it's set back so far.
So as Shu is sharing her screen, she's showing us the location now where the sign would generally be, correct?
That is correct, yes. And there is a little bit of dirt in there that's just kind of sitting there in that picture. And really the elevation is part of the concern. It drops a little bit, and there's a little bit of a hill in between the road and our monument sign. But really it's because if you're driving along the road and you look at the monument to the north side of the road, it's actually going to feel like it's larger in the perspective of the user, versus if you're driving along the road and looking on the south side, it's that far off the road. If you were to actually look at it with your eye, and it's hard to tell from just looking at this. So we're not trying to go extremely large. We're certainly not making the letters any larger. And the style of the architecture in the community is also that farmhouse style. So that's why the style of the monument has that farmhouse style tower look to it. So, I mean, it really is a really good looking monument, I think, for that area. And I understand that you don't want this to be setting a precedent for other monuments throughout the city. But I think we've got some pretty significant extenuating circumstances here that normally we'd be 30 feet off the road, but we're 70 some feet off the road because of all these underground utilities. I don't think that other developments, I've worked on a lot of developments throughout the metro, and I have never had this many utilities that we've had to work with that put us so far away from the road. So that's all I kind of wanted to quickly say.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Meyer. All right, board members, other questions?
Yes.
Mr. Meyer, I had one more question. You had briefly mentioned the height of the lettering. Has that been explored, instead of having a tall tower, just increasing the text size to make it more visible from the road?
Well, to be quite honest with you, we were trying to comply with all of the city's requirements for the monument sign. And I didn't believe that this tower element in the very beginning was actually a part of the monument sign. So we thought we were doing what we would be able to do and not have to come before you all. But we could certainly look at increasing the size of the sign and the letters. I mean, that would certainly be very helpful for us.
One thing that I would want to point out is that, around this monument, it's going to be pretty heavily vegetated. And so these, where it seems you've got this masonry wall, will certainly be softened once the vegetation's in as well. And so my point, and Jason, thank you for jumping in and making those comments. The one thing that I wanted to point out was, when Shu was doing that video, if you're driving from the east to the west, there's an embankment on the east side of the entrance. And so that was kind of one of the, and that will be a main access point into the subdivision from the highway. And that was one of the reasons we did want to get a little bit of vertical elevation in order to be able to, draw somebody's attention back that way. Now, coming from the west to the east, it's fairly open. And so, but it was predominantly because of the way the grades are on the east side of the entrance. So I just wanted to finish that thought and add that for you all.
Couldn't the vegetation serve as the height for this fence to draw attention to it? You're putting vegetation behind it. Isn't those trees, which are going to have height in combination of this fence, going to provide you that visual aspect that you need without this tower?
Teresa, I was just actually going to talk about that. The trees that are going behind the monument are definitely going to be much higher than the actual monument over time.
Right.
The thing is, we're marketing new homes right now, and that's the difficult part, is that those trees that we plant, it's going to be years before they actually get their mature height. And so that, and I want to make sure everybody understands that it is not a fence. It's actually a stone or an actual monument. Are we understanding that it's not a wood fence? It's actually
we understand that. We understand that, Jason.
Okay.
My concern is this. I mean, again, I'm one board member, but once we start adding features to these monument signs, we open the door. I've been on this board since 1996, and so I'm very hesitant to change something. And I understand your marketing question, but that's not a basis for us to give you a variance.
But isn't this a specific, I mean, and I do appreciate the fact that you don't want to set precedents, but isn't that the point of when you have a specific set of situations that there can be variances to this? And so, we wouldn't be asking, matter of fact, and Shu can attest to this, we submitted, or we looked at putting a sign, we redesigned it and put it in the middle island until we realized the utility easements that would even shove it back there. And so, this is a significant expense for us. So our goal would be to come in with something a little more modest as well, but we really don't feel we can accomplish that given just the situation of this specific subdivision. Like Jason mentioned, the right-of-way setback and the utility easements and the way it curves. So I'm certainly sensitive to where you all go with these boards, because we do this, we work in a lot of municipalities as well. But to me, that's the whole point of when it is a specific, unique situation, that there can be some considerations given. And I didn't mean to interrupt you at all. I'm sorry if I did. That wasn't my intent. So
it's okay. This is a difficult vehicle to handle these in, so it's fine. I'm not offended by your comment.
Mr. Meyer, Mr. Walker, Mark Ebbets here. My concern is the height. And as Teresa said and Ms. Mixdorf said, I'm just one board member, but this height of the building or the sign is really bothering me. And not the height of the stone wall, not the letters on the stone wall, sir. And I don't know whether if we gave you till our next meeting, which is like June, or our next in-person meeting, which should be around June 9th, whether that might give you some time to come back to us with a different proposal.
Vincent, I know you might want to be able to.
And sir, I'm sorry, one more time. As it stands today, Mr. Walker, Mr. Meyer, I'm just, I'm not sure I could, in good conscience, approve it, because then everyone else would want one just like yours. Thank you.
Let me ask you this question. So if the height of the tower is the major concern, so right now we're sitting at 23 feet, which is a little less or close to what a two-story home, if you can visualize that, that's kind of the elevation you're dealing with. So what is that height if we wanted to stick with this design of having, what height would you all be comfortable with? And I know that's kind of a challenging question a little bit, but I mean, if we were to take, if we could, and we, you know, we'd have to do some design work. If we could take 5 feet off of it, well, I mean, what is that number that would lessen the discomfort?
I'm one board member. I'm not sure 5 feet will do that for me. I mean, I'm not convinced that you need the tower at all. So I'm just one board member.
Okay.
Madam Chair, this is Mike Kelleher.
Yes, Mr. Kelleher.
This proposal is going to need a substantial reduction before I can consider it.
And I think, you know, I don't want to poll the board, Mr. Walker, because that's inappropriate for me to do. But I think you've heard from 4 board members today with concerns. So, I mean, we can vote on this today. And I don't think, I'm not a mind reader, but I've heard enough to know that it's probably not something you want to have voted on today, perhaps. A continuance probably is in your best interest to try to redesign this.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I had a couple of questions.
Yes, Mr. Stiller.
When you just described that you had explored placing the monument sign in the island, and I didn't notice if it would be directly on top of any utilities, but did you go through the process of engaging the utility companies to see whether they would grant permission to have that monument sign in their easement?
No, we didn't. Typically, that's not something that they consider ever. You know, then all it takes is one mishap on the utility and they're tearing an entire monument out.
Yeah, there's risk involved. And then a quick question for Shu.
We did explore the idea of Kansas City allowing us to put the sign in the right of way. And they said no to that, or the staff did.
Okay.
So.
Thank you for that. And Shu, I wanted a question. If the monument sign doesn't make contact with the tower, then what happens?
So if the monument sign does not make contact with tower, it's just the sign itself, then we'll just review itself as its own, you know, monument sign. And the tower will be as part of project plan that's being approved or under review with other landscape or amenities that's required by the platting or the master plan.
And
Thank you.
Tom's real. I'd like to jump in on that. The tower structure itself, because it's attached to the sign, is all considered by code part of the sign. So if they were to detach the tower from it, like she was saying, it would just be like an accessory building that may need a variance for height, even if it were a separate accessory structure as well.
Okay, all right, thank you. And I had one other one. Well, it's escaping me at the moment. I might come back.
Okay. I want to move this forward, guys, because we've got a lot to do here today, and I'm trying to catch us up since we've been unable to take cases for 2 months, and I would like construction in the city to keep moving forward so we can come out of this pandemic and be successful. So,
so can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
If you vote and it gets not approved,
yes,
then versus asking to continue it, what's
the difference? If we continue this, Mr. Walker, it would save you a new application fee, which I would think you would want to save the cost of that. So it would be in your financial interest to let us continue this at least until our June meeting to give you some time. We have another meeting on the 26th, but understanding people's time, you might want a little more time to consider the redesign than that.
Okay.
So that's why I would suggest you consider our continuance versus us voting on it, because if it gets denied, then you've got to start all over again.
Okay.
I don't think your client really wants you to spend extra money than necessary.
Mr. Walker, Mr.
Sure.
Meyer, you might, other people before you will come back to us with 2 or 3 proposals. So we can look at 2 or 3 different ideas that you may have that would be not only comforting for you and your clients, but also for us.
Okay.
One last thing I'd like to offer, and I don't want to keep moving along, but I don't think as concerned as some of my co-board members with the height, given the distance, but that's difficult to visualize. It might be nice to have a little 3-dimensional representation of what that would look like from the street, so we get a better sense of the proportion.
Okay.
So gentlemen, I'll give you the choice. We can continue this until the 26th or the 9th of the 26th of May or June 9th. Or we can hear it today.
So there is one on the 26th of May, I'm sorry.
We've scheduled that as a hearing date. And we're willing to accommodate that since we've been unable to hear cases for 2 months.
Do we have to decide if we continue just 1 or 2?
You need to decide today which date you want.
Let's just continue it to the 9th.
Okay, all right. Do I have a motion from a board member to continue this item until June 9th?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Ebbets. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued to June 9th. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll
Thank you.
look forward to seeing you on the 9th. Okay.
All right. We appreciate it.
Okay, so did we ever hear from the applicant on docket number 4? Did Brittany, is it Moose, ever join us?
Madam Chair, I sent an email to them to inquire, and I just got an email from her. Bear with me.
Okay. Before we move away, if we can resolve this case, I'd like to
Okay.
get them done. It helps the court reporter and I stay on task.
Okay. So she just has a bunch of questions for me. So I think it's going to take a little bit of
Okay.
back and forth between me and her before I know whether she can join today.
We're going to continue to hold it then and we'll keep moving forward. All right. I think then the next case I have is docket item number 8. It is case number 13. The address is 3232 Carnes. Is the applicant online? If so, please raise your hand so Mr. Repswinkle can find you.
We have someone named Chris Coors online. Is that the applicant, Jamie?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to promote, Chris, I'm going to promote you to a panelist. You should be able to be seen and heard. Please go ahead and speak so we can see if your video pops up.
Mr. Coors, I see not your video and you're also muted.
Okay,
I can now hear you. Do you have video? Oh, there you are. We see.
there we go.
Good morning, Mr. Coors.
Good morning.
Could you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else online that's here today that's interested in this request for a variance? Is anyone else raising their hand? Mr. Rexwinkle.
Madam Chair, no one else is raising their hand.
Okay. Mr. Coors, am I pronouncing your name correct?
You are, yes, thank you.
Okay. Have you had a chance to find that staff report that you might have heard me describe earlier to other applicants online today? And if so, have you had a chance to review it?
I actually have not, ma'am. I apologize.
Okay. Well, as a part of that report that the staff has prepared, there are some items that are connected to your case. There are 11 exhibits. Some of those are our development code, our rules, our qualifications, your application, the published notice, the mailed notice. The staff report is one of those, and then photographs and PowerPoints of the location. Do you have any objection to my admitting those items for the board to consider today?
No, not at all.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 11 will be admitted. And Jamie, is this your case? Yes. Would you discuss this case and show us the PowerPoint or photos, whatever you have?
Absolutely. I was not provided video, so I do have PowerPoint and some aerial imagery pulled from our online mapping system that I will share. I'm going to go ahead and start sharing my screen, so bear with me for just a moment. Apologize, it's not cooperating. Here we go. All right, so the case we have before you is a variance to the accessory building separation requirement. And the property is at 3232 Carnes Boulevard. So essentially it's just south of downtown, kind of on the west side, a little bit right here, just north of the corner of Carnes and 33rd Street. So you can see a little bit, I have a more detailed photo, but you can see there is an existing accessory structure. To the best of my knowledge, that is planned to be removed, and they're building a new structure. We do have a requirement for 10 feet separation between any structures on a single lot. The applicant is proposing 5 feet, so it is a 50% variance amount for the new accessory structure. Here's a kind of a closer photo of that, and then the details, as you can see, this is the kind of a drawing that was provided. The accessory structure is planned for the kind of the south side of the backyard there. Here are the plans. It is a double loaded two-car garage to replace, to my knowledge, the existing garage. I believe that is the extent of the images I was provided. I'd be happy to take any questions or allow Mr. Kors to speak on behalf, excuse me, of this project.
Okay, so Mr. Kors, again, I'm Teresa Otto here, and you're moving the location of the garage from where there's currently a garage on the property?
Well, let me touch base on that. There is no longer currently a garage on the property because that garage burnt down a year ago, last May 13th, I believe. So even though the aerial photos kind of show that, there is actually an existing concrete slab still there, but there's no structure on it. So yeah, so this whole thing kind of started out, you know, as his garage burning down last year, and he wanted to replace the garage, but he wanted to relocate it. The owner did.
Okay.
And I wanted to touch base too, and I may not have portrayed that very well. I think there was some other images that I might have sent in, some photographs that I had uploaded to the Compass KC site.
Jamie, did you get those?
I don't recall. I believe that the only plans I received were these. I would have to check that, but to my knowledge, these were the ones that were uploaded with the application.
Okay.
Just these
and that may be, and I apologize for kind of being a little ill prepared. I should have made sure I emailed those in prior to this meeting, but I got a late notice on this meeting as well. But the where this building is going to be, or where we want to put the new structure in relation to the existing house or the existing structure, the 5 feet distance, the only thing that where the 5 foot measurement would come into play is to a raised or a second floor structural column that holds up a second floor porch, sun porch, if you will. The actual house structure is going to be more than 12 feet from this proposed new garage location. But the thing, like I said, the item that is closest to that is just a column that holds up a second story porch that's 14 feet above grade. I don't know if any of that can come into play in this request or not, but I just wanted to kind of bring that up.
Do you have with you, Mr. Kors, a photograph of the back of the house that you could email to Jamie?
I do. I could actually do that now.
That would maybe be helpful, because I think so the board could understand that separation issue. If you have that, I can mark that as an exhibit.
Yes.
Absolutely. Go ahead and send that to me. I'm going to stop sharing. I'll access my email and then try to get that pulled back up.
Okay, perfect. Let me, give me just a second and I'll get to that here. Let's see.
This is why photographs and videotape are very significant to us.
You betcha. Okay, let's see here.
Is there anything I could do to help, Madam Chair?
I don't know. I mean, I just like to, I think because of the uniqueness of this, I think it would be good for the board to be able to see this photograph.
Okay. He's not going to be able to share his screen unless I make him a co-host, so I'm not sure if that's where we're headed, but
Well, I mean, if,
you guys know.
if the photograph gets to Jamie, can't she share it with us?
She could, yes.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. That might, I'd still prefer that because then she has a copy of it. Then we have an exhibit.
Okay, the photograph has been emailed.
Okay, let me check on that just 1 moment.
Yes, ma'am.
And after this case, we're going to take a brief break.
Okay, I have received the photo and saved it. So let me go ahead and share my screen once more.
Thank you, Jamie.
There we are.
I'm going to admit this as Exhibit 12. Is that correct, Sarah?
Yes, yes, thank you.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I see. So there's, okay, because I was having a hard time understanding what you meant by the pillar, so.
Right. So to explain this photo here, and I apologize, I should have marked it up a little bit so it's kind of more clear in relation to where the new structure wants to be. We would basically be standing about in the center where we want to put the new 2-car garage, kind of staring over at that, second floor column there. So you can see the satellite dish there, which is going to be removed. It's no longer being used. And obviously Evergy is going to have to be involved in this project because the main power line kind of runs down about where the roof of our garage is going to be, and that'll have to be raised up on the current structure as well. But you can kind of see that column and that second floor porch there that I was talking about.
Okay. And where the garage was that burnt down, that's just going to become yard space.
He's actually going to use that for kind of a patio since there's a concrete slab there. He was just going to utilize that to put some patio furniture on.
Okay.
And then to kind of put a little more perspective on it, where we want to place the new structure, where you see the car parked there, that would be right in front of basically one of the overhead doors where it would just drive straight into the garage from where it's pointing right now.
Okay. All right. Board members, do you have questions from Mr. Coors? Okay. Is there anyone in the audience who's interested in this case, either to support or oppose it, that would like to speak on this case? Please raise your hand. Joe, are you seeing anyone?
Madam Chair, no one has raised their hand.
Okay. Hearing no questions from the board, then I would entertain a motion on this case.
Madam Chair, in case number 13, Mark Ebbett stalking, I'd like to ask the board to approve the plan in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion from Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second?
Second from Mr. Banuki.
I have a second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request is granted. Thank you, Mr. Coors. To members of the public and applicants still waiting, we will take a brief break. We'll be back in about 3 to 5 minutes. So please stay online or call back in 5 minutes, in at least 3 to 5 minutes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Coors.
For those on the line, while the board is taking a quick break, I want to share with you what's remaining on the docket because I know some people jumped on and off. So just so you're aware, the board has continued docket item 1, docket item 2, docket item 5, docket item 11, docket item 14, docket item 18, and docket item 19. They have dismissed docket items 27, 28, 29, and 30. So in all of those cases, they will not be discussed today. They've either been continued or dismissed. So if you're on the line for one of those cases, just a heads up, they will not be discussed today. When the board returns from their break, they will be taking up docket item number, bear with me, docket item number 9. I do believe that the applicants for docket item number 4 initially had dropped off the call, but they appear to have rejoined. We will ask that the board take up docket item 4 immediately after 9, or perhaps prior to docket item 9 when they return. That will be the chair's call. Thank you. Mr. Personette, did you raise your hand? You're muted.
Yes, I did.
Go ahead.
I've been communicating with Ms. Wood via email. I had to go to the hospital to get a COVID test. My son is at another hospital. Twins were just prematurely born, but I'm back now. So if there's any way I could be added back on after the break, I would certainly appreciate it.
Yes, and I received your emails. It sounds like you have a lot going on. We will ask the chair to consider, due to a medical emergency, if she will move your case up on the agenda.
I would certainly appreciate it. I'll just hold on then. So I understand there. I just caught the last part of that. You're going on break right now?
The board just took a short break, a 3 to 5 minute break. They should be back in a couple minutes. And then whenever they're back, there's a couple cases. There's a case, docket item 4, which was temporarily held by the board because the applicant was not on the call.
Sure.
That applicant appears to have rejoined. And then there's your case, which is later on the agenda, but we're going to see, given your circumstances, if the chair, it'll be up to her to decide which case to take up first, whether it's them or you, or the next case on the docket, whichever the case.
As long as I get taken up today and not pushed off a month, that's all I'm looking for.
Well, we'll do what we can to, it's very possible this meeting will last all day, so we'll do what we can to hear your case sooner.
That'd be great. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'll just hold tight.
All right. Madam Chair, I know we're waiting on more board members, but while you all were on break, I do want to bring you up to speed with a couple issues with the docket.
Go ahead.
There is an applicant for docket item, let's see here. Docket item 4, which the applicant, when we called the case, the applicant was not available. They had dropped from the call.
Right.
They have rejoined and appear to be available now.
Okay.
Docket item, the applicant for docket item number 20 is on the line, and they've got a number of different medical emergencies that have arisen today. They can be available to take up the case right away. They would prefer that, but if you would prefer to wait till you get to 20, that's your call. I told them we would let you know.
Okay.
And I believe that is it for now.
Okay. Because of
So
this,
then,
because of this unique situation, I'm willing to take 20 first, and then I'd like to move back to 4, and then we'll go back to the order.
okay. So the applicants for docket item 9, you're the next case in the order. That means we're going to hear docket item 20 first, then 4, then we're going to move on to docket item 9, just so you're clear.
Do we have everyone back from the board? I believe I do. Okay. Do we have all the staff back and we have the court reporter back?
Madam Chair, yes, you do have the staff on.
Okay.
now.
All right. So let's go back then. Let's call docket number 20, case number 7, with an address of 101 North Gladstone Boulevard. Is the applicant present? And if so, please identify yourself by your name.
I am present. My name is Ken Personette with Capstone Homes.
Okay, Mr. Personette, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Let me see, just one second. Bear with me. Mr. Parsonet, have you reviewed the staff report that's connected with your application?
Yes, I have.
Okay, I'm trying to get to the last page of it. Sorry. I skipped ahead here myself and I'm just trying to get to it now. Does anyone know what page that's on?
It's page 4 of the 3rd set of dockets.
Okay, I have the total one. It's one document. I'll find it. Give me just 1 minute. I'm almost there. I'm to 18 now. Okay.
It should be page 4. Oh, page 3, I'm sorry.
I don't think so. It's going to be in the hundreds for me.
Oh.
She's looking at the full packet.
Yeah, I've got it. Okay, I've got it. So Mr. Parsonet, on the staff report at the very end, there's listed eight items that are administrative exhibits. They're beneath Ms. Wood's signature. Any objection to those being admitted for the board to consider today?
None.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 8 will be admitted. Is there anyone online who is interested in this case, either to support it or oppose it? Please raise your hand so Mr. Rexwickel can identify if there's anyone else we need to hear from after we hear from the applicant.
Madam Chair, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, all right. Shu, you have this case. Why don't you present it to us and then we'll have questions for the applicant.
Right. There will not be videos, but I'm going to share my PowerPoint with you here in a second. So this case in front of you is a variance request located at 101 North Gladstone Boulevard. Here's the general location of the subject site. More specifically, it is located at the northeast corner of North Gladstone Boulevard and St. John Avenue. The North Gladstone Boulevard is a boulevard, is identified as a boulevard, and the subject site is highlighted in this yellow box. And currently it is on R7.5 and has R7.5 abutting north and south of this property, and R1.5 to the west of the property. Currently it is undeveloped. I believe there was a house there before and it was demolished. It does have a driveway access with a curb cut from North Gladstone Boulevard. So here's the view looking north from St. John Avenue at the subject site. This is another view looking east from Gladstone Boulevard at the subject site. And this is the existing curb cut from North Gladstone Boulevard. Here's the site plan provided by the applicant. They propose to build a single family house with attached garage. It will be a 2-car garage, therefore the garage will be located to the north side of the subject site with a setback of 5 foot to the north property line. The applicant does propose a 15-foot setback from the St. John Avenue, which complies with the street yard setback requirements. The front yard setback from North Gladstone Boulevard will be 20 feet and the rear yard setback will be 25 feet. Here's the floor plan layout for the property. And there are some elevations. The first one is the front elevation. This is the elevation, the west elevation that you will see from North Gladstone Boulevard. As I mentioned, they proposed a two-car attached garage. And the bottom one is, I believe that is the rear yard, I think it's the rear elevation. And then there are 2 more elevations of this house. So there are 2 variances needed for this proposed plan. The first one is the side yard setback. That's the north side yard setback that I mentioned earlier for the attached garage. The minimum required setback is 7.5 feet. The proposed setback will be 5 feet. So a variance amount of 2.5 feet is requested here. And the second variance is the front yard setback. The minimum required front yard setback is 25 feet, and the applicant is proposing a 20-foot setback, so a variance of 5 feet is requested here. There is no video showing this subject site. I'll get back to the picture of the surrounding, and I'm open to questions if there is any.
Thank you, Shu. Mr. Personette.
Yes.
Why can you not build this house within the setbacks?
This is a small lot. We've found a house that is also very small, but because it's on a corner lot, it presents some challenges with slope. The adjacent apartment is no more than 20 feet off the street, so we're proposing that the house would match it as far as the setback, which would provide some uniformity. The 2-car garage, we feel, is in today's world, a new home like this valued at close to, it's going to be pushing 300,000. With only a 1-car garage, it's just not a tenable situation. There wouldn't be a resale for it, so that would hurt us. So the front yard setback, we're requesting that so we have uniformity with the apartments and provide us a little bit more backyard. The side yard setback, that 2.5 feet variance, is so that we can accommodate a 2-car garage, which we feel is essential.
And have you discussed this with the neighbors that will be adjacent to the property, to the apartment complex or the single-family home to the rear?
I personally have not. I cannot speak for my son, who is the property owner, and he's not available. We just had my wife and I are over the moon here. We're grandparents, two twins, prematurely born. So that's why he's not able to attend today.
Well, good luck to them on that.
Thank you.
I am on here if you need anything from me.
Oh, Kenny, there you go.
Yeah, we're actually in the room right now, but I figured I'd be on here. No, I have not spoken to the apartments or to the house behind.
I need to swear you in then.
Oh, yes.
That's right. So can you state your name, please?
Kenneth Personette.
Okay, so one of you is a senior and one of you is a junior then, because I think you have the same name.
He's a different middle name, but yes.
Okay. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So you have talked with your neighbors, and do they have any objections to what you're proposing?
Oh, no, I have not spoken with either the apartment or the neighbors behind.
Okay. Board members, do you understand this request? Have any questions? Hearing no questions, I would entertain a motion on this case.
Chairman Otto, it looks like I'm the one today.
Okay.
In case number, excuse me, just for a moment, sorry.
It's case number 7.
7, yes. In case number 7, I propose to the board that they accept this proposal with variations, with variances according with the staff report and site plans.
I have a motion from Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second?
A second from Mr. Banuki.
I have a second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request is granted. Good luck with the babies and good luck with the new house.
Thank you so very much. We appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Bye. All right, let's move back to docket number 4. That is, let me get back on my page. Hold on a second.
Randy, what page is that? You're a page person. Okay, then it's page number 12.
Yep, 12, I'm there, okay. So let's go to docket number 4, case number 103 with an address of 9215 North Kirkwood Avenue. Is the applicant online?
Yes.
I see them, yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please both state your names for the record one at a time, please?
Brittany Muth.
Thank you, Ms. Muth.
Patrick Muth.
Thank you, Mr. Muth. Would you please both raise your right hands to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
We do.
We do.
Thank you. Is there anyone online who is either in support or opposition to this case? If so, raise your hand so Mr. Rexwinkle can identify you.
Madam Chair, no one has raised their hand.
Thank you. Folks, have you reviewed the staff report connected to your application? Have you seen a written report created by the staff?
No.
Yes, okay.
Okay. It's a document that sort of outlines your application. As a part of that report, there are 9 items that are called administrative exhibits. Again, those are like the rules, the code, our qualifications of our members, the notice, and then your application, and then a video and a PowerPoint of the location. Do you have any objection to my admitting those 9 items for the board to consider this morning?
No.
Okay. Exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted, and
Madam Chair,
yes.
sorry to interrupt. I'm just looking at the list and I noticed that chapter 27, which is the fence code, is not listed.
Okay.
So I suggest that we add exhibit 10, chapter 27 of the Code of Ordinances.
Okay. I will add and admit exhibit 10 as described by Attorney Baxter.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Shu, this is your case, I believe. Why don't you present and then we'll have questions for the applicant.
Correct. All right, you should be able to see a shared PowerPoint. This case in front of you is a special exception for a fence located in a front and street side yard. Here's the general location of the subject site. More specifically, it is located on the northeast corner of North Kirkwood Avenue and northwest Old Tiffany Spring Road. The property is zone R6 and it's a single family. The corner lot has a front Avenue northwest Old Tiffany Spring Road. On the other side of the northwest Old Tiffany Spring Road is an elementary school, zone AGR, which is agriculture residential. And the properties around this subject side, they're all single family uses. Here's the view looking north from northwest of Old Tiffany Spring Road at the subject site. And this is another view looking north from North Kirkwood Avenue at the neighborhood. And this is a site plan provided by the applicant for listing out the location of the fence. So the fence will be wrapped around the entire property with a height of 6 feet. The maximum allowable height for the street side yard and front yard is 4 feet, and therefore a special exception amount of 2 feet is requested. There is a video showing the subject site. This is a view looking east at subject site, looking slowly toward the south of the elementary school, and then looking west on the other side of Kirkwood Avenue and back to the subject site. That shall conclude my presentation.
So the fence that we see in this photograph is what's being asked to be approved. So it's already been constructed?
I believe so.
Okay. And is the fence that we see in the photograph considered the front yard?
Correct.
Okay.
I believe so.
Okay.
So the fence is set back, I believe, about 16 or 17 feet from the front line of the home.
It should have been on the what Shu showed earlier. So Ms. Wood did.
Yeah, I
16
apologize
feet.
for my terrible drawing, guys. So we had the fence set back 16 feet. We did hire a licensed contractor. We did get approval from our HOA prior to building the fence. He approved the height and style and layout of the fencing, and told us that a 6-foot fence was required for our neighborhood. Unfortunately, we were unable to send Shu the letter of recommendation for our fence from our HOA president, AJ Johnson. We do have it here in front of us.
Let me see if I can pull it up.
Can you scan it and email it to us?
We do have a scanned copy. I can
email it to you, or I can also do a share screen for now, but I can also email it to you as well.
We will, if we're gonna, is it notarized?
It is hand signed by the president.
Did you witness him sign it?
Yes, he brought it over to our home and signed it in front of us.
Okay. We need a copy of it, so it needs to be emailed to. So either email it to Shu or email it to Joe Rexwinkle, or both.
Okay.
Okay, you want me to do that real quick?
Yep.
All right. You have Shu's email. Can I grab your? Just borrow this real quick.
Yep.
It should be over in just a matter of minutes.
Thank you.
He's leaving to go to his office.
Yep.
We're in a doctor's office right now, so.
Okay.
And
I'm going to go ahead and send the veterinary notice as well.
okay. He's also going to attach a veterinarian notice from our vet. We didn't originally submit these because we didn't know to ask, and we just happened to be talking to our HOA leader and our vet this last week, and they offered to give us recommendation for our fence because of our need.
And what's the basis for you needing a 6-foot fence at this location?
We have 3 dogs, and we are up against a main fence, a main road for the fencing. We have 2 that are husky, and they have a very high jump ability, I guess. And they're able to actually look over a height of 4 feet. So they would be able to climb out very easily. Even with a 6-foot fence, it can be difficult. We've been lucky that they haven't figured out how to climb a 6-foot fence, and we've taken precautions with the style of fencing on the inside so that they cannot climb it. But Bear, and this is per our vet, Bear standing is 54 inches tall, and Ellie standing, which is our husky mix, is 52 inches tall. And the other dog that we have is not a concern as far as jumping.
So let me ask staff, because this is a corner lot, correct?
Correct.
What, and not you, I'm sorry, talking to staff. I have a question for them. So So as I understand the way this house is laid out, are you saying what we see as the side yard is in fact the front yard because it's the longest side of the house?
Shu, maybe you could show an aerial. Do you have an aerial map? I have one up I could share that might help answer that
Yes,
question.
I do. I'm getting it. One moment.
Because I guess I always, when I look at these, where does the fence start at the side of the house to be considered the front and the side? So.
So the front yard is where the area is abutting the north Kirkwood Avenue over here. And the street side yard is where it's abutting the Old Tiffany Spring Road along here.
Okay,
So
I
yeah,
thought
Chairman Ordo, you're right. They do have a longer street side yard over here.
right. So I guess my question is I thought on the earlier case, I just want to make sure we're being consistent and understanding this, that if the fence attaches to the side of the house, it's allowed to be 6 foot. So why in this situation, if this is the side yard along Old Tiffany Springs Road, is the 6 foot not allowed?
Because it's the street side yard. So front and street side yard,
Okay.
they can only allow 4 foot.
Okay. All right. I guess in the other one. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm following now. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Board members, do you have questions about this request? And did we get the signed HOA requiring the 6 foot in height?
I did just send it to Miss Wood, and I also sent a letter recommending a fence taller than 48 inches for our pets from our vet. So they were sent separate emails to Miss Wood just a minute ago.
I have not received the email yet.
Okay. It's coming from my copy machine. It may not be the fastest. Our internet has been kind of troublesome down here today. So hopefully it comes through here in a minute.
And while we're waiting, I do just want to say, previous to actually building the fence, not only did we get HOA approval, we also verified with our real estate agent prior to moving here from St. Louis that we could build a 6 foot fence on that lot because it was so important to us. And then we also hired a licensed contractor and specifically told him that we wanted a fence that encompassed as much yard as possible without violating any codes. He was unaware of the 6 foot height restriction, and here we are.
I did receive the HOA letter and the vet recommendation, and I'm going to share them.
Thank you.
In a second.
Let's mark those. Sarah, what numbers are we on?
11 and 12, I believe.
Yes, that's correct. 11 and 12.
Okay, so 11 will be which letter? Let's make it okay, that's fine. The Berry Road Animal Hospital will be exhibit 11. And exhibit 12 will be
the HOA.
The HOA. Thank you, Shu.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, board members, any questions after seeing those exhibits? Hearing no.
You go. Oh, never mind.
No, go ahead, Go ahead, Tony.
I wanted to. This is the letter I wanted to see. So.
Okay, just a second. Okay. All right. Any questions for the applicants? And Joe, there was no other interested parties online in this case, is that correct?
That's correct. No one else has raised their hand.
Okay. I would then entertain a motion on this case.
Madam Chair, this is Mr. Banuki. This fence case, but there's a lot of unique features here to this that make this case unique in my mind. So I would like to move that the board grant the applicant's request in case number 103 in accordance with the site plan and the staff report.
I have a motion from Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request is granted. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
All right, now I think that puts us back to docket number 9.
That's correct.
Okay. Just get to that section in my reports and we'll keep going.
It should be page 48 of the PDF.
Thank you. I love help today.
Well, they have bookmarks on them too.
Oh, they do? Yeah, I didn't do that. Sorry. I had different copies and it's just easier to pull it up because I'm starting to see it better online. So, okay. Let's move to docket number 9, case number 18. The address is 4215 Scarrett Avenue. Is the applicant online?
The applicant is online. They just haven't raised their hand yet, so let me find them. It's Linda Morial. I hope I pronounced that right. Linda, I'm promoting you to a panelist. You should be able to be seen and heard at this time. Go ahead.
Ms. Morial, you're muted. If you could turn your microphone on, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. And
Okay, I was going to send some documents last night, but I saw you had a 5-day rule, but I noticed some emailing had been done.
If you have something, email it now to Ms. Hickey or Mr. Rexwinkle, and then we'll get to that in your part of the presentation.
I did. I emailed it to Ms. Hickey.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I'm being somewhat flexible today because I'm trying to accommodate everyone. I believe you should have a right to put your case on since this is a quasi judicial or a quasi legal situation. So,
thank you.
Good morning. Could you first of all, could you state your name for the record?
Linda Morelli.
Ms. Morelli, could you raise your right hand to be sworn?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Is there anyone online who's either in support or opposition to this request for variance? Please raise your hand.
Madam Chair, no one is raising their hand.
Thank you. Ms. Morelli, have you had a chance to review the staff report that was found online, prepared as it relates to your application?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If you will look on the final page of that report, it's page number 48 or page 3 of that report. There's a list of administrative exhibits that number 1 through 11. Do you have any objection to those items being admitted for the board to consider this morning?
No.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 11 will be admitted. Jamie, if you would make your presentation, then we can listen to Ms. Morelli and we can see what else she's provided you, okay?
Yes, absolutely. I will go ahead and share my screen. Give me just one moment. All right. So this is, again, BZA case 20, that should say 2020, I apologize, that's a typo. 2020-18, it's a variance to the minimum side yard setback required for a swimming pool. The property is located in the northeast section of the city. You can see that it's right just kind of east of the intersection of Jackson Avenue and Scarrett Avenue. The area is predominantly narrow lot, single family residences, which I think contributes to kind of the space constraints the applicant is facing for their swimming pool. We do have a required minimum setback from side and rear property lines for any swimming pool. That minimum is 10 feet. The applicant is proposing 8 feet on each side, so 8 feet on each side property line, which would be a variance of 2 feet on each side for a total of, I apologize, I was clearly tired when I wrote this, a total of 4 feet, not 8 feet, and it is a 20% variance amount. You can see the hand drawing here, and I did see that the emails came through with the photo, so I'll pull those up in just a minute. I think those will help inform this maybe a little bit more. This is the hands site plan that was provided. You can see that they're proposing an 8 feet setback on either side of the swimming pool. And here is a more detailed close-up aerial photo of the property as it currently stands.
And Jamie, if you're going to show us photographs that have been provided by the applicant, we'll need to mark those as an exhibit.
Yes.
So I think those will be exhibit, is it 12?
I believe 12.
Yes, that's right, 12.
Okay, exhibit, is it multiple photographs, Jamie?
I believe it is, yes. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. I just saw the email, so give me one moment to get those pulled up.
Sure. While she's doing that, Sarah, let's just make all the photographs exhibit 12. I think that'll be just as easy. Is that okay?
Sure, that's fine. Yep.
Okay. So Madam Court Reporter, what will be admitted is exhibit 12 are the photographs.
Okay, I'm going to begin sharing my screen once more. And correct me if I'm wrong, I'm seeing 2 photographs that were emailed. This is the first. And that is the second.
And Ms. Morelli, these are to show what the locking of the fence.
Yes, and I do have a complete fence enclosure. I just wanted you to know that it is going to be secured. The pool will be in a secured area. I also sent a PDF file from my orthopedic surgeon. Did you get that?
Let me check. One moment. Yes, I'm getting it pulled up now.
And Jamie, just for clarification, the variance again is what's proposed is just a 2-foot variance on either side for a total of 4 feet. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure I've got this right.
Yeah, I apologize. My PowerPoint, that's what happens when you work after your toddler goes to sleep.
Ms. Morelli, while she's trying to find that, why is it that, do you have a health issue that you want to share with us? That is
I do. I had both of my knees replaced last year. And so I don't have any muscle in my leg where the surgeon cut through there. And he has recommended that for endurance, I do water therapy. And so I've had a real difficult time being able to do that because the only place, I mean, I got a membership at the Y, but they close early and I work long hours. And so I haven't been able to do it. So we decided to get a pool in the backyard so I could do my physical therapy. And my daughter also has lipedema. So it would also be helpful for her to be able to do physical therapy.
Okay,
back in the pool with me.
I'm going to admit this letter from Dr. Key as Exhibit 13. All right. Have you talked with your neighbors about this pool, and has anyone voiced a concern to you?
I have talked to several of my neighbors about it and none of them have been concerned. I talked to the neighbors on both sides of me and they're not concerned. And I talked to neighbors across the street and the neighbors directly behind me and neighbors up the street, and no one is concerned.
And Ms. Morley, what are the dimensions of the proposed pool?
18-foot round.
Oh, it's a round pool. Okay, so could you have installed a rectangular pool and not needed the variance?
I might have been able to, but the pool company that I went to Above and Beyond, they won't install the rectangular pools anymore. They say that they're too difficult to install, that their pool installer, they won't even install them there.
Is this an above ground pool?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. All right, board members, questions for the applicant? And Joe, there's no other interested parties online?
Madam Chair, I don't see anyone who has raised their hand on this.
Okay. Then hearing no other comments, I would entertain a motion on this case.
Madam Chair, this is Kelleher. I would move the application be granted in accordance with staff report and site plan. Case number is 1-8.
I have a motion from Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request is granted. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Thank you. All right. Joe, let's take one more case and then I think we should maybe take a lunch break for everyone. And then we'll come back and finish up after that. So let's take docket number 10.
Okay, and Madam Chair, there's one other case, docket item 20, that the docket, I'm sorry, not 20, it is it's the Southridge Church case. Docket item 25.
5.
It says approval on the docket, but actually this is a special use permit that has not passed out of CPC yet, so you have to continue it today. So I would just suggest taking that up as well before we take lunch break.
Okay, we'll do that. Let's take number 10 first and then we'll do that second, okay?
Mhm.
All right, let's move to docket number 10, case number 19. The address is 7115 Summit Avenue. Is the applicant online? If so, please raise your hand so that you can be added.
Madam Chair, someone named Matthew Rich has raised their hand and I've promoted him to panelist. He should be able to speak now. Mr. Rich?
Yes, hello, I'm here.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Rich.
Hello, good morning.
Could you state your name for the record?
Matthew Rich.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online today that would either support or oppose this request for a variance?
Madam Chair, I don't see anyone who's raised their hand.
Okay. Mr. Rich, have you had a chance to review the staff report that has been created or drafted as it relates to your request by the city staff?
I have seen the documentations that have been sent back and forth.
Okay. On that report, there is a list of items that number 1 through 11. Those are items connected with your case. Do you have any objection to my admitting those for the board members to review today?
I do not.
Okay.
I'm not exactly sure which number, what you're referring to 1 through 11 on.
Okay, so on the staff report, on page 3 of the staff report, right above Ms. Hickey's signature, there's a list of administrative exhibits that number 1 through 11. It's the zoning and development code. It's our rules and regulations for the board. It's your application that you filled out. It's the published notice. It's the staff report that has been created, and then photographs and a PowerPoint showing this location.
Okay.
Any objection?
No.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 11 will be admitted. Jamie, when you're ready, why don't you make the presentation, and then we'll have questions for Mr. Rich.
Jamie, you might be muted.
Yep. All right. Trying to mitigate any dog noise in the background. We have before you, again, with the 2010, I apologize. BZA case 2020-00019. It is a variance to the maximum height of a detached garage structure at 7115 Summit Street. Is located toward the southwestern portion of our city, kind of right at 71st Terrace and Summit Street. It is a single family neighborhood. What is being proposed is in addition to a garage that would exceed our maximum height for a detached garage structure. The maximum allowed is 16 feet. What is being proposed is a total height of 21 feet. So it's a variance amount of about 5 feet. Here you can see the plans for this detached garage, and you can see the design of the garage with this sloping roof is primarily what really causes the deviation from what is permitted. So I apologize. And that there were other photos that I can pull up that the applicant provided. One is of a different property as an example. I did include just the plans. I thought it was the most illustrative. I'd be happy to take any questions or allow Mr. Rich to speak on behalf of his project.
All right, thank you, Jamie. Mr. Rich, is this a proposed 2-car garage?
It is, yes.
Okay, and I see the photograph that Jamie is talking about. And that appears to be a 1-car garage.
Yes, it's the height is what we're referring to as that exhibit. It's the height and the dormers. The dormers on my garage are what's in question and what raises the roof height.
Right.
So I've actually, after I noticed the property over on Washington Street, which is right around the corner, 2 blocks over from me, I also noticed one three doors down from my house that also is a 2-story garage. And then I also noticed one at 72nd in between Summit or 73rd in between Summit and I think Madison, somewhere in between there. There was another 2-story garage, and I actually called the builder on that one, and they do have storage space above that garage as well, and it is a 2-car garage. So they do have them in my neighborhood. They have been approved. I'm asking for this just because of the space that I have in my backyard. For me to be able to have a workspace above the garage would be really beneficial for me.
And what would you use this workspace for?
I do home renovations, so I have a lot of equipment, tools, machines, and it would be an additional workspace as I would use my garage for parking my vehicle. I have 3 small children. I'm currently parking on the street now, and I have a Toyota 4Runner, which is a little bit oversized vehicle. So I also have a motorcycle, and that's why I've put plans together for a 2-car garage.
And access to the space to the 2nd story would be accomplished how?
There's a staircase. If you review those plans, you see the staircase leading upstairs. see the roof is sloped as there is a usable space on portion of it. And that's where the dormers came into place. And that's where the roof height got a little bit over what you guys have in your statutes. And my my architect that I've been working with on this plan, he actually submitted a statement that he assisted me with. Have you guys reviewed his statement that was associated with this?
I have not seen a statement from your
Okay. I can read it out loud. He is saying that KCMO IB 122 does not forbid dormers on garages, and neither does it state that the top plate of a dormer is to be used in the roof calculation. If it did, it would disqualify any dormer from being placed on a new garage. So that was what he was stating should allow my variance. He said that city planning reviewer Victoria Smith approved a similar garage at 7222 Washington Street on October 10th with the same roof slope and dormer. There is no record on Compass KC of any zoning variance being required or any plan review commenting that that was unacceptable. It's just a summary of what I've already said and the usage for the space was.
Jamie and Joe, do you agree with the statement that a similar garage was approved without BZA approval?
I don't know the overall height of that structure. I don't think, and Joe, feel free to jump in with other thoughts, but the addition of dormers does not inherently indicate that it will be over our maximum height. And so I think that is where the issue is coming into play here. We're not looking for a variance from the building code. It's from the height and the planning and zoning and development code. So I haven't reviewed that case, but just because something has dormers and has a similar slope does not inherently indicate that they would have required a variance for the height.
So I'm looking at, I think the address quoted was 7221 Washington. Is that correct? The other house?
Washington.
I'm sorry?
7222 Washington Street.
Oh, okay.
I believe you spoke with Steve Moore, my architect. Do you recall speaking with him, Rex? I'm sorry, Mr. Mr.
It's fine. People call me that all the time. It doesn't offend me. I don't recall. It's possible. I do see a permit for that address for a detached accessory building. As far as any details about it, I'd have to dig into that. I could try to do that during this hearing, but it's going to take a few minutes.
Mr. Rich, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Mark Ebbets here. Have you talked to your neighbors either on Jefferson Street who backs up to you or to your neighbors on either side if they have any?
I have. Actually, my neighbors to the left have been in process with a variance themselves. And so we've had a lot of discussions about it. My neighbors all want me to do something with my backyard. And so I've been patiently awaiting this permit approval in hopes to clean up my backyard, as it's just been a dirt patch since I moved in September. So yeah, my neighbors to my left are very supportive of it. I've spoken with them several times. They can't wait for me to do something with my backyard. The neighbors behind me have a garage already in their backyard, a smaller one. And then 3 doors down from me, they also have a 2-story garage.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, I can see on the 7222 Washington that the permit was issued and the zoning review was approved by Victoria Smith. She's, just for clarity, she is staff, but not a planner in our office. It doesn't tell me, when someone issues approval, it doesn't tell you what they looked at and what they didn't. So I can't tell you why that's considered by the applicant to be similar to this building, but got approval. What I can tell you is that the definition of building height is relative to the property it's on. Because it has to do with, and it also has to do with the pitch of both sides of the roof, which this one's a little bit different. So that could be why that building got approved and this one did not get approved from a zoning review perspective.
Okay. Do we have a concern that the applicant is going to be operating his business out of the upper level of this structure?
I was starting to look into that regarding home occupations. The ordinance does state that any storage related to a home-based business must be entirely within the dwelling unit. It doesn't talk about accessory structures and how they can be used, at least related to storage. It doesn't.
Excuse me. Excuse me, I'm sorry. It's not exactly going to be all for business purposes. I don't actually have a basement in this house either, nor an attic space in this house for any storage.
I understand all of that, but the ordinance, that's why I asked for clarification.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, my point is that if you use that space to run a business, I don't think that's allowed in any.
Oh, it wouldn't be used to run a business. I have a home office inside my home.
Yeah, but you said it was a workshop to run your business, to do stuff for your business. That was your prior testimony.
To do woodworking and store machinery like saws, equipment for doing jobs.
Well, I have some concern that that space is going to be related to operation of a business based on your testimony.
I have no reason to operate a business out of my second story, my garage. It's not going to have cooling. I have storage units around town that I'm paying monthly for that I'm trying to eliminate also. I would never operate a business out of there with no AC or anything in there. I mean, I have a nice house here that I have 2 office spaces in. I have a desk in my living space downstairs, and I have one also upstairs. So there would be no need for me to run business practices out of there, more so than to have additional storage at my house.
Does Joe, does the storage of business equipment in that space violate the ordinance?
I'm going to share my screen so that Mr. Rich can also see this. Can you see the zoning ordinance?
Yeah, I can see your screen.
Okay. It just says that the home occupation and all related activities, including storage, must be conducted completely within the dwelling unit.
Right, that's my concern. So even storing your tools in that space that you use for your business would be disallowed.
So I'm not allowed to have a home workshop because I do home renovations as an occupation.
No.
Because I have job sites and crews that do my work. I just happen to keep stuff that I own here at my house. I mean, I have general contractors that do my projects, that do my work. I do real estate investments. So me personally, my guys are doing all my work. So they're not going to be over at my house working where my family is and my children.
Mr. Rich, I think the intent of the ordinance is to allow you to have an accessory building as you're wanting to build, but to use it only for household related things for your personal use, not your business use. I think that's what the ordinance is trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, it was a combined use kind of thing. I mean, I have like a power washer and, you know, like a table saw and some other stuff that I use here at the house that are additionally used for business and work purposes. But I'm no contractor. I'm not a carpenter. The main use is going to be for my household purposes. I just happen to have equipment for work that I can't store in the garage as well.
Madam Chair, question?
Yes, Mr. Stiller.
Kind of general, how do we distinguish between an individual that works for a company, but brings his tools home and sets them in a detached garage until he deploys them again versus the person that owns the business? and has the same tools.
Yeah, I think that the difference is if he's testified that he has a home office, that he runs his business from his home. That's the difference. If you work for somebody and you bring your tools home, you're not typically storing them there. You see, that's a temporary thing. It's not permanent if you're taking them to and from every day. So,
I mean, as far as a home office goes, I mean, this is my home office. 2 computer screens, a desk, my daughter's crayons. I mean, that's my home office. And if you can see, my backyard really needs some attention. I don't have any storage space. And I do have an additional desk and office upstairs in one of my spare bedrooms. I'm just trying to maximize my area as though I don't have as much of a backyard as you typically would. You know, I moved here. I moved from South Olathe, where I had a three-car garage. Actually, my house is pending sale for June 2nd right now. So I have a whole 3-car garage of stuff that I need to put somewhere.
What, Mr. Rich?
Yes.
Would you want the detached garage if you knew that you couldn't use it in any way, shape, manner, or form for anything that relates to the operation of your business?
Absolutely. 1,000%. I'm parking on the street and I have 3 little children. I have a 9-year-old, a 7-year-old, and a 2-year-old. I'm parking on the street right now. So absolutely, I would have a garage no matter what, if it didn't have space above it either. I'm just trying to maximize the space that I'm given with my backyard, because it is a smaller backyard.
So under oath, you would commit that no business uses would take place in that detached garage, only inside the house?
Absolutely. I will attest to that under oath. I have, like I said, I have a family and I have kids here. I don't plan to be doing business here at my house. I keep my job and my job sites. So I renovate homes and I hold rental properties as a profession. And I don't bring my contractors to my house. So I don't bring my work to my house. I keep that all private. I have a lot of my stuff going to a PO box even. So business purposes wouldn't be conducted out of that garage. I can assure you of that.
Okay.
Other questions from board members? And Joe, there were no other hands raised on this case, right?
That's correct.
All right. Hearing nothing further, I would entertain a motion on this case.
Madam Chair,
yes, Mr. Stiller,
in case number, let me see if I can find it.
19.
Case number 19. Given the testimony we've heard and what we understand about the project, I would move that the board accept or grant the variances consistent with staff report and site plan.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Ebbets. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes nay. I believe it passes 4-1. All right. Thank you, Mr. Rich.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate your leniency on this issue. Thank you very much.
All right, let's go to that case that needs to be continued and then we'll take a lunch break. I think that's case number 25. Joe, is that right? Let's call case number 25.
That's right.
I'm sorry, docket number 25, case number 48. The address is 101 Red Bridge Road, South Point Church. Is the applicant online or is staff going to present this continuance?
Staff will present the continuance. The applicant, I believe, is not online. This case is a special use permit. It was continued by the City Planning Commission to June the 2nd. So therefore, the applicant and staff recommend continuance to June 9th meeting.
Okay, is there anyone online in the public interested in this case before we continue it?
Madam Chair, no one is raising their hand.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to continue this case until June 9th?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second from
I have a-
Keller.
I have a second from Mr. Kelleher. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued to June 9th. Okay, so it is now about almost 18 after 12. Can we resume hearing cases at 1 o'clock? Does that give everyone plenty of time to have a lunch break and come back? Okay,
Yes.
all right.
That works.
We'll resume at 1 o'clock. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Are we live yet?
We're always live.
No audio, Teresa.
Oh, I'm not muted.
I'm able to hear you.
Yeah, so.
I can hear you.
Yeah, so, no, so Tom, we're always live. Everything's being recorded. The public meeting, and we have to be open to the public.
Audio, anybody?
I can hear you, Tom.
I can hear you.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm winning the battle with my technology sort of step by step here. But my video's off, but here's a thing to start my video.
Oh, there you are. We see you. You're back with Ghost Town.
Okay.
I'm getting a message that says video is stopped because the host has stopped it.
Joe, did you stop it?
Yes, I did stop everyone's video, but you should be able to turn it back on. I've given everyone permission to turn it back on.
Mine won't turn back on either.
Jane, that was Jane, I think.
Yeah, this is Jane. You don't need to see me. I can hear you, so it's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, there you are. Yeah, it just takes a minute, I think. It's coming back. I think Joe had it off until he came back.
As long as I can hear, that's all I need.
Okay. I thought it might be easier if you could sometimes see the yellow around the person.
It does help.
I was trying to get Lisa to email me a single link for all of the staff reports. I got the multi-link and they jump around. I got like from case 3 to case 17 to case 9.
You can't just go to the website and pull up the whole 216 pages. That's what I did.
Well, maybe that's what I need to do then. Let me work on that. And where was it you were finding that? Joe, you had that.
Casey, Joe has the address.
Yeah, let me go there and show you.
Casey,
you can share your screen. Yeah, you can share your screen, and that way, if applicants and people of interest from the public can't find those either, then we could share that with them.
It is, you can actually just go to kcmo.gov/BZA, so ignore this really long one.
BZA. Oh.
And then at the very top, boards and commissions.
Yep.
And right here are all the links for BZA, including the docket with staff report.
Final docket with staff report. Got it.
Yes.
It's easy when you know what you're doing. Oh,
Well, we also had an issue with this particular docket. It just due to this, I don't know exactly why. I'm assuming it's partly due to the length of the agenda. We could not get things bound into one whole PDF, which is why Lisa emailed you separate links.
Understood. This should do it though. I can scroll down here now and find that. And I still have the report with just the dockets, the summations. That's helpful. Okay. Thank you, Joe.
Tom, we're gonna start on page 56 of that large 216 page document. That's where we are. Docket number 12.
56. Oh, yeah.
And Joe, before we get started, any other special requests before we just take up where we left off?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
It seems to be working pretty well. You know, in a manner of
Did
speaking.
anyone ever check with Rick Osborne to see what happened with him today?
I don't have any of his.
I'm not sure if Lisa has heard anything from him or not.
Okay.
Or Nicole. Or Lisa or Nicole, can either of you jump in and let us know if you've heard anything?
I heard anything.
Okay, thanks, Nicole.
You're welcome.
All right, is everybody back?
Case.
Okay, Joe, are we ready to get started?
I think we're ready.
Okay. All right, let's go back on the docket. Back on the record, excuse me. We're going to start up with docket number 12, case number 28. The the street address is 240 East Linwood Boulevard. If the applicant is present, please raise your hand so Joe can identify you and allow you in.
Looks like the applicant is Lance Scott, and I've just promoted him. Lance, you should be able to speak.
Okay, I'm in.
Yep, we can hear you, Lance. I can't see you, but I can hear you.
I will start the video. Yeah.
Oh, there you are. Yes, now I see you. Lance, could you state your full name for the record, please?
Lance Scott.
Okay, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online today that either supports or opposes this request for variances?
Looks like there's one person who's raised their hand named Ryan Miller.
Okay.
Can promote them briefly.
Okay.
Ryan, you should be able to speak and be seen.
Good afternoon, Mr. Miller. Are you here in support or opposition of this variance request?
Well, I guess I don't know just yet. The
Okay.
property butts up to the back of my house.
Okay, fair enough. Why don't I go ahead and just swear you in, because then we'll have that taken care of. Can you
Sure.
state your full name for the record, sir?
My name is Ryan Miller.
Okay, would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. All right. If you'll mute your microphone for now, we'll get back to you once we get through the whole presentation of the claim. All right. Mr. Scott, have you reviewed the staff report that was published online for your application?
I have.
Okay. If you will turn or go to page 5 of that report, right above Mr. Huey's signature, there are 9 administrative exhibits. Any objection to my admitting those for the board to consider this afternoon?
No.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. And Christopher, whenever you're ready.
Let me share my screen here real quick. Okay, good afternoon, Commission. Christopher Huey, Staff Planner, City Planning Development, Kansas City, Missouri. Before us, we have a variance case for 3 related variances to a retail building at properties addresses 212 through 240 East Linwood Boulevard. Property is located pretty centrally to the heart of the city. Specifically, it's located at the northwest corner of McGee and East Linwood Boulevard. To give you some context, the large building to the south and east is the Costco building. This is a street view of the site. As you can see, it's existing 1-story commercial building on the corner, and then the remainder of the adjacent properties, which will be combined into a singular property with this project, are currently undeveloped. This is the proposed site plan of the property. It's a just shy of 6,000 square foot single-story retail building with parking along the north and to the west of the building. The driveway on the south does align with the existing driveway for Home Depot and Costco. So variance A is a request for a variance to the Parkway and Boulevard standards. The maximum frontage for a vehicular use area or a parking area for any property fronting onto a boulevard is a maximum of 30%. The applicant is proposing a total of 51% of frontage coverage by a vehicular use area, or a total increase of 21%. Here's kind of a highlighted of the proposed site plan and proposed landscaping plan. This kind of helps kind of designate the amount we're kind of talking about, basically ranging from the western edge of the driveway to the western edge of the facade of the proposed building. Variance B is also a variance request to the Parkway and Boulevard standards. The Boulevard standards dictate that any facade facing a boulevard must maintain a minimum of 50% facade transparency, meaning complete see-through glass. The applicant is proposing a maximum of 32%. These are the proposed building elevations for the proposed site. The next slide focuses on those that will be facing Linwood, which is the facade in question. In the top left is the floor plan, so you can get a layout of the facility. In the top right are two facades. Both of these are for facing Linwood. The top image is what the facade will actually look like. The southern image is more of a specific calculation of the fully transparent windows, meaning that you can see where the floor line stops and the ceiling line stops. But using the rendering kind of towards the bottom left, you can see they are adding a curtain wall to show glass, even though they're not completely transparent. And then lastly, variance C is a request to the street side yard variance for a commercial property when adjacent to a residential property. Normally, commercial buildings in the zoning district are not required to maintain any form of street side yard or street setback. But since this property abuts a residential property to the north, it would be required to maintain the same street side yard setback as that zoning district, which in this case would be 15 feet. The applicant is proposing a street side yard setback of 6 feet or a variance amount of 9 feet in total reduction in the street side yard setback. Starting with kind of the aerial image in the bottom right, you can see where the red lines denote the zoning districts. The far eastern edge of the property is where the setback is in question. So where the existing commercial building aligns relatively to the house to the north. And then the proposed setback to along McGee Street, you can see there's a 6-foot street side yard setback here. And then that residential property is up here. With that, I do have a short video the applicant provided of a 360 spin of the property. I'll need to stop sharing and reshare for that video 1 second. So this is looking due north at the property. And the existing commercial building on the property as well. Looking approximately due east. Due south. And then due west. And with that, we'll conclude my presentation, turn over to the applicant or to the board with any questions.
Okay, thank you, Christopher. So just so that I'm clear, so the existing commercial building on the end of the property is going to be demolished, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And parking would be primarily sort of behind and to the side of this building?
Correct as well.
Okay. Mr. Scott, what type of retail use is proposed for this structure?
It's a dispensary,
For what?
medical marijuana.
Okay. I was curious if that green emblem meant that. So what are the hours of operation of this location?
I do not know that, unfortunately. I don't know. I don't think Jordan is on, the owner. But that's whatever's regulated by the state. So they already have full approvals from the state for this location.
And in terms of the video, the houses, and I'm assuming that's where Mr. Miller resides. He said he lives to the rear of this property, so I'm assuming he'll let us know that when we let him speak. But the houses to the, what I think would be the north, they seem to be set up a little bit, meaning that they're higher than these properties to some degree. But there seems to be quite a bit of slope. So is there going to be some grade changes to the existing topography that we see?
We have retaining walls proposed along that north property line.
Okay.
Actually, the building that's existing there now is essentially acting as a retaining wall to the north property as well.
Okay. But are you going to be excavating some of the property, that portion of that property that is on the western half? I mean, the western half of that property seems to be of a higher grade. So you're leveling that out and lowering it all? Is that what you're doing?
Yes.
Okay. I'm trying to understand what you're doing.
Right. So it drops about, I don't remember exactly, maybe 15 feet across the site.
Okay.
So
So
we'll
you're not,
be digging out work to tie to the road on Linwood, and then we slope down pretty good to match up at McGee.
that's what I was wondering. In other words, you're not bringing fill in or anything like that to bring it up. You're lowering it. Okay. And how many parking spaces is being proposed for this site?
I believe there's around 40.
And why can't you provide more transparency?
Well, the transparency is essentially, so we actually provide 60% transparency of the area that we can have full transparency. So on the bottom, we actually have extended footing, so you couldn't put full transparency on the bottom, and then there's the roof portion on the top, which is the same situation. So that line that is on the that elevation, the rendering, if you will. So the line actually above it is actually not full transparency, which doesn't meet the Park and Boulevard standards. So the portion that we can have windows where we meet the 60%, but we really can't on that top part and we can't on the bottom part. Does that make sense?
I think so. Does the board understand that?
So you're basically proposing spandrel glazing along that top?
Yes.
That was my main question on the transparency. What was below the floor line and what was above the ceiling line?
Right. So below the floor line, then it's just the masonry. And then there's also with some security concerns. We don't want people to be able to drive into the window. So we have that up a little bit, but then, yeah, I think we're doing the best we can to meet the intent of the standard, but we just can't physically meet the standard because we don't even have, with the facade, we could not even meet 60%, even if we made every inch of it glass.
Mr. Scott, Mark Ebbets here. Is the glass fully transparent or is it shaded?
It's partially shaded is my understanding, but it is transparent. Yeah. So the light area would be transparent, probably lightly shaded. And then of course the top is not, it's just the faux glass.
Okay. And then, I'm sorry, go ahead. Any other questions?
Yes. Is it, Mr. Scott, is it not uncommon to tint glass that faces due south?
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, and so that's why it'll be tinted. But you'll be able to see through it. It just will be tinted. It won't be. Yeah.
And you're not planning this, and you're not planning to place any signage on those windows, correct?
Correct.
I had a question regarding the parking. you've got 40 parking spaces. How many are required?
Chris, maybe you can help me with that, but is it four per thousand in this?
I believe it is 4 per thousand. Without looking at the code,
24.
Roughly 24 would be correct.
And what about, just because we have residents to the back, and I know we've got some setback issues, what about lighting in the parking lot? What's proposed?
We'll have lighting that meets the city's requirements. We won't require any zoning adjustments for that. We'll have the 0-foot candles at the property line.
Okay.
Why the extra parking? You have almost double what's required for retail?
Well, that was for the use. The use based off of their appointment schedules and how they anticipate the operation of the facility. They were anticipating needing 40 parking spaces because I think they have so many appointments per day, per time. And so with the crossover that they anticipate, they needed 40 spaces. And that's why, so they've assimilated these, I believe it's maybe 7 parcels. So originally they just had the 3 parcels on the corner, and then they went ahead and got options on the properties further to the west so that they could accommodate those 40 spaces, which they think is necessary.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for the applicant? Okay. Hearing no other questions, Mr. Miller, do you have comments you would like us to take into consideration?
Yes, thank you. My main concerns are because, everything's so tight around here is with how close, I guess, the parking lot is going to be set back to our fence line, which is, more or less right up on the property line. And because of the grade situation, like what the slope is like, just basically because, okay, so the intersection here at 32nd and McGee, and it looks like the entrance is going to be on this one-way street from McGee, what the traffic is going to be like entering the parking lot and how close that is to essentially our backyards.
So, Mr. Miller, where is your home? I'm sorry.
It's the third one in from the east.
So on 32nd Street, right there.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So our driveway actually goes all the way to this fence line, and that's where our cars are,
Okay.
as well as where the child plays and things like that.
Do you have, and I can't tell because sometimes we get, we're a little bit video challenged today. Chris, can you put up the photograph, I guess, of the property so we can kind of see what the rear of those can you go over? Do we have another picture that's over further?
Let me switch to the video that had probably a slightly better angle that you're looking for.
Great, now that we know where Mr. Miller lives. Okay, so is that your house right there, or is it behind the tree?
I don't believe you can see it from this video because there is some kind of growth with the trees.
Okay. So I can't, it's hard for me to read this on what I've got in front of me. Can someone with the city or Mr. Scott tell me the distance between sort of the rear property line?
That's my house right there.
Okay, that's it. Okay.
It's a 10-foot setback from the back property line to the parking.
Okay. And that's not, we're not varying that, correct? That's within the ordinance.
You're not varying that. And there'll be a retaining wall in between, to get down to our grades will be significantly lower than those backyards.
So does the retaining wall start after the 10 feet then from the property line?
The retaining wall is within the 10 feet. The parking itself, the back curb is the 10 feet away from the property line.
Okay.
And Mr. Scott, are you proposing to put any fencing on top of that retaining wall?
Well, at this point, we're planning on leaving the existing fencing.
Okay, which is there behind the homes. Okay. So Mr. Miller, does that bring up any other questions or opposition you have?
I appreciate the clarification. You know, it's just so close to our property line. I wanted to be a little bit more aware and involved in the conversation, and just how it would affect the grade in the neighborhood and how. I mean, I guess the fence is on. I don't believe that the fence is on our property or belongs to us, so I would be worried, obviously, if that went away, and our neighbors to the east have a garage right there on that line too. So I would detached garage. So I'd just be kind of worried about the foundation and things, just structural things like that, and making sure that the privacy and the safety, all that stuff would kind of be as unchanged as possible. I'm not necessarily opposed to the development of the area or necessarily the nature of the business, as we have some, you know, vagrancy issues in that part of the lots anyway. So, I mean, happy more or less for the development, but would like to be considered as, you know, residential families that live here.
Okay, understood. Board members have questions for Mr. Miller?
And Mr. Scott, Mark Ebbets here again. There was a ice cream store near Quick Trip on Westport Road. And he had the same issue with these houses in back. And they actually built a fence for those houses so that it wouldn't be so obtrusive to the residents right behind you, to the north of you. Would you want to consider that?
I'd have to talk to the owner, but like I said, I mean, if right now they already have privacy fences back there. So I don't know. I mean, if obviously if for some reason they have to come down for construction, then we would definitely replace those, but I'd have to talk to the owner as far as putting a new or different fence.
It just seems when you excavate all that areas, and I just can't imagine those fences still standing up after you dig down.
That's very possible.
I'm concerned about Mr. Miller losing his fence. So
The fences are not in the best condition.
Yeah. And I mean, Mr. Scott, that's always our concern when you're going to add. I mean, if your client is going to have the need for 40 cars coming and going there during the business hours, and I'm assuming that it's probably going to have at least an 8-hour-a-day dispensing time, you know, and I assume weekend hours it's going to be open as well. But it, you know, based on the medical nature of what they're dispensing, that offense would be something that this board would want to see that was protecting that neighborhood.
Mr. Scott, I can't zoom in close enough on the site plan to see how far the retaining wall is from the north property line. Do you know that distance?
It's probably, it's going to be at least 2 feet behind the back of curb. So then if the wall is, let's say it's 8 inches, let's just say it's a foot, then it'd probably be 7 foot away from the property line.
So about 7 feet away from the property line, and then a drop down about 10 feet.
No, it'll be like 5 or 6.
5 or 6 at that point?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, there is another person who's raised their hand.
Okay.
Named Michael Patton. Michael, I'm going to promote you to a panelist. You should be able to speak momentarily.
Mr. Patton, I can see you. I can't hear you. Can you speak, please?
Can you hear me now?
I can. Can you state your name, please?
Yes, Michael Patton.
And would you raise your right hand? I can't see you, but would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. And what is your interest in this project?
I'm one of the owners of the property, the actual land.
Okay. And so what would you like to tell us?
I just wanted to provide some clarification. We do intend to put a fence along the fence line on the back of the property. It will be probably a 6 to 8 foot, very nicely finished fence. We do not plan to touch any of the fences that are there in existence now. They're kind of a mixed pattern of chain link and different types of wood fence. We will put a fence run the entire length. We're also putting up a retaining wall along that back wall to make sure we don't have any loss of property from erosion, anything like that. So those will be done, and those are in the plans as well.
Okay. And in terms of the height of that fence, I think for some clarification, you said 6 to 8 feet. I think the height of the fence at that location, staff can comment on that. Can it be higher than 6 foot in height?
It would be.
Depends
Oh, go ahead, Joe.
I was going to say it depends on where the zoning boundary is relative to the fence. If that part of the site's commercial where they're building the fence, there is no height limit.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. Yeah.
Yeah.
There is an existing 8-foot plus fence on one of the properties farther to the west. And so we were going to mirror it just to get some consistency along that entire run. The other fences are, I think, between 3 and 6 feet high.
Okay, well, I think what staff is telling you, Mr. Patton, as you're doing the fence, if you're building it in the residential zone, it can only be 6 foot in height. But if it's in the business or commercial zone, it can be higher. So you need to keep that in mind as that's getting constructed.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Go ahead, Christopher.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to ask Mr. Patton a question. I got an email from a Tony Patton to be admitted. I'm assuming, I just wanted to confirm they're the same person or if that was a different person related.
That's me. It's Michael.
That's okay. Just want to make sure.
And if I could say hi to Mr. Banuki, who I haven't seen in quite some time. See him with his full library.
Oh, hello, Tony. Good to hear from you.
All right. Any other questions for either Mr. Patton, Mr. Scott, or Mr. Miller? All right. Gentlemen, any other comments you want the board to take into account?
I did send a video rendering of the property that is a 3D video that we had prepared that will give a really nice visual of what we intend to do on the property if that could be played.
Do you have that, Christopher?
Is that the link in your email, Tony? Or Michael, excuse me.
Correct.
Let me see if I can download that. Hold on.
Thank you.
Any luck, Christopher?
It's downloading. It's 163 megabytes, so this could take a little bit of time though.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure that the board needs it. I don't want to not accept evidence, but I'm not sure that it is going to help us tremendously more understand what's proposed.
We have 2 more variances, and I think it'll it'll address one of the later variances. So if maybe we moved on and if it becomes available, we could see it at the end.
Well, I think we've addressed all of the variances already.
Okay.
I think you joined us late because I think Mr. Scott addressed a lot of them earlier. So.
All 3 variances were covered in the staff report and the slideshow from staff.
Okay, I missed the one on the east side about the 6-foot variance request, so I apologize. It does show that we plan to put grass over on that side, which is an improvement of what's there in existence now.
Yeah, and to clarify this, the 6 foot, we're essentially matching the house that's to the north is kind of where we picked that amount of setback, and that also allows us to have some additional landscaping and hardscaping between the Linwood and our parking as well. Just kind of provides for a nicer area in that location.
Mr. Patton, while we're waiting just a second, Mark Ebbets here on the board. Mr. Scott alluded earlier, there would be no signage on the windows. Do you agree, Mr. Patton?
That is correct. No signage on the window. And to address your earlier question, these windows will be tinted, but they will not be mirrored. So you will be able to see into the building, but because it is south facing, they will be tinted to keep some of the sunlight out.
Mr. Patton.
You're welcome.
How close are we, Christopher?
We've only completed 22 megabytes at this point.
Okay.
122?
Out of 163.
Yeah, it's going to take a while.
As much as I want to see that video, I have what I need.
Okay. I think if everyone understands this request and there's no other questions to be answered, I would ask for a motion.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Stiller.
No, in case number
28.
28, I move that the board grant the variances requested in accordance with staff report and site plan.
I have a motion for Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Kelleher. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request is granted in accordance with the motion. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
And good luck with the neighborhood project.
Thank you very much.
And now Christopher has the video. Probably.
And he doesn't. All right.
No, I'm only at 30 megabytes.
Okay.
Oh,
All
30.
right.
I thought it was the other way around. Okay.
Well, thank you. Let's move on to the next case. We still have a few to go yet. We're trying to catch up, folks. All right. So let's move on to docket number 15, case number 24. The address is 3 East 69th Street.
Madam Chair, you still have docket item 13.
Oh, I do?
Sorry.
Oh, I had that one marked off. Okay, I'm sorry. I must have marked it off inadvertently. I apologize. Let me go back then. Let's go back to docket number 13, case number 6, with an address of 8116 Wilson Road. Is the applicant present?
Yes, the applicant is Donald Ward, I believe, and I'm going to go ahead and promote him. Mr. Ward, you should be able to speak momentarily.
Joe, something odd is happening.
Oh.
He was muted.
Oh.
Mr. Ward, can you unmute yourself?
Yeah, I'm unmuted. Can you guys hear me?
Barely. Can you turn your volume up a little bit?
I do not see where to turn it up, but I'll just speak louder if that's fine.
Yeah, that's better for me. All of a sudden you were really, yeah, now that's better. Thank you, Mr. Ward.
Yeah, I'll just be closer to my monitor. That's fine.
Okay. It's not what we're used to. We're just relearning how to communicate these days. Mr.
I
Ward,
understand.
Mr. Ward, could you state your name for the record, please?
Donald Ward.
Okay. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who's online today who wishes to either oppose or support this request for a special use permit?
Madam Chair, no one is raising their hand.
Thank you. Mr. Ward, have you reviewed the staff report that was prepared and published online as it relates to your request?
Yes.
Okay. On the 5th and 6th page of that report, beneath Mr. Hughes' signature, there are 10 items marked as administrative exhibits. Do you have any objection to those being admitted for the board to consider this afternoon?
No.
Exhibits 1 through 10 will be admitted. Among those, I think, Christopher, you have a PowerPoint and some other kind of documentation, correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead and share that with us, and then we'll have questions for Mr. Ward.
Can everyone see my screen for docket item number 13?
Yes.
Okay. So as stated in the opening, once again, Christopher Huey, staff planner, city planning development. This is a special use permit for 8116 Wilson Road. The project is for Midwest Scrap Management. The property is zone M1-5. Essentially the summary, the applicant is proposing a major site improvement, which, excuse me, which has triggered the need for a special use permit. I'll get into this somewhat. It's technically an amendment, but this site predates the 2011 adoption of the current city code. The site is basically due east of downtown. As you see, it's a large industrial site just west of I-435. So Midwest Scrap Metal is already operating a large outdoor metal shredding and recycling facility. Again, this predates the adoption of the current zoning development code in 2011. This type of use would be required to have a special use permit under today's code, but is considered to be permitted by right or legal nonconforming. Mr. Ward is proposing to essentially remove and replace his existing equipment, which necessitates a 2,000 not 20,000, excuse me, 2,000 square foot addition of impervious coverage, which triggers a major amendment to a special use permit, or in this case, a new special use permit. One important caveat we do want to make with this particular special use permit is the staff in the city can impose time limits on special use permits. Given the length of operation of this facility, staff does not believe a time limitation is needed, especially given the surrounding context of other industrial users. And to staff's knowledge, there's not any existing codes cases that would bring consideration or pause for us for granting this. Here's a site plan layout of the facility. The area kind of highlighted in the center is where the new shredding equipment would go. It's approximately in the same location of the existing equipment. Here's an isometric view provided by Mr. Ward of what the new equipment would look like. With special use permits, we do try to make certain site improvements to the extent practical. There's a section of the property on the south property line towards the east that is not screened. It's just a chain link fence. With uses like this, we do require a opaque screening of some type, so vegetation, opaque fencing, screen wall, berm. So there's opportunity for kind of a variety of options. Staff's condition number 1 just basically states that this section would be made to comply with that requirement. So with that, staff does recommend approval of the special use permit, and in summary, the Planning Commission did recommend support as well. With that, I would conclude my presentation, turn over to the Commission for any questions, or Mr. Ward for any comments in his presentation.
Hey, Mr. Ward, why should we grant you this request?
What was that?
I said, why should we grant this request?
Okay, well, so when you look at our facility, so we've been operating this facility at this location since October of 2006. Excuse me. So per codification section 882503A, it's the existing use is a special use as specified by 881002 and has been in continuous use since 2006, which predates the 2011 special use permit codification amendments by the city of Kansas City, Missouri. So as such, it's considered a lawfully established special use. The reason that we're applying for an additional special use permit, there's 5 criteria. The only one that the only reason that we're required to apply for special use is we're adding more than 2,000 square foot of impervious paving. If that wasn't the case, we could build this facility without asking for a special use permit amendment. So in that regard, So the 88-529-09, that pretty much it states that the special use does not change the existing lawfully established special use, is what we're doing. So I mean, what we have is an existing special use. So our facility, what we do is we take ferrous and non-ferrous material, and then we process it so it can be sold to steel mills and other foundries around the country. So with our facility, so if you think about a lot of the scrap yards around the city, so you've got a lot of small scrap yards, Langley's, 12th Street Recycling, Casey Iron and Metal, things of that nature. Those scrap yards are kind of like middlemen. They can't really process the material to a full extent where it can actually be sold as an end product to make a new product. So they have to sell that material to us so that we can finish processing it so it can be sold to make something else. So for example, like the last gentleman that was on with the medical marijuana facility, the dispensary. So he's building a new building. So it's going to have structural steel in it. So about 75% of the products we sell are structural steel, or it's not structural steel, it's ferrous metal, so steel. So when a steel mill, when we sell the steel mill our end product, so our finished good, about 70% of the material that goes into a steel mill is recycled metals to create new products. So if you think about the beams that are going into that building, 70% of those beams are comprised of scrap metal. So what our facility does is recycles a product that's at the end of its useful life to create a new product. So when you look at it from that, so we followed the codification section in 88-529-09, went through the public engagement process. There wasn't any public objection. The City Planning Commission approved it with a 6-0 vote. All of our neighbors are in industrial facilities, Custom Truck, Molly Cop, the Andersons. We do a lot of business with all of those companies. They're all for it. There's really been no objections.
Mr. Ward, let me interrupt you if you don't mind.
Sure.
And I appreciate all of that. That's very helpful. The staff has listed out in the report 9 recommendations. Do you have any opposition to any of those recommendations?
Nope.
Okay. All right, then I'm going to pause here. Board members, do you have questions for the applicant? Okay, and there was no one else online has raised their hand. Joe, is that correct, of interest in this case? Joe, you're muted.
All right. No one has raised their hand.
Okay. If the board understands this request, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, Mr. Banuki, I have a motion.
Go ahead.
In case number 6, I recommend that the applicant's request be granted in accordance with the site plan and staff report and all the conditions listed therein.
I have a motion for Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted. Thank you, Mr. Ward.
Thank you.
All right. Now we can move on to 15. All right, let's move on to docket number 15, which is case number 24 with an address of 3 East 69th Street. Is the applicant online? And if so, please raise your hand so Joe can find you.
Yeah, it looks like we have Tim Kearns, maybe the applicant. I'm going to go ahead and promote Tim to panelist.
Okay. Tim, I can see your square. I cannot hear you.
Tim, you're muted.
Hello?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Okay.
Okay, now, okay, there you are. You're still muted. Okay. Can you state your name, is it Mr. Kearns?
Timothy Kearns.
Okay, and I'm going to swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else online who either is interested in supporting or opposing this request for the special exception to the height of a fence?
Madam Chair, we
Yes.
have 3 people who have raised their hands.
Okay, and who is that?
Jim Ward, Dalton Malcolm, and Taylor Smith. Would you like me to promote them now or wait?
No, let's promote them. You said Jim Ward, Dalton, I'm sorry.
Dalton Malcolm and Taylor Smith.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and promote, go ahead and have them all.
Okay, all 3 of you should be promoted and able to speak at this point.
Is Mr. Ward able to speak?
Yes, this is Jim Ward.
Okay, and is Mr. Malcolm able to speak?
Yes.
Okay, and what about Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Ward, are you in support or opposition?
In opposition.
Okay, Mr. Malcolm, support or opposition?
Opposition.
And Mr. Smith, support or opposition?
Support.
Okay, Mr. Ward, Mr. Malcolm and Mr. Smith, I'm going to go ahead and swear you all in. So I'm going to issue the oath. So if you would raise your right hands. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And if each of you would say aye when I call your name. Mr. Ward?
I do.
Mr. Malcolm?
I do.
And Mr. Smith?
I do.
Thank you. All right, gentlemen, I want you to mute yourselves for now as we hear from Mr. Carnes, okay? And then I'll have you speak when we've heard his side of the case, okay? I believe, Mr. Carnes, you should have had a chance to look at the staff report that was published online. Have you had a chance to look at that?
Yes.
Okay, and on the 3rd page of that report, there are 14 administrative exhibits. Do you have any objection to my admitting those for the board to consider this afternoon?
No.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 14 will be admitted.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
This is Sarah Baxter. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, yes.
Again, this is a special exception to the height of a fence.
Yes.
And I note that chapter 27 is not listed. So I would suggest we add a 15th exhibit, and that would be chapter 27 of the city's code of ordinances.
Okay, I'm going to admit that so we have a full set of what we need to apply in this case. So exhibit 15 will be marked as chapter 27 and exhibit 15 is admitted.
Thank you.
All right, and then our Ms. Knoll is presenting this case?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can. And Patty, have I sworn you in?
I was sworn in earlier when you swore.
Okay, that's what I thought. I couldn't remember. I thought I had gotten you, so okay. So go ahead, Patty, when you're ready, and then we'll hear from Mr. Carnes.
Okay, Patricia Knoll, City Planning and Development Department staff. This is a request for, as you noted, special exception for a fence that is over 48 inches in height, located in the street side yard in violation of chapter 27. The property is located at 3 East 67th Terrace. This is an aerial photo showing the property on the southeast corner of East 69th Terrace and Main Street. This is a view from the intersection of East 69th Terrace and Main, looking southeasterly into the property. This is a Google Street View taken prior to construction of the fence. This photo was submitted by the applicant after the fence was constructed and shows the fence extends from the side of the home, westerly and then southerly. This photo does not show that Main Street is located to the right, which is the street side yard. The applicant received a notice violation on March 2nd. noting a violation of Chapter 27, which states that no fence or wall in the front or side yard of a residential property located on a corner lot may be over 48 inches in height. This is a plat of the fence location submitted by the applicant. And the request for such special exception is to allow the fence to remain as constructed, 6 feet in height, where only a 4-foot high fence is permitted. The exception requested is 2 feet. And these are the special exception criteria upon which the board may grant the request. The property owner has submitted 3 photos of similar fences in the neighborhood and requests that these exhibits be admitted. This is one photo. There was no address provided. This is a second photo. And this is the third example. The exhibits, and again, you've noted addition of Chapter 27. Just in the past couple minutes, I received a letter from First Residential Property Management, and I will allow that to be explained. I believe Dalton will present that and would request that that be admitted as an exhibit. And that concludes my report.
Okay, I'll address that when Mr. Malcolm speaks. Okay. Anything else, Ms. Knoll?
That's all I have.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Carnes, how did this fence get built without a permit?
I was under the impression that I didn't need a permit to do this.
There's no permit required for fences.
Okay, all right. How did this get built at this height, and why did you build it at this height?
I have a dog, and also just for it's a real noisy intersection right there. Main Street's pretty noisy, get lots of traffic, and so we built that just to cut down on the noise to the side of our house, because we all have a bunch of windows on one side, and then just a place to keep our dog in, and maybe also cut down on the barking.
Have you had any break-ins in your house that would require a taller fence at this location?
No, but we just moved in like 3 months ago. Well, 4 months now.
And to the rear of your house, is that your driveway that we see in this photograph that is currently posted?
Actually, yeah, you can see part of my driveway. You can see the neighbor's driveway.
Do you have a fenced in backyard?
Well, yeah, it goes along, it fences in the backyard, but before that, we didn't have one.
Okay. So now this fence goes around the entire backyard and the
No,
side?
it comes in contact with a detached garage, and then there is an existing fence between neighbors to the east and our house, and so we just built a little section up on that to contain the dog in the backyard, and so that's basically what it does. It doesn't go around it doesn't go along the side of the house, on the east side of the house.
Okay. Okay. Board members have questions for the applicant.
Yes, I do.
Go ahead, Mr. Stiller.
Mr. Carnes, what size are your dogs?
I just have one.
Dog.
She's a medium-sized dog, a Catahoula Bulldog. I don't have any photos of her right now.
So if he stands up on his hind legs, how tall might he be?
Oh, she could climb. She could climb out. Oh, she'd probably be she'd be at least 4 feet tall to climb out or to climb up on.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from board members for Mr. Carnes? Okay, then Mr. Carnes, I'd like to there's quite a bit of opposition, so I'd like to hear from them. So I don't know who wants to go first. Mr. Ward, Mr. Malcolm, which one of you wants to go first?
I would defer to Mr. Malcolm since I think he heads up the homeowners association. This is Jim Ward speaking, and then I'd be happy to go after him.
Okay, Mr. Malcolm?
Yes, so I work for First Service Residential. We manage Armor Hills. The board of directors for the HOA were unable to attend today, so I did submit a notarized letter over to Patty with their opposition.
Okay.
The board's goal, and they've come before you guys several times in the past, is they do like to maintain the current requirements that the city has regarding fences on the corners to maintain easy line of sight, as well as just to maintain a comparable look throughout the community. And the only note they have is in reference to, there is a couple fences that the homeowner submitted that are 6 feet on the corner. Some of those we'll have to look at, as they probably are violations that just haven't been brought to ourselves or the city's attention. There's also one of the fences referenced we had opposed back in 2013, and I believe you guys did grant a variance on that. And we believe that variance was granted because that fence is built on an actual wall. So the fence itself is not 6 feet, but there's a wall beneath it. And I believe, or the board's belief was that's why that one is previously approved. That's all we have.
Okay. Anything that you wish to add, Mr. Ward?
Yes, I appreciate the opportunity to provide comment to the board. So until about a week ago, I was a resident of Armor Hills for over 20 years, right at 69th and Grand, so just one block away. And during that time period, I've witnessed disregard by various Armor Hills residents of the clear 4-foot height limit under the code, including corner lot residents such as this applicant. My personal experience with this issue occurred just a few months ago when the corner lot adjacent to my house on Grand built a 6-foot fence all the way around their house, including the front portion of the house and the side portion. And I would note that it was built by the same contractor who erected the fence for this applicant. That contractor is Slagle Fence Company. I brought this code violation to the attention of the property owner and the contractor and the fencing contractor. And they both responded unequivocally that they were just going to go ahead and build the fence 6 feet high, even though I had specifically brought the code violation to their attention. And in fact, the homeowner said they were going to stay the course based on the position and the recommendation of that contractor, Slagle Fencing Company. I reported the code violation to 311, which inspected the property once, if not twice, and closed the case without issuing a notice of violation. So as near as I can tell, the corner property and the same fencing contractor who put up the fence at the applicant's property, that's the subject of this pending case, were allowed to violate the code without any accountability and without any justification, without any demonstration of sufficient cause. The property owner here, the applicant certainly has not proffered any material justification or sufficient cause for the requested variance. My concern ultimately is the city should stand behind the 4-foot height limit, especially when the party seeking the variance has not offered any substantial support for it. Otherwise, other Armor Hills residents will be emboldened to disregard the height restriction, and so will this specific fencing contractor who has demonstrated contempt for the ordinance. And I don't think this this applicant has demonstrated sufficient cause for the break-ins. And I know that the chairperson raised the issue of break-ins. Having lived in Armor Hills as long as I did, the vast majority of the fences are 4 feet or less. And a higher fence doesn't actually discourage break-ins, it promotes break-ins because neighbors can't see what's going on within the fenced-in area. And I can tell you from personal experience, I've had adjoining neighbors who saw activity in my backyard over a 4-foot fence and contacted me and brought to my attention a concern that perhaps somebody was trying to break into my house. So a higher fence doesn't really serve the purpose of discouraging or preventing a break-in. If anything, what it does is it gives a burglar an opportunity to clear the fence and then without any further detection, proceed into the home.
Okay, Mr. Ward, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Ward? Mr. Smith, do you have anything that you would like to say?
Yes, I actually feel, thank you for letting me speak. I feel the fence is an excellent addition to the neighborhood. I think it adds privacy and security to the backyard. It does not interfere with the line of sight down Main Street. It's set back 15 to 20 feet. It doesn't seem, and I live diagonal to the property, and I don't feel that I feel it adds value to the home. And anytime people are adding value to these homes, I promote that.
And Mr. Taylor, when you say you live diagonal to the home, is your address Main Street or 69th Street or?
69th Terrace or
You're-
West 69th
Okay,
Terrace.
okay, you're 69th Terrace, okay.
Yep. Yes. And I drive by there quite frequently, and I don't find that fence blocks my view. If it had been constructed closer to Main Street, I would have had some opposition, but I feel that it's not an issue, and it's of good quality. It fits with the house and it fits with the neighborhood. I know I have 2 small children, and having a larger fence for me meant privacy and security for them. Main Street can be very busy at times, and that's always been that's been my understanding. So I do actually like the fence, and I hope he's able to get that variance.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Smith. Any questions for Mr. Smith? Okay, Mr. Carnes, you get the last word. Is there anything else you would like to add?
Number one, I didn't say anything about break-ins. I know the neighborhood's really safe. My main deal was we have windows along that side, and it's noisy on the street with lots of traffic certain times of day. And yeah, we didn't go through the Homes Association to pass it. That was definitely, we should have gone by the Homes Association prior to building it. From what I read, the code ruling online on the city's website said that, does it have to be 4 feet on the corner all the way around, or does it need to be set back to the edge of the house, to the back side of the house, or if it's going to cover up that front part of the house, does it have to be 4 feet? I'm not for certain on what the ruling is on that, but
I can have staff explain that. I believe because it's the street side, it has to be 4 foot along the street.
yeah. And then we had another neighbor from, he sent his letter in 2 weeks ago. His name is Tom Hilton. He resides at 27 East 69th Terrace, and he he approved the fence as well. So, but I know he's not on here today. But yeah, it's I mean, if we can't get a variance, I understand. I apologize for not following the rules on erecting this without going through like the neighborhood association and checking codes on that. But like I said, we do have a dog. I understand, it would probably work, but it was mostly out of the use with privacy and just covered up the side of my house where I have a ton of windows where it's really noisy. But it doesn't block the traffic by any means. And then also, I'd also like to say is that there's a lot of other houses in the neighborhood that have 6 feet tall fences on the corners. So, for what it's worth, I would buy it, took a lot of photos, but my wife did not submit those for this hearing anyway. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Carnes. All right, board members, questions? Hearing no questions, then I would entertain a motion on this case.
Madam Chair, in case number 24, I move that the application be denied.
I have a motion from Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second, Ebbets.
I have a second from Mr. Ebbets. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed to that motion? Chair votes with the motion. The request for variance is denied. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Am I able to find out what I have to do to my fence or where it has to go? Is somebody come tell me where it has to go?
You can reach out to Mr. Rexwinkle. Is that all right, Joe? And
Yeah, either me or Patty or both of us.
Or
You
Patty.
can reach out to your planner too.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you'll send them an email, they can help you. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Mhm. All right, let's move on to the next case, which is docket number 16, case number 20. The address is 4800 East 12th Street. Do we have Mr. Scott?
I am
Yeah,
on.
Yep.
There you are. You're back. All right. Is there anyone else who's online that has an interest in this case, either support or opposition?
Madam Chair, there's someone named Carrie Coleman that I believe is with the applicant team, and I promoted Carrie.
Okay. All right. I see Mr. Scott. I still do not see Carrie. Mr. Coleman, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you. You're really quiet.
Okay, I'll turn it up. I actually got kicked offline right when I was being added to the conversation.
Well, we have a lot of people coming and going. And
Oh, I'm sure.
sorry.
No, it's fine.
But the number of participants is going down, so that tells me we're doing our job today, because I think earlier today we started somewhere between 40 and 50 people online. So we're getting through some of this. All right, so gentlemen, Mr. Scott, I know we swore you in once before, but I'm going to do it again so the record is clean. Would you, Mr. Scott, raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. And Mr. Coleman, would you raise your right hand? And do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And Joe, you said there's no one else who raised a hand interested in this case?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, gentlemen, again, Mr. Scott, you've been through this. Do you have a chance to review the staff report that was published online as it relates to this application?
We have.
Okay. Any objection to the admission of the administrative exhibits found? Well,
No objection.
okay, but I'm not sure that I see any, so hold on a second. I'm not.
Oh,
Okay, no, so yes, okay, great. There are 14 administrative exhibits. Hearing no objection, I will admit those exhibits. Ms. Knoll, you have this one as well?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and present when you're ready.
Yes, Patricia Albert Knowles, City Planning and Development Department staff. This case requests variances to the Boulevard and Parkway standards to allow construction of a parking lot which is adjacent to Van Brent Boulevard, as well as variances to permit the existing chain link fence to be erected along the boulevard frontage. This is the location of the property on the east side of 12th Street within an industrially zoned area, M1-5. Located upon the establishment is a light industrial manufacturing commercial establishment. The applicant has recently constructed a new building located mid-site. As you can see, it has somewhat of a red roof. Along with that, the applicant constructed a permeable parking space, which provides a minimal number of spaces. The request before you today is to construct a expansion to the parking area. Shown here is the structure which has recently been built, as well as the permeable parking space and the proposed 60-some parking space to be added. Access would be off of 12th Street Van Brunt borders the property along the west side. As I said, Van Brunt is a boulevard. So 88-323 Boulevard and Parkway standards are applicable here. The parking lot is set back the required 30 feet. This is a view of the property from 12th Street looking into the property. As you can see, again, the newly constructed building. The site is bordered on the north by railroad tracks, and then along the west, you can see Van Brunt. At this point, Van Brunt begins to lower as it goes northerly, lowers. So it's not so, definitely not visible from the site as it moves northerly. And as you can see, this is Van Brunt, and it does decrease in size. There's somewhat of a retaining wall. And then you can see the existing chain link fence, which has been constructed. This again is the site plan showing construction of the proposed parking lot. Applicant has submitted a landscape plan, which shows solid screenery along these portions, which are visible from the rights of way. Again, at this point, it is not necessarily visible, and these are railroad tracks. The Boulevard and Parkway standards require that if a parking lot is adjacent to and within 150 feet of a boulevard, which is the case here, the vehicular use area must be located on the side or the rear of the building. In this case, it is located between the building and the boulevard, so obviously does not comply with that requirement. Second requirement is that no more than 30% of the site's frontage adjacent to the boulevard may be used for vehicular use area. And that would mean that roughly 30% of this entire frontage could be used for vehicular parking. As you can see, this expanse does exceed that 30%. And then when reviewing this project and looking at the Google Street View, staff noted the existence of the chain link fence. So that was added as a variance. And that is addressed that chain link fencing is not permitted. So there are three variances. The first is that the vehicular use area parking lot is located in front of the building, between the boulevard and the building. The second is that no more than 30% of the site's frontage adjacent to the boulevard can be used. And it appears in this case that is about 75% of the site frontage. So variance of approximately 45% is requested. And then, of course, the third variance relates to the chain link fence that has been recently installed. And then attached are your review criteria, the administrative exhibits, which include a brief PowerPoint submitted by the applicant, and then a video submitted by the applicant. And the applicant, of course, requests that those be admitted. I will let Mr. Scott, if he so desires, work through this PowerPoint that he has submitted. And then when he's done, I can show the short video that he has provided to us.
Okay, all right, Mr. Scott.
Carrie, do you want to go through this? You want me to?
No, I can do it, Lance.
Okay.
So put this together just to give some background on the Blunt International Parking Lot expansion here. So Ms. Knoll already kind of covered the request here. Just some summary stuff. The property is located as a node, a boulevard on two sides of the property. This is a special case if the road is essentially a continuous boulevard with a turn in the route. Either neither the road continues past the intersection as a boulevard. You guys can read the rest. No buildings are actually, and this is kind of critical, no buildings are currently allowed on the corner. So this would be on the southeast corner of Van Brunt and 12th Street due to environmental issues. We are proposing to build a berm along Van Brunt. And the overall improvement will provide improved aesthetics to the area. The number one reason that we're asking for this is that we have grown to 177 employees here, and we currently have 57 parking spots available. And so really this is just a safety and a logistics item for us to expand and have safe parking available for all the employees that work here. As you can see, as we move through this site plan, if you can skip, you've already shared that one. Can you go to the next slide?
Mr. Coleman, let me ask you a question. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yes, ma'am.
What does Blunt International do? What's your business?
We were in the lawn and garden business. This location primarily makes lawnmower blades and edger blades.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
And do you have more than one shift of workers that come and go?
We have 3 shifts of workers that come and go. We have
Okay.
a maximum of 136 people that arrive at any one time for work, and that's between shift overlap. That's where our real issue is right here.
Okay, thank you. I wanted you to explain that to me. Thank you.
You bet. So you can see the existing parking right here that butts up against the building. And then obviously over here to the left, where we're really asking to expand our parking lot here. We will include lighting and landscaping to obviously soften the design on the city front. We just don't have enough space for our team members here, and that's really what this comes down to. Here's an aerial view of us. So this new construction building is almost 4 years old now, and the chain link fence went up with that at the time. This was all permitted work, and it was before my time, so I can't speak to what processes we went through for that, but everything else has been in place, including that black chain link fence that we have up there for about 4 years. Can you go to the next slide, please? So here's an example of what shift turnover looks like at my plant. So you can see, with the growth here, these aren't parking spots. This is behind the building. And if you go back to the aerial overlay, just back one slide, please. Perfect. So we own both sides of this. So this is our main manufacturing building right here with the white roof. And there's a little breezeway that connects these two, right? So the majority, our traffic goes in from the southwest corner of our property. And you can see that small opening. This is our shipping and receiving traffic that we have here in the plant. That's the only place where we can get trucks into just based on the nature of where we are. So that was the number one reason why we asked for this variance right here, was so that we could provide ample and safe parking for our team members. If you scroll through the other pictures, you're going to see some similar, but they're all really kind of at the same point of saying, like, this is our current situation during shift turnovers and things like that. And we're really just trying to do the right thing by our team and our employees here.
Thank
This
you.
is the video
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Patty.
submitted by Lance Scott. I believe he's standing at the intersection of 12th and Van Brunt.
Correct. He's got a short video that he submitted to you. And then if I can share my screen, I can show a couple of ones that are quite a bit longer, but it's about 5 acres or a little over of undeveloped land. It used to be, like I said, there's environmental issues on the corner there, so we can only build a parking lot there.
She's trying to load that. Mr. Coleman, what are the environmental issues that prevent construction?
It used to be a gas station.
That's what I was going to guess, but okay.
It used to be a gas station. So we have an environmental team. We have monitoring wells in place and everything that we're, just make sure that we're keeping, good sight on that, on what's happening there. But unfortunately, as far as development of the property, there's nothing else that we can put on that.
Of course, this played several times with not an issue, but now it's stalling. So maybe if you have other videos, you can proceed with those, but I don't have those.
No, you don't. They were too big. I tried to email them to you and they were too big. So Lance shot the 10-second video and was able to upload it to you. And I stopped trying to send mine, which are like 30 seconds to a minute.
Okay. Lance could play those and share a screen. We'll have to admit those as exhibits, I believe.
If you want to, gentlemen.
If you think we need to, I mean, the two
let me-
photos she had pretty much, there's a cemetery across the street.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's really, so the video shows that wall, but otherwise her pictures and these pictures, I think, kind of cover most of it.
Okay. Let me ask the board members. Board members, do you have questions for the applicant? I think the board gets this case. And there was no one else, Joe, correct, that raised their hand to speak in the audience?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Hearing no questions from board members, I would entertain a motion on this case.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
in
Mr.
case number
Stiller.
20, I move that the board grant the requested variances consistent with staff report, site plan.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Kelleher. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Chair votes with the motion. The request is granted. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
All right, moving onward. The next docket is number 17. The case number is 27. The address is 6414 West 39th Street. Would the applicant please raise your hand if you're online?
Madam Chair, someone named Jennifer Shorley, I believe, has been raised her hand and has been promoted to panelist. I believe she may be the applicant.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
Okay, I can hear you. And you said it Shirley?
Shirley.
Oh, Shirley, sorry.
That's okay.
I don't see you yet. Oh, there you are. Okay. Now I see you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And you're with Shirley Signs?
Correct.
Okay. Ma'am, could you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there anyone else, Joe, that's raised their hand that's interested in this case, either from supporting it or opposing it?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Shirley, have you reviewed the staff report that was published online as a part of your application here for variances?
Yes, I did.
Okay. If you will recall, at the bottom of that report on page, there's not a page number, but right above Ms. Knoll's signature, there are administrative exhibits that number 1 through 14. Do you have any objection to my admitting those for the board to consider this afternoon?
No, I do not.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 14 will be admitted. And Patty, when you're ready, go ahead with your presentation.
Yes, these are variances to allow installation of incidental directional signs that exceed the maximum allowable height and are not set back appropriately in accordance with the required ordinance. This is a docket map showing the site. Actually, it encompasses both of these parcels. It's an existing car wash. This is primarily a commercial area along West 39th Street with residential to the north, which would be at the rear of the site. For some reason, I should note that a portion of the site is zoned R-1.5. The applicant requests approval of 3 signs which are already in place. They are incidental signs which contain the logo and entry exit information for the car wash on the site. They are 4 feet in height, where the code only would permit a 3-foot height, and they are not set back 10 feet. There was no dimension given on this plan, but looking at parcel viewer scaling this, it appears that the most they can be set back would be roughly 2 feet. And I did ask the applicant to go out and actually measure the distance, but obviously you wouldn't know where that property line is located, just probably unless you had a survey. So my best guess is the applicant needs a setback variance in the amount of 8 feet to allow those signs to be located 2 feet from the 39th Street right-of-way line. This is a Google Street View photo showing the establishment on the site and the 3 signs. One is located on either side, 2 on either side of the entrance, and then another farther to the east. So the code, as I said, allows a maximum 3-foot high sign and requires a setback of 10 feet from the property lines. So the first variance request is to the required 10-foot minimum setback between the right-of-way line and the nearest edge of the sign. 10-foot setback required, 2-foot provided, so there's an 80% variation. The second is to the allowed height, 3-foot height permitted, 4-foot height proposed, variance of 33%. And review criteria are listed here, as you are fully aware. administrative exhibits and include these as well as the photos that I have included within my report that were submitted by the applicant. That includes my report.
Thank you. Ms. Shirley, how did the entrance and exit signs, how were they made to be 4 foot in height?
Well, the existing signs out there are 4 feet. That's why they wanted them to be 4 feet again. And they want to put them exactly where they are so they don't have to put in new foundation for them. You really can't go back very much further just because you'd be in the parking lot at that point, and those signs would not be relevant at that point.
So the signs that are there now are going to be replaced?
Yeah, there's like a concrete base right there, and we'll just take those signs off and put the new signs on. And they're the exact same height as those signs out there right now.
And why is it that you need on these signs to have the logo on them?
I don't think you really would have to. It's the customer just wants them, and that's how it is at all of their locations. So they want to keep it uniform at all their locations.
Okay. So there's really not a visibility issue that you need the extra height for. It's just they want to have a uniform sign for every location. How many locations do they have, Ms. Shirley?
I could not tell you that. We are just the installers for this. We are not the manufacturers.
Okay.
So I know that they have quite a few in the Kansas City area. In Kansas, I should say, we've probably already done like 5 to 10 of these signs between Kansas and Missouri.
Okay.
But overall, throughout the whole state or the whole United States, I could not tell you.
All right, board members, do you have questions about this? Hearing no questions, then I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, in case number 27, I request or move that the application be granted in accordance with staff report and site plan.
I have a motion from Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second? Do I have a second? No second. Does the motion fail for lack of a second? Hearing no second, that motion fails. Do I have a different motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Stiller?
I would move that the request be denied.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second to that motion?
Second from Mr. Banuki.
I have a second from Mr. Bernucci. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Chair votes with the motion. The request has been denied.
And just so it's clear to everyone, it looks like Mr. Ebbets had stepped away during that, so I don't think he was in that vote, FYI.
Did we get 4 votes?
Then we have a problem because I thought he was still online. Did he step away?
Yeah, he hasn't, since before the motion was made, he was not in his chair. He's not, I see his camera on, he's not in his chair.
Ms. Mixdorf, have you been listening?
I have.
Then why don't we let you vote because you've heard this case? Do you have a vote in the pending motion that we need to have clarification is that to deny this request? What is your vote?
Opposed.
Okay, so then the motion does fail for lack of a positive vote. I mean, it fails because 4 people voted for that. So we have solved that issue since you heard all the testimony. Okay, sorry, the motion has been denied.
Okay, who do I need to talk? Do I need to email someone to see how we can proceed with this?
Yes, because you could build the signs up to the right height. So
what about the setback?
Well, that's an issue as well. So you'll have to address that. Those have both been denied.
Jennifer, you can reach out to me and Patty about, and we can discuss all that.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. All right. Do we need to check on Mr. Ebbets? Huh.
He's still not in his chair.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Well, Randy's here, so that gives us 5 members, so we can keep going. So let's just keep going. All right, let's move on to docket number 21. Up, there he is. Okay, let's move on to docket number 21, case number 9 with an address of 12520 Summit Street. Is the applicant online?
I believe the applicant is online, and his name is William Strobel, and I'm going to promote him to panelist. Oh, looks like a Joe already.
I just had, yep.
Okay.
Mr. Strobel, you should be able to speak.
I see Mr. Strobel, but his microphone is muted. Mr. Strobel, you may want to take yourself off of mute.
What do you need to do?
Take it off mute.
Okay. I did.
Yeah,
yourself again.
Okay, Mr. Strobel, can you speak?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
All right.
Sometimes like this is the State Farm commercial today.
Yeah, well, I have sometimes difficulty learning how to use my phone.
Do you want to do video?
Okay.
Video.
Bear with me for one second and we'll get started. Give me 1 minute here. I'm just going to make sure I'm on the right page. Because I have a couple continuances, so I think I'm not quite there. I'm not. 21. Okay, and now, oh, there it is. Boy, this thing is all of a sudden not wanting to load stuff. Okay, docket number 21, one more. Okay, Mr. Strobel, would you state your full name for the record?
Yes, William Kirk Strobel.
Thank you. Mr. Strobel, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Joe or Shu, was anyone else online that supports or opposes this request?
Madam Chair, no one has raised their hand.
Thank you. Mr. Strobel, have you reviewed the online copy of the staff report that was created as it relates to your request today?
I believe so.
Okay. On the last page of that report, there are 8 administrative exhibits that are connected to your application. Any objection to my admitting those 8 exhibits for the board to consider?
I may not have that, so I don't know how to answer that, but
okay. I'm sorry.
If you have things to submit, yes.
Okay. I'm going to admit exhibits 1 through 8 and we will let Shu explain several of the most important ones to you right now.
Okay, this case will not have a video. but I will have a PowerPoint to share with you shortly. There we go. So this case in front of you is a variance application. It is located at 12520 Summit Street. Here's the general location of the site. It's located in South Kansas City in a typical suburban area. The property highlighted in this yellow box is the subject site. It is a single family house on the west side of Summit Street, in between the west 123rd Terrace to the north and west 125th Terrace to the south. And this property, the backyard of this property is abutting a public park located to the west. This property is zoned R7.5, and all the land use around it is zoned R7.5. They're all single families. Here's the view looking west from Summit Street. The subject property, I believe, is this house with the evergreen covers. And this is a view looking east from Summit Street. And the applicant proposed to build an accessory structure to serve a recreational use as accommodating the existing pool located in the backyard. And the proposed accessory building will be half covered, and the covered area will be 450 square feet, and the height will be 10 feet. So according to our code, any covered area deemed to be the accessory building area that cannot be over 200 square feet. Therefore, a variance is requested. Here is the sketch of the accessory structure. You can tell it will be partially covered with a roof, and it will have one or two walls against the west and south side of this structure. And half of it is patio, and I believe they said they will have a fireplace as well. So the variance requested here is for the footprint area, as I mentioned, for the accessory structure. The maximum allowable area is 200, and they're proposing a 450 square feet. That's just for the covered area, but this accessory structure. So a variance amount of 250 square feet is requested. And that shall conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Shu. Mr. Strobel, why do you need this extra space?
Well, we're redoing an existing pool, and in that location was an existing cabana, and they had a fire pit. What they like to do is go back with a fireplace and a sitting area around that fireplace, as the illustration would show. Adding to that, as you see by the back of the red chairs, would be a little serving area where there would be a grill and to be able to host to their guests. So they're just wanting to add this place so they can make it more of a all season, so it'd be comfortable in the late falls, early springs, at a place they can enjoy the fireplace without being an open sky. And so it gives them a little shelter. So they've asked to enlarge that, and that's when I kind of inquired about it. And they said, you know, there's restrictions, but when I went to go look for them, it was like for a storage shed, a detached garage, or a carriage house, but nothing that really in the codes other than the roof size restriction up to 200 square feet. So we just kind of created it to what we'd like to do and ask for the variance and the acceptance from the committee.
So is the backyard space of this home going to change in dimension? Is the fencing changing to build this?
No, nothing changes. It's all within the restriction line, building code lines. The back of it, like I said, is a city park in fact, that city park doesn't have any roadside parking, has no access to it. It's just, I think, something that was donated to the city. And in fact, these people here do a lot of the mowing of the property behind their house on that park. And I do know people walk to the park from the area to maybe fish in a pond, but not really publicly traveled. So there's not a lot, there's nobody back there, except for the coyotes. So anyway, that's kind of the small footprint of what we're trying to do.
Board members have questions for Mr. Strobel. Hearing no, I'm sorry.
I'm
Go
sorry, ma'am. There is one thing I'd like to also ask. If I could go back to the last picture prior to this one. Would be the illustration, picture of the illustration. Yes, that one there. The restriction code says, like, if you notice there, it says 8 feet at the eave with a 10-foot height at the ridge. When I looked at that, because of the width, or let's say the depth of that structure, to meet that 10-foot at the ridge almost makes the roof flat, pretty flat. And being it's going to be a composite roof, I would like to see more of a pitch. One, if I wanted to put a ceiling fan in that area, or vault the ceiling a little bit. So if we could ask also to increase the height 3-4 feet, you know, so it gives me a little more of a pitch than such a flat roof. So at the same time, I'm asking for a little more square footage. I'm asking for a little steeper pitch to the roof.
And the 10 feet is the limit, is that correct, Stu?
For a storage shed, or that's kind of what we kind of pattern over, like a storage shed it would have been.
Yeah, 10 foot is the maximum height. And do you know how tall you're going to be? Like, I mean, it cannot, for a variance, you cannot ask for like a 2 or 3 or 4. We need to
fair
know.
Enough. Fair enough. Right now, it's right at the width of that. If I was to do a 212 pitch, that puts me right at the 10-foot mark. I'd like to increase that to a 412 pitch. And that would, I'm sorry, in a 412 pitch, that would increase it by 2 feet. So it'd be a 12-foot at the ridge.
So then the applicant does request another variance to the height of
Yes.
2 feet.
Yeah, you know, after I started looking at, we're going to try to match the roofing on the to the house and everything. Was just like, wow, this thing's almost gonna be flat. So I thought, well, we'll just go ahead and see if we can get another couple feet on the ridge.
Do we have an advertising issue with that request?
We do not, because our advertisement basically said it is a variance to the size of an accessory structure, but we added a language that plus any other necessary variances. But this request is not, available anywhere on the public records in the application package itself. So I would ask Sarah if there is any issue with that.
Yeah, I mean, I think there might be an issue simply because necessary variances to me means anything as shown on the plans that's necessary to accomplish the request. And I think what we're hearing is a new request today.
Right. That's what I was afraid of. So I think, Mr. Strobel, if you want to do that, you would have to redraw this and we'd have to continue this case and take this up at our June hearing.
Okay.
So what is your wish?
I would like to ask the committee if they could approve that structure in square footage. We're in the process of construction right now. And that will allow me to continue to move forward knowing that the structure will be accepted. I would then come back and reapply a change of the pitch for the roof on that structure. And that allows me to continue to move with the project as a footprint. Is that an unreasonable request?
Is that allowable? Yeah.
I would believe you probably need to file a new variance application. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Sarah. If he asked to approve the variance today, and if you file another variance request for the height later on, I would think it's a new application since it's not included in this application.
That's right.
Okay.
Sorry, this is Joe. That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, the reason I ask because as everybody knows, everything's been shoved back so much. We are a pool contractor. I have a very small window and I would say getting to that roof probably not going to happen until later in the summer, but it's the footing, trying to get the deck poured around the pool and trying to get things moving. We're at a standstill and, you know, I'm hopscotching from meeting to meeting to try to get this moved. That's why I was asking if we say, yeah, the building's good, but before I build the building, I would just ask for a variance for the height of the ridge.
Well, all we can take up today is the square footage because that's the only thing that's been advertised. So
That would be great. That if you say you're good for the square footage, I could move and then we'll come back for the height of the roof.
well, let me see. Does the board have questions as to the square footage request? Okay, then hearing no questions, I would entertain a motion on the request that's been advertised and placed in front of us on the square footage.
Madam Chair, in case number 9, I recommend that the board grant the variances as stated in their request, in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion from Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Kelleher. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Chair votes with the motion. The request is granted as stated. Mr. Strobel, if you wish to come back, we'll see you then.
And just file another application like I did this one and get a docket.
That's correct.
Very good. Thank you all. Thank you all very much.
Thanks. All right, let's move on to the next case, which is docket number 22, case number 10, with the address of 2020 East 68th Terrace. Is the applicant online?
We have 3 folks still online with us: Kevin Fox, Stacy Lake, or Suzanne McGill. Are either of you the applicant for this case?
Looks like the applicant is a Dana Blay.
Well, he is not online.
Okay, do we know why?
Nope. Sorry, yeah. I see on the agenda it says Jamie Hauser.
Yeah, an O'Neill Construction. Is anybody with Jamie Hauser or O'Neill Construction online? Okay, well, I guess we'll hold it to the very end. We have 2 more cases and I'll come back to that one.
Okay.
All right, let's move on to docket number 23. Sorry, there's a lot of additions to that one. Let me just get to the next page. All right. Docket number 23, case number 14, with an address of 1200 West Redbridge Road. Mr. Fox, I think we said he was online. Are you still there?
He is.
Okay.
And I've just promoted him to a panelist. You should be able to speak, Kevin.
I see him. Mr. Fox, you're muted. Can you unmute? I see you. Yes. Hello,
Okay.
Mr. Fox. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Sir, can you state your name for the record, please?
Kevin Fox.
And would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Was any of the other 2 people still online interested in this case? No hand raises?
No one's raising their hand.
Okay. Mr. Fox, have you had a chance to review the staff report that was published online as it relates to your application for this?
Yes.
Okay. On page 3 of that report, there are 8 administrative exhibits that are listed. Do you have any objection to my admitting those for the board to consider this afternoon?
No.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 8 will be admitted. And Shu, if you would present your piece of it, then we'll hear from Mr. Fox.
Okay, here's the screen for our PowerPoint. This case in front of you is a variance for a driveway located at 1200 West Red Ridge Road. Here's the general location of the site. It is located in the South Kansas City. More specifically, it is located on the southeast corner of the State Line Road and the West Red Ridge Road. It is zone R7.5 and it has single families uses around this property. The north of this property is another residential complex zone R6. So here's the view looking north from the West Red Ridge Road at the subject site. You can see this is their existing gravel driveway. And this is the view looking south from West Red Ridge Road. So it's just looking across the street to the neighborhood. The applicant proposed a gravel driveway from West Red Ridge Road leading to the house located in the middle of the lot. The lot is fairly large and the house is located in the middle of this entire lot. So according to our code, the gravel driveway in our district is not allowed. So the applicant proposed a gravel driveway about 450 square feet in the area shown on the site plan. A variance amount of the 450 square feet in our district for gravel driveway is requested. So that's a request for the material variance per the code requirement. We do not have a video of this site, and that shall conclude my presentation.
Mr. Fox, why do you want to maintain this as in gravel rather than make it a more permanent surface?
Well, first of all, I think we're off by a decimal point there on the 450.
Okay.
The house is set back about 300 feet from the road, and the driveway would be about 16 feet wide. So the total amount, that square footage would be closer to 4,800 square feet.
Oh, that's a big difference.
Okay. So in looking at the review criteria that the staff report issued on this, they said that my request could be approved based on 3 criteria. The first, that the strict application would result in an unnecessary hardship, and the primary hardship here is just the cost. I mean, the driveway is there. The gravel driveway's been there for 80 years. I basically just want to leave it there. To remove it and put in a concrete driveway would be $40,000 to $50,000. The second criteria is that it's generally consistent with the intent of the zoning, and I feel that the gravel driveway is aesthetically pleasing and suitable to the purpose of the neighborhood. The houses in this area are all on 2-acre lots. This particular house is on 4.2 acres. It's kind of like country living in the city. And a gravel driveway is a nice look, I think, as opposed to a big concrete drive all the way in. Thirdly, the variance could be that's been requested could be approved if it's substantially justice. And to that, I'd say first, I have no opposition from the neighbors that I'm aware of. I'm not setting a precedent. The driveway, this gravel driveway is already there. And I feel it's environmentally more friendly to have the existing driveway remain, because to rip out all that stone would do a lot of damage to tree roots. There are large stately trees along the driveway. To rip that out and put in a rock base and 5 inches of concrete could do root damage, not to mention it reduces the amount of, it increases the amount of runoff as opposed to the rainwater just going into the soil where it lands. So for all those reasons, I'm asking for this variance so that I can basically leave it. I am going to put in a new driveway approach at the road. The property was surveyed. It's 27 feet from the edge of the road. So we will put in a concrete approach there that meets all the city's requirements, basically 6 inches of concrete with no rebar. That'll be approved by plan and inspected by an inspector. But from there up to the house, the front of the house also has a concrete area between the garages. So what I'm asking for is that roughly 250 to 300 feet of driveway to go from the apron up to the front of the house.
And is it, Mr. Fox, is this a property you recently purchased and are rehabbing?
I bought it about 2 years ago and made application to demolish the house that was on it. And we just, we're largely completed the construction of the new house. It's been inspected by the city. There are only a few, and it's been issued a temporary CO. There were only a few minor items. However, this is one of them. I have to either put in a concrete driveway or get this variance and then retain the gravel and just put in the apron that I discussed.
And is it your intent to add fresh gravel to this road?
Oh, yeah.
And keep
I'll
it
probably have to
maintained?
do that every year because the gravel has a way of settling down after a while.
That's very true. I grew up on a farm. We were always graveling the roads, just
Right.
checking what your plans were if we allow this. Okay, board members, what are your comments or questions to the applicant?
Mr. Fox, I have a question. So of your neighbors on Red Bridge, either to the south or even to the east and west, what is the condition of their driveways?
They all have paved driveways, either concrete or asphalt.
Mr.
As Ms. Otto says, we're not in the country the way she was. So I don't know. I think you've invested a lot in the house. I would think you would want to maintain that by either asphalt, which would be obviously much less expensive than concrete.
Right.
Or concrete itself. So, okay, thank you for your reply.
Okay.
Mr. Stiller, did you have a question?
Yes, I was curious, when you submitted the plans for permit, did the plans show the driveway being redone, or did that come up at a later point?
It came up at a later point when we had an inspector on the property for one of the other routine inspections. We mentioned about the driveway and he said, oh, you need to pave the whole thing. And it was never our intention to pave the whole driveway, just the apron and up the area up around the house itself. So I know it's not impossible. I could do it. I had to bring big machines and put the concrete in and the rebar and all that. But I do feel that the gravel is kind of aesthetically pleasing, being that there are country homes out there on large lots. It's kind of a rural setting.
Right.
Are there other graveled driveways in that vicinity? The staff know?
Sorry, I was muted.
Sorry, I
Yes,
was muted.
yeah,
Oh,
I
go
believe
ahead,
there are
Joe.
some. I believe there are some. Yes,
I mean,
off of Red Bridge Road in this area.
I mean, I used to have family members that lived out that direction, and that was my memory, but I have not spent quality time out there in a while, so I don't know what the current situation. I know rebuilding has been occurring out there, so. Is there any issue about the fact that this has been existing for 80 years, that it's grandfathered in?
Unfortunately, the way that the code is written, the applicability criteria in that section of the code, 88420, are triggered whenever new construction is proposed.
Okay.
So it could be that, and I don't know enough about the project, that if it existed as a gravel driveway before annexation or prior to 1951, which I know the house is older than that, or I believe it is, that it could be exempt. But I don't know enough about the project to verify that.
Mr. Fox, the house that you tore down, when was it built?
Well, I have a blueprint for 1947, but on the Jackson County property records, it says 1937. So.
And when was it annexed, Joe?
51.
1951?
Well, it's either prior to annexation or 1951, which is when we adopted our parking ordinance, our first one. So I'd have to look and see about the annexation.
Okay, so is that something that we need to give the applicant an opportunity to explore since his desire is to leave this?
I mean, you could, or if you're, you could also grant the variance too, but I can keep looking for the history too. Shu, is what I'm saying tracking about that part of the ordinance? Shu?
What is your question, Joe?
We're dealing with the requirement to pave the driveway, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, let me check the date it was annexed and I'll get back with the board momentarily.
Yeah, I mean, my question is if it's allowed through a grandfather situation, then a variance wouldn't be required, correct? And so then we wouldn't really need to be here. So
Yeah, that's correct.
I mean, I'm always the first person to say, why are we granting a variance when it's not something that this board should be doing? We should always be granting variances at the least amount of time. That's our
Right.
job.
Yeah, I mean, typically, if there's no need for the variance, we wouldn't be granting a variance. So
Correct.
I think we need to.
So let's just pause for just a second and let Joe figure that out.
It was annexed in 1958.
So I think this house probably existed before that.
Right. If the driveway existed in it as a gravel drive prior to 1951 in this case, or 58, I guess 58 would be the critical date, then yes, it would be grandfathered in.
So is this request necessary?
Bear with me. I'm just trying to find the code section. I'm sorry.
No, take your time. Sorry.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Stiller?
an observation. I'm curious to hear that language in the ordinance again, because it sounds like, and this is, I just because of my personal experience, this goes into building codes as well as zoning ordinances, but if it reads that any construction that requires a permit, removing your kitchen cabinets requires a permit. So are we going to trigger the need for this much driveway because someone wants to replace a kitchen cabinet? I mean, at what point, at level of construction, do we trigger this need?
Well, that's why I'm asking the question, because just because he said it was there 80 years, I know in the past that there's been a grandfather issue sometimes. I'm not saying that I have it perfectly down because we don't have them that often.
So here's where the section of the code I'm referring to. Unless otherwise expressly stated, the parking and loading standards of this article apply to all new buildings constructed and all new uses established after September 10th, 1951. So this gets triggered most commonly when someone's trying to build a carport or a garage or add on to, whether it's detached or attached, is when this gets triggered most commonly.
And I believe in this case, because they are constructing a new principal building, they're constructing a new house. So that was triggered.
Okay. All right.
That's what I wanted to
So
do.
so Madam Chair, they would need, since they're building a garage, they would need a variance.
Okay.
It would trigger it.
Okay, that answers the question. I just wanted to make sure we hadn't done something we didn't need to do here.
And that's consistent with when I started the process with John Pager, he referred it to Zach Nelson, because I didn't want to apply for a variance if I didn't have to, obviously.
Okay.
But after a few go-arounds, they said I had to go for the variance.
After seeing the ordinance, I believe where we are where we need to be. Okay, all right, fair enough. All right, board members, other questions? Mr. Stiller, did you have another question?
Has the board ever granted a gravel driveway variance?
I've been on the board since 1996. I believe we have allowed several to exist through the years in more rural areas of the city.
Okay.
Just because, they've been there forever. They're in keeping with the neighborhood. So yes, we have allowed them.
Chairman Otto, by his own testimony, he said that his neighbors were all paved or concreted.
Correct.
So not really his new neighbors, his next door neighbors are all paved, but yet we're contemplating giving him exemption for gravel. So.
Right. I mean, and that's why I asked staff his immediate neighbors. What I'm asking is the neighborhood is more than just his adjoining neighbors. It's a broader neighborhood. And so my question to staff is, and that's what we looked at in other cases in the past.
Can I ask the applicant or staff, this house seems to sit back pretty far. Are your neighbors homes that you mentioned have paved driveways? Do they also sit back that far?
Every house on my
go ahead.
side of the road does. The neighbor on the other side, on the south side of West Redbridge Road, he's much closer to the road.
I agree with the applicant, and I can share the graphic here in a second. So it seems like on the north side of the Redbridge Road, most of the houses, I mean, adjacent properties, they do sit a little farther down the street, and they do have paved driveway. The other properties on the south and more east seems like they're sitting closer to the Redbridge Road. And again, we do quantify the amount of variance you're granting. So by saying that, you know, one thing you might consider probably is not granting full or granting partial. I don't know. This is just something when we're quantifying it. And I apologize, I made a mistake on the amount of the square footage.
Mr. Fox, let me ask you this question. If the board would allow you to keep some of the gravel, what portion could you pave?
Well, clearly I'm planning on paving about, well, the 27 feet from the edge of the street into the, that's to the edge of the property or the right of way, and then an additional 15 feet in from there. So a total of 42 feet in from the road would be paved. Then the remaining 250 feet would be gravel.
Yeah, I'm just one board member here, but I've got a real, I mean, something in the fairness bone in me doesn't, I'm having a hard time forcing an applicant in this particular situation to pave that long driveway and go to that expense when this driveway's been there for 80 years, and given the more rural nature of this part of the city. That's just me, though.
I would
I'm
agree,
inclined to
especially
lean-
as the city is working towards kind of a climate protection plan. I feel like the more permeable surface we have, the better.
I agree with both of those comments. The only thing that my concern is that if we quantify it smaller than what's necessary and an inspector measures it, then we got a problem. If we grant a lot more than we ought to, then we may have granted something that we don't think we're granting because we were looking visually at the site plan. But it'd be handy to have at least a little bit better way to quantify this thing.
Mr. Fox, would you be willing to give us a better site plan that's got more defined areas and come back in early June with that information so that we could understand with a greater degree of specificity what the gravelled amount would be?
Well, the city already has the official survey, which I filed with the application to build the house. And that shows the depth of the house on the lot from the road, which is about 300 feet. So, 16-foot driveway for 300 foot, I think is about right. It's about what I'm asking for. I don't think we're going to gain that much if I were to go hire a surveyor and have him put numbers on this drawing because it would look very similar to this. But if that's what you want me to do, I'll do it. The builder obviously is trying to finish up the job and he wants to get paid. And he can't get the clean CO until this issue is resolved. So to be honest with you, if I have to wait till June, he's probably going to put a lot of pressure on me just to put concrete in.
Well, maybe we could, in a motion, could refer to a site plan that's part of the approved plans for the construction of the house. We can't really see it. There would be something that would, again, if an inspector is out there, they would refer to that site plan that's in the approved plans. And if, as long as it matches that within reason, then you would be fine.
Right.
And I guess I would be comfortable with that if the other board members are.
Shu, would you mind putting up you had a photo of the property just there, right there. So looking here, Mr. Fox,
Yeah.
I see a fence or I see a gate. How much further past the gate are you intending to pave?
About 2 feet.
All right.
From the road to that gate is 40 feet.
Right.
And Mr. Fox, are you going to be reinstalling landscaping there and a new gate?
Yes, that's a temporary gate just for construction. I'm going to have an automated gate out there and there will be landscaping done. I put lamp posts out there. It looks a little bit different now, but it will be dressed up. I do think the apron will, yeah, this picture here on the bottom kind of shows how that gate's going to look.
And the proposed landscaping?
Right. So.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that's another, the fact that it's so far back from the road, you may not even really notice the fact that it's gravel from there on up to the house, given the topography of that piece of property.
Yeah, it's not like the rocks are going to be spilling out onto Red Bridge Road. It's far enough back with that 42 feet of concrete apron that it's not going to impact anybody driving by on the road.
Well, it's not so much the gravel that usually is an issue. It's the dust from the gravel that causes more of a problem. So it's how you maintain the gravel and if you treat it appropriately to keep the dust under control.
Yeah, this is not going to be like something you'd see in southern Missouri. It's going to be like a small one inch size rock.
All right, board members, what do you want to do? Do I have a motion?
Mr. Fox, would you entertain taking it maybe 75 feet up?
Sure.
If we did that,
Motion in here,
if we,
Chairman Otto.
if we did that, how much feet of gravel? How are you going to quantify that?
Well, it'll be less. It'll be 75. I would say to be about 225 feet of gravel then.
Shu, are you comfortable with that? I need to give Mr. Ebbett some direction on what motion I sense he's about to make.
I believe I'm a little confused here, and I do need a little clarification so I can make sure I write this poll correctly eventually. So are we talking about we're going to decrease the square footage as you requested for the gravel area? And the way we're decreasing it is by shortening it, but still keep 16 foot wide. Yes. And where is and where the gravel area shall be? Is that from where the gate is to the house, toward the house, or like which part of this area? We need to identify it.
It'll be the existing driveway, except the existing driveway doesn't bend to the center of the house. It goes up and the old house had a side entry garage.
Right, so it went this way, right?
This driveway went all the way up this driveway was at least 10 feet off the property line. And then it just made a right-hand turn into the garage. So the only difference is it'll get cut short a little bit and make that turn earlier.
So
And again,
go,
Mr. Fox, it'd be my intention that we take from the road 75 feet up, sir.
And asphalt that or pave.
He said he's going to do concrete, Chairman Otto.
Concrete from the edge of the road in 75 feet. That'll bring me about 30 feet past the gate.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And from there, then it would be gravel approximately another 225 feet up to the house.
got it.
All right, Mr. Evans, if you want to try to make that motion.
In case number, I've lost, there it is, number 14, I move the board grant the variance with the exception that the applicant take concrete 75 feet from the roadway 16 feet wide, which is standard, to wherever that would be, and then gravel. You indicated 1 inch gravel, sir.
Right.
From there on.
That's correct.
I believe we have a motion from Mr. Evans. Do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any nays? And chair votes with the motion. The motion is granted as stated.
Okay,
All right,
thank you.
all right, Mr. Fox. Good
All right.
luck. Good luck with that. All right. All right, we have one more case left, I believe, or 2 more cases left. Okay. We have docket number 24, case number 17, and the address is 3112 Campbell Street. Is the applicant online?
Yes, the applicant is.
Okay.
Stacy Lake.
I've just promoted her to panelist. Stacy, you should be able to speak momentarily.
Ms. Lake, I see you. I can't hear you. Can you speak for me?
Hear me now?
I can barely hear you.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
Let me try this.
Sounds like you're very far away from your microphone.
Madam Chair,
Yes?
I'm going to recuse on this.
Okay.
I know, Tom, so sorry about that.
I take it that you know Mr. Stiller. All right, Mr. Stiller, you're recused.
Randy, you're in.
Okay, Ms. Lake, I can see you now. Thank you.
Is this better?
A little bit. You're just echoing really and just really light. Sorry. I mean, we'll make it work if that's all we can do.
Is this better?
That is better.
Okay,
yes.
hold on.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Ms. Lake, who do you have there with you?
It's my husband, Brian Danaher, and
Hello.
Suzanne is on line 2.
I'm sorry, who is?
Suzanne McGill. She's our neighbor.
Okay. Can we invite her to be?
I just promoted her.
Okay. Suzanne McGill. Okay. Suzanne, can you speak? You're muted. Can you unmute yourself?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, Suzanne, I can. Okay. So let's do this. Stacy, I'd like you and your husband to state your full names first for the record, please.
Stacy Ann Lake.
And Brian Danaher.
And would you both please raise your right hands to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McGill, are you still on?
I'm here. Can you see me?
Oh, no, I can see. Sorry. Everybody shifts the minute then I have to find you back on my big screen of people. All right. Ms. McGill, can you state your name for the record?
Kristen Suzanne McGill.
And would you take the oath with me? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. And Suzanne, we'll give you a chance to speak after Stacy presents. All right. Stacy, have you reviewed the staff report created for this case?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Do you have any objection to the admission of the administrative exhibits found at the on the last page of the report, that number 1 through, let's see, what are they? 1 through 8.
No, I do not. And I also submitted additional exhibits through this hearing to Shu Wood.
Okay, Shu, do you have those? I'm going to admit exhibits 1 through 8, but let's see what she has, and then we can deal with that before we start taking testimony.
Stacy, when did you send it to me?
Hold on a second. It was today. It was during the hearing. Hold on a second.
Yeah, I probably didn't have an extra shoe to look at the email. Let me double check.
I can resend it over.
Oh, it's fine. Just give me a second.
Yeah, I sent it at 1:04 p.m. And then I sent a video over, but I made a trimmed version that I sent to you at 1:17 p.m.
I found one you sent to me at 2:04 today. And it's just called Fence Exhibit.
Yes, but there's 2 other ones besides that one.
Okay, so.
Let me resend it to you with everything attached as one email.
Okay, you're going to send me one so it sounds like you sent me several today.
Yes.
And what you're going to do is you're going to send me one email that combine all the exhibits you sent it earlier.
Yes, and I apologize for that.
So I can just ignore the ones you sent earlier. Got it. Okay, I'll wait for the one that
yes,
on its way.
Sarah, yes.
Yes, and Madam Chair, while we're waiting for that, again, I want to ask that we add another administrative exhibit 9, Chapter 27 of the Code of Ordinances regarding fences.
Okay, exhibit 9, including that chapter, will be admitted. And anything that Ms. Lake is submitting will be numbered 10 and beyond, whatever it is, once we get it. We'll figure that out. This is why we tried to get exhibits submitted beforehand so we could pre-mark those. So when we probably do this again by video conference in June, because I anticipate we're going to do this at least one more time. We'll try to encourage everybody to do that sooner.
So it seems like I did receive the email and it very powerfully killed my Outlook. I apologize for the inconvenience and delay.
Okay, that's what happens when you're still working from home, Shu.
Oh, let's blame on my Wi-Fi.
That's right. This is why I'm in my office where I have very powerful stuff so that I can be here and hear all of you today.
Some spicy details.
She could email it to me if she was having problems with their email.
That's probably a good idea.
Stacy, can you send it to Joe? Can you send it, Stacy? Can you send it to Joe Rexwinkle?
Yes. Hold
It's
on. Is it the Joseph Rexwinkle?
Yes.
Yes.
And Jane, are you still doing okay? Madam Court Reporter? Yes, she is. Okay. She's shaking her head at me. Yes. Okay.
Okay, I sent it to Joseph.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just waiting on it.
Okay.
Joseph, it says here that my message was blocked. It says remote server, recipient address rejected, access denied.
Okay. That's probably why Shu doesn't have it too. Madam Chair, the only thing that I think we can do then is allow her to share her screen. So what would,
okay.
But if she can't email it to us, I don't know how we'll get it, to be honest, either.
Right. Unless, Stacy, try to send it to tauto@batyauto.com. So TOTTO@BATYOTTO.com. We have I might be able then to get a copy to the city somehow. But she can still share her screen, Joe, that way maybe I've got it and we can figure out how to get it.
Yeah. So Stacy, once you've sent that to Teresa, please let me know and I'll promote you and you can share it. Or I'll make you a co-host so you can share it.
Yeah, we should probably let Shu do her presentation first.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, so go ahead.
Yeah, I sent it to you.
Okay, I'll look for it. Go ahead, guys, start.
All right, one moment. So this case in front of you is a request for special exception. I apologize for the variance listed there. It's a special exception. It is located at 2112 Campbell Street. And here's the general location of the subject site. More specifically, the subject site contains 3 abutting lots that are located on the west side of Campbell Street in between East 31st Street to the north and East 31st Terrace to the south. The property currently is zone R1.5. It has 1 single family located at the northernmost lot and 2 vacant lots abutting it. So the area around the subject site has a mix of type of land use. To the south and to the west of the property, they're mostly single family residential and also zone R1.5. To the north and east of the property on the other side of Campbell Street, there are business zoned B3-2. So here's the view looking east from Campbell Street at the subject site. This is a view looking west from Campbell Street at the subject site. I'm sorry, this picture is looking east from Campbell Street on the other side of the subject site. This is a view looking west at the subject site. And the house you can see is this 2-story house with fence at the front. And there are 2 lots that are currently vacant. Also belongs to the same property owner. This is the site plan, also with landscape plan provided by the applicant, indicating where the 6-foot tall fence they're proposed is going to be located at the site. The blue line indicates the location of the fence, and also the dashed blue line indicates some gates of the fence. And here are some sketch and picture of the fence they're proposing. They're proposing a 6-foot tall fence, which will including a lattice on top of the fence itself. So according to Chapter 27, the maximum allowable height for a fence located at the front yard is 4 feet. The applicant is proposing a 6-foot tall fence at the front yard. Therefore, a special exception is requested for the amount of 2 feet. There's no video being provided.
Oh,
And I believe, let's see if there are exhibits showing additional evidence or resources from Joe.
Yeah, and also I sent over 3 videos of like the 15-second 360 view of the house.
I don't believe I've ever received one. Did you also include it to the email you sent to Joe?
No, I did not. I sent that, I think the deadline you gave us was like May 9th
Right.
Yeah.
We can resend that though. That was just taken with my phone.
Okay.
All right, well, let's hear from the applicant. Why you've heard us if you've been online today, we don't like tall fences in the front of these houses or on the side. So what basis do you have to need such a fence?
Well, we have submitted our case to this board for the preservation, privacy, security, and full enjoyment of our premises. Our neighborhood has multiple transits that use our streets like a thoroughfare. And while doing so, they will often leave trash and their shopping carts filled with stolen items on our property. Also, there's a house across the street that specifically rents to troubled youth, currently at the property located at 3109 Campbell Street, and that's a property across the street from ours. The tenants smoke, drink, and have constant violent conversations on the porch. On multiple occasions, there has been issues with this house, which we have video footage, which I submitted to you that will showcase that. Currently, there's also a 200-person apartment being built that is going to bring more of this youth to our neighborhood. And additionally, our neighborhood is on the south, our neighbor on the south side of our property, located at 3120 Campbell Street, has tenants who will drive their vehicles on our lawn and place litter on our lawn, located on the 3114, 3118 Campbell Street. And those are the two vacant lots that are our current lawn right now. This house is currently, and when I say this house, I mean the 3120 house to the south of us is currently in code violation for renting to more than 5 people. It prioritizes short-term leases and treats the property like a motel. And in fact, the Hyde Park Neighborhood Association is planning to file a lawsuit against the landowner who owns other properties in the area because of his rental practices. Our cars have been broken into, including Suzanne, who's here today. There's commercial properties that are a mere half a block from our property that have been burglarized. Additionally, last summer, we had the unfortunate experience of a homeless person abandoning his property on our premises and trying to live on our lot. And finally, we're planning to have children in the future and a giant schnauzer as a pet. And we want our children to play in the yard without worrying about being approached by strangers. The fence would provide a sufficient barrier in order to stop trespassing, preserve the land, provide more security, and allow us to have full enjoyment of the premises. And in conclusion, there is good sufficient cause to grant the exception due to the preservation, privacy, security, and full enjoyment of our premises. The grant of a special exemption will not adversely affect the appearance of the neighborhood or adjacent properties, as there are multiple properties in our neighborhood with fences over 6 feet tall. And I have a list of all the properties, but I submitted a picture of a property in question that's literally 2 blocks away from ours with a similar construction of a fence. Additionally, it will also greatly improve the look of the neighborhood. When we purchased the house, the backyard was used as a junkyard for an industrial artist, and we have spent nearly 3 years removing the trash and remediating the soil on the premises in order to grow a lawn. Finally, the wall or fence is compatible with the existing residence in terms of materials, color, and design, because we are planning to remodel the existing single home structure to return it to its original forest green coloration in the style that it had in 1904. Finally, there will be lights on the fence that will be powered by solar lights and will promote even more safety in the neighborhood. And with all the reasons stated, we ask the board to grant our variance request.
So the other fence that is in the area, is it like the fence you're proposing, very solid, or can you see through it?
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. It's a cheaply built fence with slats inside to promote privacy. Our fence is, like I said, it's going to be a higher tier fence with solar powered lights powering the post. So it would provide, residential, more safety with lighting on the sidewalk too.
So do you want to share your screen and show us some additional things to support what you just told us?
Yes.
Okay.
And I wish I had, I can also bring up the video of the 360 of what it looks like now.
Yeah.
Let me,
We're probably just going to have to get a copy of this somehow from you, Ms. Lake, that you're going to, because I don't think that some of the stuff came through to me, but I'm not sure all of that has come through to me.
Okay.
And she should be able to upload this all to Compass to her case. That's probably the best way because it doesn't have the traps that an email does.
Okay.
Oh, wait, here. Okay, hold on. Let me just ignore how messy my desktop is. Oh. Wait, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Can-
Just drag this over. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just have to drag it over.
There we go.
Okay, so this is an example of what we've been dealing with for the past 2.5 years. These are cars that will be parked adjacent, or that's from the 3120 Campbell Street.
Yeah. We've had trouble with people just parking in the middle of the lawn, and then we have to ask them to move the cars, and then they park again, and it's a whole back and forth.
Yes, and I had to install signs, towing signs, because that's how bad it got, and because I had to literally approach over 10 people to plead with them to move their cars off of our property.
Stacy, could you enlarge the photos? I'm just seeing it in the Windows Explorer view.
So wait, hold on.
Can we
Is
just go
this
full screen with that? Yeah.
so? Hold on.
It was on the right
No,
screen.
no, I think this is you're sharing. I think it's this.
I see like 6 images in a Windows folder.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, hold on a second. We were sharing it in the wrong screen. Hold on a second.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
gotta drag
I
it
know,
all the way
I know.
over. Okay.
Can you see it bigger now?
No.
Oh wait, hold a minute. Give me a second. I'm trying to figure out this thing. Okay, here we go. I got it. Can you see the car now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so this is an example of a car that's been parked on our lot, that was parked on our lot overnight, that we had to threaten one of the tenants at 3120 Campbell to remove from our property.
So we threatened to tow the car specifically.
Yeah. We have tow signs around the perimeter of our property because of this situation. Second.
Oh, it says it stopped sharing because the window
I
was
know,
closed.
I know, Brian. I got this.
Okay.
So here's also another thing that we just deal with in the neighborhood. This is a photograph that I took. This is like to the west of 27th Street. There is an element in the neighborhood that has vandalized certain properties because of their relation to a hate organization. If you're familiar with the area, there is a restaurant called You Say Tomato that was tagged with this type of symbolism last year.
This is after we moved it off of our
Yeah.
lawn.
So this is the homeless guy who left his treasure trove on our property and attempted to actually live on our premises. And this is after we moved his cart off of our lots into the front, which we had to get rid of his property because he literally left it there for 2 weeks. This is a picture. There was an illegal tow shop at the corner. So the right here is the 3120 Campbell Street house. And then there was a lot here that some of the tenants were using as an illegal
chop shop.
Yeah, chop shop. And we were pleading with the city for help on this matter. And it wasn't until a resident, unfortunately, was murdered 2 blocks away from us that the city actually did a complete shutdown and a shakedown of the neighborhood and started to remove issues that neighbors were bringing up, including this chop shop right here.
In the picture, what's depicted is an unmarked tow vehicle that was being used by the people running the chop shop. That eventually got towed, fortunately.
Yeah, they were like bringing cars into the lot, stripping cars. There were RVs there, and it was very stressful for everyone in the neighborhood. So this is an exhibit of a property that's located, sorry about that. That's located on 3212 Charlotte Street. I don't know if they have a permit to build this fence.
I would assume they do.
I would assume, but this is a similar fence in design. It is 6 feet tall. A fence with the entryway on both the to the front door and also to the driveway.
But this is much more of a business oriented fence. What we would want to put in is a residential fence.
Yes. That's higher quality.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else was like?
Yes, and before I play this, this is a clip. I made it 30 seconds. It does have profane language in the clip, but this is just like to give you guys a taste of what we have to deal with in the neighborhood. And I know I will be back here on June the 9th because there's one of the people who's been causing these issues is asking for a permit variance, which I will be there to testify against him. And Suzanne knows who I'm talking about. But this is a video. I want to just give a warning that it does have profane language, but this is from the...
This is us filming across the street from our house.
Yes. And, sorry. And this conversation literally lasted over 2 hours. And that's the last of it, unless you want to see a 360 shot of our property, which we have to show as well.
Okay, all of those things that we've just seen, we will need to mark those as exhibits, and they've been admitted. The last exhibit we had, I believe, from an administrative standpoint was what?
It was 9.
Okay, so how many did she show? She had multiple pictures, right? So
yeah, I wrote down five pictures and then the video clip.
Yes, that would be
okay.
correct.
So why don't you want to make those one exhibit, or do you want to make them separate exhibits, Sarah?
How about we just mark the 5 photos, all of those as 10, and
Okay.
then the video clip is 11.
Okay, so fair enough. So the 5 photographs will be marked and admitted as 10, and the video will be exhibit 11, which is admitted. Okay. All right. Ms. McGill, what do you have to offer?
Yeah, so I am Stacy and Brian's neighbor to the north. We're on the corner of 31st and Campbell. And we've been here for a few years, and there's a lot of shenanigans that happen specifically in this area. And, you know, we've had people that have defecated on our back porch, our front porch. We've had packages stolen, which I know that happens to everyone. I also caught a guy and a girl stealing a moped from behind Stacy's house. So Stacy's house, if you just go south, there's a multifamily. In fact, in the video, you could see the tow truck. It's right there. That house had a moped and some motorcycles in the back, and I caught a couple stealing a moped from back there. And there's just a lot of stuff that's constantly happening in this area. I sit up on the second floor of a building and I look down and I'm constantly seeing, I saw a package off of our back porch get stolen a couple of weeks ago, and then watch the guy go down and try to hit other other houses on this street. So, I mean, I'm just here in support of it. I think the fence looks really nice, and I totally understand why they want to put this up and try to protect their property. It's just nonstop barrage of things. My car has been broken into, people ringing on the doorbell at 5 a.m. So it's just a lot. So I'm just here to support and say, you know, it makes sense what they want to do. And I think it'll be really nice in the neighborhood. It's a nice fence, and it'll allow them more privacy and hopefully feel more protection.
Thank you. All right, board members, questions? No questions?
How long have you had the no parking signs posted on your other lots?
3 years.
Okay.
Any other questions? Then I would entertain a motion. No motions?
Randy, you gonna do it?
Sure. Madam Chair, in case number 17, I move that the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second, Ebbets?
I have a second from Mr. Ebbets. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any nays?
Opposed?
I'm aye, by the way.
Okay, I have 3 ayes and 1 opposed, and chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted. Thank you. All right, and Stacy, you'll need to upload those exhibits to Compass. If you need help on that, call Joe or Shu. Okay.
I will do right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on. I think we have one more case. Is that correct? Is it 26? Is that all we have left?
Madam Chair, I believe we don't have the applicant here for the docket number 26, nor the docket number 22, which was placed on hold.
Okay.
There's no other attendees left, so yes,
Okay,
that's correct.
Let's figure out what we're gonna do. Let's go to 22 then, case number 10 with an address of 2020 East 68th Terrace. What is staff's recommendation that we do with this case?
I did email the applicant, but has not got any response yet. So staff recommend to continue this case to June 6th or June 9th without fee.
Do I have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Banuki. Who said
Stiller.
that? Oh, sorry, Mr. Stiller, sorry. Your echo, I'm barely hearing you. Okay, Mr. Stiller, thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Now I have a second from Mr. Banuki. That came through loud and clear. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued to June 9th. And then let's go then to docket number 26, case number 15 with an address of 934 Central Avenue. Again, there's no one present, correct?
That's correct.
All right, what is staff's recommendation on this case?
Staff also recommends a continuance to June 9th without fee.
Okay, do I have a motion on this case?
So moved.
So,
I have a motion for Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
second.
I have a second for Mr. Banuki. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued to June 9th. I believe, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes today's BZA hearing. We have now set another record.
Hey, thank you, everyone.
All right, guys. So I don't think we'll have a meeting now on the 26th because we've handled this all today. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your commitment. We will likely do this again on June 9th.
We will, yeah.
Barring some strange, miraculous recovery. Okay.
And will it, hey, Teresa, will it be about the 1 o'clock time frame? We're going to do this.
Yeah, I mean, the next one we'll do normal time. So we'll start at 1 o'clock. It'll be a half a day event. And I don't think we'll have nearly as many cases as we did today.
Yeah, it should be a normal volume,
Okay.
normal meeting length.
And hopefully we'll figure out, I'm getting better at it, but hopefully people will upload things a little better the next time and it'll make it a little faster.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, guys. you're
Thank you,
troopers.
court reporter.
Yes, you did great, Jane. Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate
All right.
it.
Thank you.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
I have webbed hands.
You do. I see that. You look like Spider-Man.